Part 1, Chapter 1 of Beyond.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Simon Evers. Beyond by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 1. At the door of St. George's Registry Office, Charles Clare Winton strolled forward in the wake of the taxicab that was bearing his daughter away with the fiddler fellow she had married. His sense of decorum forbade his walking with Nurse Betty, the only other witness of the wedding. A stout woman in a highly emotional condition would have been an incongruous companion to his slim, upright figure, moving with just that unexaggerated swing and balance becoming to a lancer of the old school, even if he has been on the retired list for 16 years. Poor Betty! He thought of her with irritated sympathy. She need not have given way to tears on the doorstep. She might well feel lost now Jip was gone, but not so lost as himself. His pale gloved hand, the one real hand he had, for his right hand had been amputated at the wrist, twisted vexedly at the small grizzling moustache lifting itself from the corners of his firm lips. On this grey February day he wore no overcoat. Faithful to the absolute, almost shamefaced quietness of that wedding, he had not even donned black coat and silk hat, but wore a blue suit and a hard black felt. The instinct of a soldier and hunting man to exhibit no sign whatever of emotion did not desert him this dark day of his life. But his grey hazel eyes kept contracting, staring fiercely, contracting again, and at moments, as if overpowered by some deep feeling, they darkened and seemed to draw back in his head. His face was narrow and weathered and thin-cheeked, with a clean-cut jaw, small ears, hair darker than the moustache, but touched at the side-wings with grey. The face of a man of action, self-reliant, resourceful. And his bearing was that of one who has always been a bit of a dandy, and paid attention to form, yet been conscious sometimes that there were things beyond. A man who, preserving all the precision of a type, yet had in him a streak of something that was not typical. Such often have tragedy in their pasts. Making his way towards the park, he turned into Mount Street. There was the house still, though the street had been very different then. The house he had passed, up and down in the fog, like a ghost, that November afternoon, like a cast-out dog, in such awful, unutterable agony of mind, 23 years ago, when Jip was born. And then to be told at the door, he with no right to enter, he, loving, as he believed man never loved woman, to be told at the door that she was dead. Dead in bearing what he and she alone knew was their child. Up and down in the fog, hour after hour, knowing her time was upon her, and at last to be told that. Of all fates that befall man, surely the most awful is to love too much. Queer that his route should take him past the very house to-day after this new bereavement. Accursed luck, that gout which had sent him to Wiesbaden last September. Accursed luck that Jip had ever set eyes on this fellow Thjorsen with his fatal fiddle. Certainly not since Jip had come to live with him 15 years ago had he felt so forlorn and fit for nothing. Tomorrow he would get back to Mildenham and see what hard riding would do. Without Jip. To be without Jip. A fiddler. A chap who had never been on a horse in his life. And with his crutch-handled cane he switched viciously at the air, as though carving a man in two. His club near Hyde Park Corner had never seemed to him so desolate. From sheer force of habit he went into the card-room. The afternoon had so darkened that electric light already burned, and there were the usual dozen of players seated among the shaded gleams falling decorously on dark wood tables, on the backs of chairs, on cards and tumblers, the little gilded coffee-cups, the polished nails of fingers holding cigars. A crony challenged him to piquet. He sat down, listless. That three-legged whist, bridge, had always offended his fastidiousness, a mangled short cut of a game. Poker had something blatant in it. Piquet, though out of fashion, remained for him the only game worth playing, the only game which still had style. He held good cards, and rose the winner of £5 that he would willingly have paid to escape the boredom of the bout. Where would they be by now? Past Newbury, Jip sitting opposite that Swedish fellow with his greenish wildcat's eyes. Something furtive and so foreign about him. A mess, if he were any judge of horse or man. Thank God he had tied Jip's money up, every farthing. And an emotion that was almost jealousy swept at him at the thought of the fellow's arms round his soft-haired, dark-eyed daughter, that pretty, willowy creature, so like in face and limb to her whom he had loved so desperately. Eyes followed him when he left the card-room, for he was one who inspired in other men a kind of admiration. None could say exactly why. Many, quite as noted for general good sportsmanship, attracted no such attention. Was it style, or was it the streak of something not quite typical, the brand left on him by the past? Abandoning the club, he walked slowly along the railings of Piccadilly towards home, that house in Berry Street, St. James's, which had been his London abode since he was quite young, one of the few in the street that had been left untouched by the general passion for puffing down and building up, which had spoiled half London, in his opinion. A man, more silent than anything on earth, with the soft, quick, dark eyes of a woodcock, and a long, greenish knitted waistcoat, black cutaway, and tight trousers strapped over his boots, opened the door. "I shan't go out again, Marky. Mrs. Marky must give me some dinner. Anything'll do." Marky signalled that he had heard, and those brown eyes under eyebrows meeting and forming one long, dark line, took his master in from head to heel. He had already nodded last night, when his wife had said the governor would take it hard. Retiring to the back premises, he jerked his head towards the street, and made a motion upward with his hand, by which Mrs. Marky, an astute woman, understood that she had to go out and shop because the governor was dining in. When she had gone, Marky sat down opposite Betty, Jip's old nurse. The stout woman was still crying in a quiet way. It gave him the fair hump, for he felt inclined to howl like a dog himself. After watching her broad, rosy, tearful face in silence for some minutes, he shook his head, and with a gulp and a tremor of her comfortable body, Betty desisted. One paid attention to Marky. Winton went first into his daughter's bedroom and gazed at its emptied silken order, its deserted silver mirror, twisting viciously at his little moustache. Then, in his sanctum, he sat down before the fire without turning up the light. Anyone looking in would have thought he was asleep, but the drowsy influence of that deep chair and cosy fire had drawn him back into the long ago. What unhappy chance had made him pass her house today? Some say there is no such thing as an affinity, no case, of a man at least, made bankrupt of passion by a single love. In theory it may be so. In fact, there are such men, neck-or-nothing men, quiet and self-contained, the last to expect that nature will play them such a trick, the last to desire such surrender of themselves, the last to know when their fate is on them. Who could have seemed to himself, and indeed to others, less likely than Charles Clare Winton, to fall over head and ears in love when he stepped into the beaver hunt ballroom at Grantham that December evening 24 years ago? A keen soldier, a dandy, a first-rate man to hounds, already almost a proverb in his regiment for coolness, and for a sort of courteous disregard of women as among the minor things of life. He stood there by the door, in no hurry to dance, taking a survey with an air that just did not give an impression of side, because it was not at all put on. And behold, she had walked past him, and his world was changed for ever. Was it an illusion of light that made her whole spirit seem to shine through a half-startled glance? Or a little trick of gait, a swaying, seductive balance of body? Was it the way her hair waved back, or a subtle scent as of a flower? What was it? The wife of a squire of those parts, with a house in London. Her name? It doesn't matter. She's been long enough dead. There was no excuse. Not an ill-treated woman, an ordinary, humdrum marriage of 3 years' standing, no children. An amiable good fellow of a husband, 15 years older than herself, inclined already to be an invalid. No excuse. Yet, in 1 month from that night, Winton and she were lovers, not only in thought, but in deed. A thing so utterly beyond good form, and his sense of what was honourable and becoming in an officer and gentleman, that it was simply never a question of weighing pro and con. The cons had it so completely. And yet, from that first evening, he was hers, she his. For each of them the one thought was how to be with the other. If so, why did they not at least go off together? Not for want of his beseeching. And no doubt if she had survived Jip's birth, they would have gone. But to face the prospect of ruining 2 men, as it looked to her, had till then been too much for that soft-hearted creature. Death stilled her struggle before it was decided. There are women in whom utter devotion can still go hand in hand with a doubting soul. Such are generally the most fascinating, for the power of hard and prompt decision robs women of mystery, of the subtle atmosphere of change and of chance. Though she had but 1 part in 4 of foreign blood, she was not at all English. But Winton was English to his backbone, English in his sense of form, and in that curious streak of whole-hearted desperation that will break forth to smithereens in one department and leave it untouched in every other of its owner's life. To have called Winton a crank would never have occurred to anyone. His hair was always perfectly parted. His boots glowed. He was hard and reticent, accepting and observing every canon of well-bred existence. Yet in that his one infatuation, he was as lost to the world and its opinion as the longest-haired lentil-eater of us all. Though at any moment during that 1 year of their love he would have risked his life and sacrificed his career for a whole day in her company, he never, by word or look, compromised her. He carried his punctilious observance of her honour to a point more bitter than death, consenting even to her covering up the tracks of their child's coming. Paying that gambler's debt was by far the bravest deed of his life, and even now its memory festered. To this very room he had come back after hearing she was dead. This very room which he had refurnished to her taste, so that even now, with its satin-wood chairs, little dainty Jacobean bureau, shaded old brass candelabra, divan, it still had an air exotic to bachelordom. There, on the table, had been a letter recalling him to his regiment, ordered on active service. If he had realized what he would go through before he had the chance of trying to lose his life out there, he would undoubtedly have taken that life, sitting in this very chair before the fire, the chair sacred to her and memory. He had not the luck he wished for in that little war. Men who don't care whether they live or die seldom have. He secured nothing but distinction. When it was over, he went on, with a few more lines in his face, a few more wrinkles in his heart, soldiering, shooting tigers, pig-sticking, playing polo, riding to hounds harder than ever, giving nothing away to the world, winning steadily the curious, uneasy admiration that men feel for those who combine reckless daring with an ice-cool manner. Since he was less of a talker even than most of his kind, and had never in his life talked of women, he did not gain the reputation of a woman-hater, though he so manifestly avoided them. After 6 years' service in India and Egypt, he lost his right hand in a charge against dervishes, and had perforce to retire with the rank of major, aged 34. For a long time he had hated the very thought of the child, his child, in giving birth to whom the woman he loved had died. Then came a curious change of feeling, and for 3 years before his return to England he had been in the habit of sending home odds and ends picked up in the bazaars to serve as toys. In return he had received, twice annually at least, a letter from the man who thought himself Jip's father. These letters he read and answered. The squire was likeable, and had been fond of her, and though never once had it seemed possible to Winton to have acted otherwise than he did, he had all the time preserved a just and formal sense of the wrong he had done this man. He did not experience remorse, but he had always an irksome feeling as of a debt unpaid, mitigated by knowledge that no one had ever suspected, and discounted by memory of the awful torture he had endured to make sure against suspicion. When, plus distinction and minus his hand, he was at last back in England, the squire had come to see him. The poor man was failing fast from Bright's disease. Winton entered again that house in Mount Street with an emotion to stifle which required more courage than any cavalry charge. But one whose heart, as he would have put it, is in the right place, does not indulge the quaverings of his nerves, and he faced those rooms where he had last seen her, faced that lonely little dinner with her husband, without sign of feeling. He did not see little Jita, or Jip, as she had nicknamed herself, for she was already in her bed, and it was a whole month before he brought himself to go there at an hour when he could see the child if he would. The fact is, he was afraid. What would the sight of this little creature stir in him? When Betty, the nurse, brought her to him to see the soldier gentleman with the leather hand, who had sent her those funny toys, she stood calmly staring with her large, deep brown eyes. Being 7, her little brown velvet frock barely reached the knees of her thin, brown-stockinged legs, planted one just in front of the other, as might be the legs of a small brown bird. The oval of her gravely wondering face was warm cream colour, without red in it, except that of the lips, which were neither full nor thin, and had a little tuck, the tiniest possible dimple at one corner. Her hair, of warm dark brown, had been specially brushed and tied with a narrow red ribbon back from her forehead, which was broad and rather low, and this added to her gravity. Her eyebrows were thin and dark and perfectly arched. Her little nose was perfectly straight, her little chin in perfect balance between round and point. She stood and stared, till Winton smiled. Then the gravity of her face broke, her lips parted, her eyes seemed to fly a little. Winton's heart turned over within him. She was the very child of her that he had lost. And he said in a voice that seemed to him to tremble, "Well, Jip?" "Thank you for my toys. I like them." He held out his hand, and she gravely put her small hand into it. A sense of solace, as if someone had slipped a finger in and smoothed his heart, came over Winton. Gently, so as not to startle her, he raised her hand a little, bent, and kissed it. It may have been from his instant recognition that here was one as sensitive as child could be, or the way many soldiers acquire from dealing with their men, those simple, shrewd children, or some deeper instinctive sense of ownership between them. Whatever it was, from that moment Jip conceived for him a rushing admiration, one of those headlong affections children will sometimes take for the most unlikely persons. He used to go there at an hour when he knew the squire would be asleep, between 2 and 5. After he had been with Jip, walking in the park, riding with her in the Row, or on wet days sitting in her lonely nursery telling stories, while stout Betty looked on half hypnotized, a rather queer and doubting look on her comfortable face. After such hours he found it difficult to go to the squire's study and sit opposite him, smoking. Those interviews reminded him too much of past days, when he kept such desperate check on himself, too much of the old inward chafing against the other man's legal ownership, too much of the debt owing. But Winton was triple-proofed against betrayal of feeling. The squire welcomed him eagerly, saw nothing, felt nothing, was grateful for his goodness to the child. Well, well. He had died the following spring, and Winton found that he had been made Jip's guardian and trustee. Since his wife's death the squire had bundled his affairs. His estate was heavily mortgaged, but Winton accepted the position with an almost savage satisfaction, and from that moment schemed deeply to get Jip all to himself. The Mount Street house was sold, the Lincolnshire place let. She and Nurse Betty were installed at his own hunting box, Mildenham. In this effort to get her away from all the squire's relations, he did not scruple to employ to the utmost the power he undoubtedly had of making people feel him unapproachable. He was never impolite to any of them. He simply froze them out. Having plenty of money himself, his motives could not be called into question. In 1 year he had isolated her from all except stout Betty. He had no qualms, for Jip was no more happy away from him than he from her. He had but one bad half-hour. It came when he had at last decided that she should be called by his name, if not legally, at least by custom, round Mildenham. It was to Marky he had given the order that Jip was to be little Miss Winton for the future. When he came in from hunting that day, Betty was waiting in his study. She stood in the centre of the emptiest part of that rather dingy room, as far as possible away from any good or chattel. How long she had been standing there, heaven only knew, but her round, rosy face was confused between awe and resolution, and she made a sad mess of her white apron. Her blue eyes met Winton's with a sort of desperation. "About what Marky told me, sir. My old master wouldn't have liked it, sir." Touched on the raw by this reminder that before the world he had been nothing to the loved one, that before the world the squire, who had been nothing to her, had been everything, Winton said icily, "Indeed, you will be good enough to comply with my wish all the same." The stout woman's face grew very red. She burst out, breathless, "Yes, sir, but I've seen what I've seen. I never said anything, but I've got eyes. If Miss Jip's to take your name, sir, then tongues'll wag 'em, my dear dead mistress." But at the look on his face she stopped, with her mouth open. "You will be kind enough to keep your thoughts to yourself. If any word or deed of yours gives the slightest excuse for talk, you go. Understand me, you go, and you never see Jip again. In the meantime, you will do what I ask. Jip is my adopted daughter." She had always been a little afraid of him, but she had never seen that look in his eyes or heard him speak in that voice. And she bent her full moon of a face and went, with her apron crumpled as apron had never been, and tears in her eyes. And Winton, at the window, watching the darkness gather, the leaves flying by on a sou'westerly wind, drank to the dregs a cup of bitter triumph. He had never had the right to that dead, forever loved mother of his child. He meant to have the child. If tongues must wag, let them. This was a defeat of all his previous precaution, a deep victory of natural instinct. And his eyes narrowed and stared into the darkness. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 2. In spite of his victory over all human rivals in the heart of Jip, Winton had a rival whose strength he fully realized, perhaps for the first time now that she was gone, and he, before the fire, was brooding over her departure and the past. Not likely that one of his decisive type, whose life had so long been bound up with swords and horses, would grasp what music might mean to a little girl. Such ones, he knew, required to be taught scales and In a Cottage Near a Wood, with other melodies. He took care not to go within sound of them, so that he had no conception of the avidity with which Jip had mopped up all, and more than all, her governess could teach her. He was blind to the rapture with which she listened to any stray music that came its way to Mildenham, to carols in the Christmas dark, to certain hymns, and one special Nunc Dimittis in the village church, attended with a hopeless regularity, to the horn of the hunter far out in the quivering, dripping coverts, even to Marky's whistling, which was full and strangely sweet. He could share her love of dogs and horses, take an anxious interest in her way of catching bumblebees in the hollow of her hand and putting them to her small, delicate ears to hear them buzz, sympathize with her continual ravages among the flower-beds in the old-fashioned garden, full of lilacs and laburnums in spring, pinks, roses, cornflowers in summer, dahlias and sunflowers in autumn, and always a little neglected and overgrown, a little squeezed in and elbowed by the more important surrounding paddocks. He could sympathize with her attempts to draw his attention to the song of birds, but it was simply not in him to understand how she loved and craved for music. He was a cloudy little creature, up and down in mood, rather like a brown lady spaniel that she had, now gay as a butterfly, now brooding as night. Any touch of harshness she took to heart fearfully. She was the strangest compound of pride and self-disparagement. The qualities seemed mixed in her so deeply that neither she nor anyone knew of which her cloudy fits were the result. Being so sensitive, she fancied things terribly. Things that others did to her and thought nothing of often seemed to her conclusive evidence that she was not loved by anybody, which was dreadfully unjust, because she wanted to love everyone, nearly. Then suddenly she would feel, "If they don't love me, I don't care. I don't want anything of anybody." Presently all would blow away just like a cloud, and she would love and be gay, until something fresh, perhaps not at all meant to hurt her, would again hurt her horribly. In reality, the whole household loved and admired her. But she was one of those delicate treading beings born with a skin too few, who, and especially in childhood, suffer from themselves in a world born with a skin too many. To Winston's extreme delight, she took to riding as a duck to water, and knew no fear on horseback. She had the best governess he could get her, the daughter of an admiral, and therefore in distressed circumstances, and later on a tutor for her music who came twice a week all the way from London, a sardonic man who cherished for her even more sweet admiration than she for him. In fact, every male thing fell in love with her, at least a little. Unlike most girls, she never had an epoch of awkward plainness, but grew like a flower, evenly, steadily. Winton often gazed at her with a sort of intoxication. The turn of her head, the way those perfectly shaped, wonderfully clear brown eyes would fly, the set of her straight, round neck, the very shaping of her limbs, were all such poignant reminders of what he had so loved. And yet, for all that likeness to her mother, there was a difference both in form and character. Jip had, as it were, an extra touch of breeding, more chiselling in body, more fastidiousness in soul, a little more poise, a little more sheer grace. In mood more variance, in mind more clarity, and, mixed with her sweetness, a distinct spice of scepticism which her mother had lacked. In modern times there are no longer toasts, or she would have been one with both the Hunts. Though delicate in build, she was not frail, and when her blood was up would go all day, and come in so bone-tired that she would drop onto the tiger skin before the fire rather than face the stairs. Life at Mildenham was lonely, save for Winton's hunting cronies, and they but few, for his spiritual dandyism did not gladly suffer the average country gentleman and his frigid, courtesy-frightened women. Besides, as Betty had foreseen, tongues did wag. Those tongues of the countryside, avid of anything that might spice the tedium of dull lives and brains. And though no breath of gossip came to Winton's ears, no women visited at Mildenham, save for the friendly casual acquaintanceships of churchyard, hunting field, and local race meetings, Jip grew up knowing hardly any of her own sex. This dearth developed her reserve, kept her backward in sex perception, gave her a faint, unconscious contempt for men, creatures always at the beck and call of her smile, and so easily disquieted by a little frown, gave her also a secret yearning for companions of her own gender. Any girl or woman that she did chance to meet always took a fancy to her, because she was so nice to them, which made the transitory nature of these friendships tantalizing. She was incapable of jealousies or backbiting. Let men beware of her. There is, coiled in their fibre, a secret fascination. Jip's moral and spiritual growth was not the sort of subject that Winton could pay much attention to. It was preeminently a matter one did not talk about. Outward forms, such as going to church, should be preserved. Manners should be taught her by his own example as much as possible. Beyond this, nature must look after things. His view had much real wisdom. She was a quick and voracious reader, bad at remembering what she had read, and though she had soon devoured all the books in Winton's meagre library, including Byron, White Melville, and Humboldt's Cosmos, they had not left too much on her mind. The attempts of her little governess to impart religion were somewhat arid of result, and the interests of the vicar, Jip, with her instinctive spice of scepticism, soon put into the same category as the interest of all the other males she knew. She felt that he enjoyed calling her "my dear" and patting her shoulder, and that this enjoyment was enough reward for his exertions. Tucked away in that little old dark manor house, whose stables alone were up to date, 3 hours from London and some 30 miles from the Wash, it must be confessed that her upbringing lacked modernity. About twice a year, Winton took her up to town to stay with his unmarried sister Rosamond in Curzon Street. Those weeks, if they did nothing else, increased her natural taste for charming clothes, fortified her teeth, and fostered her passion for music and the theatre. But the two main nourishments of the modern girl, discussion and games, she lacked utterly. Moreover, those years of her life from 15 to 19 were before the social resurrection of 1906, and the world still crawled like a winter fly on a window-pane. Winton was a Tory, Aunt Rosamond a Tory, everybody round her a Tory. The only spiritual development she underwent all those years of her girlhood was through her headlong love for her father. After all, was there any other way in which she could really have developed? Only love makes fruitful the soul. The sense of form that both had in such high degree prevented much demonstration. But to be with him, do things for him, to admire and credit him with perfection, and since she could not exactly wear the same clothes or speak in the same clipped, quiet, decisive voice, to dislike the clothes and voices of other men, all this was precious to her beyond everything. If she inherited from him that fastidious sense of form, she also inherited his capacity for putting all her eggs in one basket. And, since her company alone gave him real happiness, the current of love flowed over her heart all the time. Though she never realized it, abundant love for somebody was as necessary to her as water running up the stems of flowers. Abundant love from somebody as needful as sunshine on their petals. And Winton's somewhat frequent little runs to Sown, to Newmarket, or where not, were always marked in her by a fall of the barometer, which recovered as his return grew near. One part of her education, at all events, was not neglected: cultivation of an habitual sympathy with her poorer neighbours. Without concerning himself in the least with problems of sociology, Winton had by nature an open hand and heart for cottagers, and abominated interference with their lives. And so it came about that Jip, who by nature also never set foot anywhere without invitation, was always hearing the words, "Step in, Miss Jip. Step in and sit down, lovey," and a good many words besides, from even the boldest and baddest characters. There is nothing like a soft and pretty face and sympathetic listening for seducing the hearts of the people. So passed the 11 years till she was 19 and Winton 46. Then, under the wing of her little governess, she went to the Hunt Ball. She had revolted against appearing a fluffy miss, wanting to be considered at once full-fledged, so that her dress, perfect in fit, was not white but palest maize colour, as if she had already been to dances. She had all Winton's dandyism, and just so much more as was appropriate to her sex. Her dark hair, wonderfully fluffed and coiled, waving across her forehead, her neck bare for the first time, her eyes really flying, and a demeanour perfectly cool, as though she knew that light and movement, covetous looks, soft speeches, and admiration were her birthright. She was more beautiful than even Winton had thought her. At her breast she wore some sprigs of yellow jasmine procured by him from town, a flower of whose scent she was very fond, and that he had never seen worn in ballrooms. That swaying, delicate creature, warmed by excitement, reminded him in every movement and by every glance of her eyes of her whom he had first met at just such a ball as this. By the carriage of his head, the twist of his little moustache, he conveyed to the world the pride he was feeling. That evening held many sensations for Jip, some delightful, one confused, one unpleasant. She revelled in her success. Admiration was very dear to her. She passionately enjoyed dancing, loved feeling that she was dancing well and giving pleasure. But twice over she sent away her partners, smitten with compassion for her little governess sitting there against the wall, all alone, with no one to take notice of her, because she was elderly and roundabout, poor darling. And, to that loyal person's horror, she insisted on sitting beside her all through 2 dances. Nor would she go in to supper with anyone but Winton. Returning to the ballroom on his arm, she overheard an elderly woman say, "Oh, don't you know? Of course he really is the father." And an elderly man answered, "Ah, that accounts for it. Quite so." With those eyes at the back of the head which the very sensitive possess, she could see their inquisitive, cold, slightly malicious glances, and knew they were speaking of her. And just then her partner came for her. Really is her father. The words meant too much to be grasped this evening of full sensations. They left a little bruise somewhere, but softened and anointed just a sense of confusion at the back of her mind. And very soon came that other sensation, so disillusioning that all else was crowded out. It was after a dance, a splendid dance with a good-looking man quite twice her age. They were sitting behind some palms, he murmuring in his mellow, fluent voice admiration for her dress, when suddenly he bent his flushed face and kissed her bare arm above the elbow. If he had hit her, he could not have astonished or hurt her more. It seemed to her innocence that he would never have done such a thing if she had not said something dreadful to encourage him. Without a word she got up, gazed at him a moment with eyes dark from pain, shivered, and slipped away. She went straight to Winton. From her face, all closed up, tightened lips, and the familiar little droop at their corners, he knew something dire had happened, and his eyes boded ill for the person who had hurt her. But she would say nothing except that she was tired and wanted to go home. And so, with the little faithful governess, who, having been silent perforce nearly all the evening, was now full of conversation, they drove out into the frosty night. Winton sat beside the chauffeur, smoking viciously, his fur collar turned up over his ears, his eyes stabbing the darkness under his round, low-drawn fur cap. Who had dared upset his darling? And within the car the little governess chattered softly, and Jip, shrouded in lace, in her dark corner, sat silent, seeing nothing but the vision of that insult. Sad end to a lovely night. She lay awake long hours in the darkness, while a sort of coherence was forming in her mind. Those words, "really is her father," and that man's kissing of her bare arm, were a sort of revelation of sex mystery, hardening the consciousness that there was something at the back of her life. A child so sensitive had not, of course, quite failed to feel the spiritual draughts round her, but instinctively she had recoiled from more definite perceptions. The time before Winton came was all so faint. Betty, toys, short glimpses of a kind, invalidish man called Papa. As in that word there was no depth compared with the word Dad bestowed on Winton, so there had been no depth in her feelings towards the squire. When a girl has no memory of her mother, how dark are many things! None, except Betty, had ever talked of her mother. There was nothing sacred in Jip's associations, no faiths to be broken by any knowledge that might come to her. Isolated from other girls, she had little realization even of the conventions. Still, she suffered horribly lying there in the dark, from bewilderment, from thorns dragged over her skin rather than from a stab in the heart. The knowledge of something about her, conspicuous, doubtful, provocative of insult, as she thought, grievously hurt her delicacy. Those few wakeful hours made a heavy mark. She fell asleep at last, still all in confusion, and woke up with a passionate desire to know. All that morning she sat at her piano, playing, refusing to go out, frigid to Betty and the little governess, till the former was reduced to tears and the latter to Wordsworth. After tea she went to Winton's study, that dingy little room where he never studied anything, with leather chairs and books which, except Mr. Jorrocks, Byron, those on the care of horses, and the novels of White Melville, were never read, with prints of super-equine celebrities, his sword, and photographs of Jip and of brother officers on the walls. Two bright spots there were indeed, the fire and the little bowl that Jip always kept filled with flowers. When she came gliding in like that, a slender, rounded figure, her creamy, dark-eyed oval face all cloudy, she seemed to Winton to have grown up all of a sudden. He had known all day that something was coming, and had been cudgelling his brains finely. From the fervour of his love for her, he felt an anxiety that was almost fear. What could have happened last night, that first night of her entrance into society, meddlesome, gossiping society? He slid down to the floor against his knee. He could not see her face, could not even touch her, for she had settled down on his right side. He mastered his tremors and said, "Well, Jip, tired?" "No." "A little bit?" "No." "Was it up to what you thought last night?" "Yes." The logs hissed and crackled. The long flames ruffled in the chimney draught. The wind roared outside. Then, so suddenly that it took his breath away, "Dad, are you really and truly my father?" When that which one has always known might happen at last does happen, how little one is prepared. In the few seconds before an answer that could in no way be evaded, Winton had time for a tumult of reflection. A less resolute character would have been caught by utter mental blankness, then flung itself in panic on yes or no. But Winton was incapable of losing his head. He would not answer without having faced the consequences of his reply. To be her father was the most warming thing in his life. But if he avowed it, how far would he injure her love for him? What did a girl know? How make her understand? What would her feeling be about her dead mother? How would that dead loved one feel? What would she have wished? It was a cruel moment. And the girl, pressed against his knee, with face hidden, gave him no help. Impossible to keep it from her now that her instinct was roused. Silence, too, would answer for him. And, clenching his hand on the arm of his chair, he said, "Yes, Jip. Your mother and I loved each other." He felt a quiver go through her, would have given much to see her face. What, even now, did she understand? Well, it must be gone through with, and he said, "What made you ask?" She shook her head and murmured, "I'm glad." Grief, shock, even surprise would have roused all his loyalty to the dead, all the old stubborn bitterness, and he would have frozen up against her. But this acquiescent murmur made him long to smooth it down. "Nobody has ever known. She died when you were born. It was a fearful grief to me. If you've heard anything, it's just gossip, because you go by my name. Your mother was never talked about. But it's best you should know, now you're grown up. People don't often love as she and I loved. You needn't be ashamed." She had not moved, and her face was still turned from him. He said quietly, "I'm not ashamed. Am I very like her?" "Yes, more than I could ever have hoped." Very low she said, "Then you don't love me for myself?" Winton was but dimly conscious of how that question revealed her nature, its power of piercing instinctively to the heart of things, its sensitive pride and demand for utter and exclusive love. For things that go too deep, one opposes the bulwark of obtuseness. And smiling, he simply said, "What do you think?" Then to his dismay he perceived that she was crying, struggling against it so that her shoulder shook against his knee. He had hardly ever known her cry, not in all the disasters of unstable youth, and she had received her full meed of knocks and tumbles. He could only stroke that shoulder and say, "Don't cry, Jip, don't cry." She ceased as suddenly as she had begun, got up, and, before he too could rise, was gone. That evening at dinner she was just as usual. He could not detect the slightest difference in her voice or manner, or in her good-night kiss. And so a moment that he had dreaded for years was over, leaving only the faint shame which follows a breach of reticence on the spirits of those who worship it. While the old secret had been quite undisclosed, it had not troubled him. Disclosed, it hurt him. But Jip, in those 24 hours, had left childhood behind for good. Her feeling toward men had hardened. If she did not hurt them a little, they would hurt her. The sex instinct had come to life. To Winton she gave as much love as ever, even more perhaps, but the dew was off. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 3. The next 2 years were much less solitary, passed in more or less constant gaiety. His confession spurred Winton on to the fortification of his daughter's position. He would stand no nonsense, would not have her looked on askance. There is nothing like style for carrying the defences of society, only it must be the genuine thing. Whether at Mildenham or in London under the wing of his sister, there was no difficulty. Jip was too pretty, Winton too cool, his quietness too formidable. She had every advantage. Society only troubles itself to make front against the visibly weak. The happiest time of a girl's life is that when all appreciate and covet her, and she herself is free as air, a queen of hearts, for none of which she hankers. Or, if not the happiest, at all events it is the gayest time. What did Jip care whether hearts ached for her? She knew not love as yet, perhaps would never know the pains of unrequited love. Intoxicated with life, she led her many admirers a pretty dance, treating them with a sort of bravura. She did not want them to be unhappy, but she simply could not take them seriously. Never was any girl so heart-free. She was a queer mixture in those days, would give up any pleasure for Winton, and most for Betty or her aunt. Her little governess was gone. But of nobody else did she seem to take account, accepting all that was laid at her feet as the due of her looks, her dainty frocks, her music, her good riding and dancing, her talent for amateur theatricals and mimicry. Winton, whom at least she never failed, watched that glorious fluttering with quiet pride and satisfaction. He was getting to those years when a man of action dislikes interruption of the grooves into which his activity has fallen. He pursued his hunting, racing, card-playing, and his very stealthy alms and services to lame ducks of his old regiment, their families, and other unfortunates, happy in knowing that Jip was always as glad to be with him as he to be with her. Hereditary gout, too, had begun to bother him. The day that she came of age, they were up in town, and he summoned her to the room in which he now sat by the fire recalling all these things, to receive an account of his stewardship. He had nursed her greatly embarrassed inheritance very carefully, till it amounted to some £20,000. He had never told her of it. The subject was dangerous, and since his own means were ample, she had not wanted for anything. When he had explained exactly what she owned, shown her how it was invested, and told her that she must now open her own banking account, she stood gazing at the sheets of paper, whose items she had been supposed to understand, and her face gathered the look which meant that she was troubled. Without lifting her eyes, she asked, "Does it all come from him?" He had not expected that, and flushed under his tan. "No, 8,000 of it was your mother's." Jip looked at him and said, "Then I won't take the rest. Please, Dad." Winton felt a sort of crabbed pleasure. What should be done with that money if she did not take it, he did not in the least know. But not to take it was like her, making her more than ever his daughter, a kind of final victory. He turned away to the window from which he had so often watched for her mother. There was the corner she used to turn. In 1 minute surely she would be standing there, colour glowing in her cheeks, her eyes soft behind her veil, her breast heaving a little with her haste, waiting for his embrace. There she would stand, drawing up her veil. He turned round, difficult to believe it was not she. And he said, "Very well, my love, but you will take the equivalent from me instead. The other can be put by. Someone will benefit some day." At those unaccustomed words, "my love," from his undemonstrative lips, the colour mounted in her cheeks and her eyes shone. She threw her arms round his neck. She had her fill of music in those days, taking piano lessons from a Monsieur Armust, a grey-haired native of Liège, with mahogany cheeks and the touch of an angel, who kept her hard at it and called her his little friend. There was scarcely a concert of merit that she did not attend, or a musician of mark whose playing she did not know. And, though fastidiousness saved her from squirming in adoration round the feet of those prodigious performers, she perched them all on pedestals, men and women alike, and now and then met them at her aunt's house in Curzon Street. Aunt Rosamond, also musical, so far as breeding would allow, stood for a good deal to Jip, who had built up around her a romantic story of love wrecked by pride from a few words she had once let drop. She was a tall and handsome woman, a year older than Winton, with a long aristocratic face, deep blue rather than shining eyes, a gentlemanly manner, warm heart, and one of those indescribable, not unmelodious drawls that one connects with an unshakable sense of privilege. She, in turn, was very fond of Jip, and what passed within her mind, by no means devoid of shrewdness, as to their real relationship, remained ever discreetly hidden. She was, so far again as breeding would allow, something of a humanitarian and rebel, loving horses and dogs, and hating cats, except when they had 4 legs. The girl had just that softness which fascinates women who perhaps might have been happier if they had been born men. Not that Rosamond Winton was of an aggressive type. She merely had the resolute, "catch hold of your tail, old fellow," spirit so often found in English women of the upper classes. Cheery soul, given to long coats and waistcoats, stocks, and a crutch-handled stick, she, like her brother, had style, but more sense of humour, valuable in musical circles. At her house the girl was practically compelled to see fun as well as merit in all those prodigies, haloed with hair and filled to overflowing with music and themselves. And since Jip's natural sense of the ludicrous was extreme, she and her aunt could rarely talk about anything without going into fits of laughter. Winton had his first really bad attack of gout when Jip was 22, and, terrified lest he might not be able to sit a horse in time for the opening meets, he went off with her and Markie to Wiesbaden. They had rooms in the Wilhelmstrasse, overlooking the gardens, where leaves were already turning that gorgeous September. The cure was long and obstinate, and Winton badly bored. Jip fared much better. Attended by the silent Markie, she rode daily on the Neroberg, chafing at regulations which reduced her to specified tracks in that majestic wood where the beeches glowed. Once, or even twice a day, she went to the concerts in the Kurhaus, either with her father or alone. The first time she heard Fürsten play, she was alone. Unlike most violinists, he was tall and thin, with great pliancy of body and swift sway of movement. His face was pale, and went strangely with hair and moustache of a sort of dirt-gold colour, and his thin cheeks, with very broad high cheekbones, had little narrow scraps of whisker. Those little whiskers seemed to Jip awful. Indeed, he seemed rather awful altogether, but his playing stirred and swept her in the most uncanny way. He had evidently remarkable technique, and the emotion, the intense, wayward feeling of his playing was chiselled by that technique, as if a flame were being frozen in its swaying. When he stopped, she did not join in the tornado of applause, but sat motionless, looking up at him. Quite unconstrained by all those people, he passed the back of his hand across his hot brow, shoving up a wave or two of that queer-coloured hair. Then, with a rather disagreeable smile, he made a short, supple bow or two. And she thought, "What strange eyes he has, like a great cat's." Surely they were green, fierce, yet shy, almost furtive, mesmeric. Certainly the strangest man she had ever seen, and the most frightening. He seemed looking straight at her, and, drooping her gaze, she clapped. When she looked again, his face had lost that smile for a kind of wistfulness. He made another of those little supple bows, straight at her, it seemed to Jip, and jerked his violin up to his shoulder. "He's going to play to me," she thought absurdly. He played, without accompaniment, a little tune that seemed to twitch the heart. When he finished, this time she did not look up, but was conscious that he gave one impatient bow and walked off. That evening at dinner she said to Winton, "I heard a violinist today, Dad, the most wonderful playing. Gustav Fürsten. Is that Swedish, do you think, or what?" Winton answered, "Very likely. What sort of a bounder was he to look at? I used to know a Swede in the Turkish army. Nice fellow, too. Tall and thin and white-faced, with bumpy cheekbones and hollows under them, and queer green eyes. Oh, and little goldy side-whiskers. By Jove, it sounds the limit," Jip murmured with a smile. "Yes, I think perhaps he is." She saw him next day in the gardens. They were sitting close to the Schiller statue, Winton reading the Times, to whose advent he looked forward more than he admitted, for he was loath, by confessions of boredom, to disturb Jip's manifest enjoyment of her stay. While perusing the customary comforting animadversions on the conduct of those rascally radicals who had just come into power, and the account of a Newmarket meeting, he kept stealing sidelong glances at his daughter. Certainly she had never looked prettier, daintier, shown more breeding than she did out here among those Germans with their thick pasterns and all the cosmopolitan, hairy-heeled crowd in this God-forsaken place. The girl, unconscious of his stealthy regalement, was letting her clear eyes rest, in turn, on each figure that passed, on the movements of birds and dogs, watching the sunlight glisten on the grass, burnish the copper beeches, the lime trees, and those tall poplars down there by the water. The doctor at Mildenham, once consulted on a bout of headache, had called her eyes perfect organs, and certainly no eyes could take things in more swiftly or completely. She was attractive to dogs, and every now and then one would stop in two minds whether or no to put his nose into this foreign girl's hand. From a flirtation of eyes with the Great Dane, she looked up and saw Fürsten passing, in company with a shorter, square man, having very fashionable trousers and a corseted waist. The violinist's tall, thin, loping figure was tightly buttoned into a brownish-grey frock-coat suit. He wore a rather broad-rimmed grey, velvety hat. In his buttonhole was a white flower. His cloth-topped boots were of patent leather. His tie was bunched out at the ends over a soft white linen shirt, altogether quite a dandy. His most strange eyes suddenly swept down on hers, and he made a movement as if to put his hand to his hat. "Why, he remembers me," thought Jip. That thin-waisted figure with head set just a little forward between rather high shoulders and its long stride curiously suggested a leopard or some lithe creature. He touched his short companion's arm, muttered something, turned round, and came back. She could see him staring her way, and knew he was coming simply to look at her. She knew, too, that her father was watching, and she felt that those greenish eyes would waver before his stare, that stare of the Englishman of a certain class, which never condescends to be inquisitive. They passed. Jip saw Fürsten turn to his companion, slightly tossing back his head in their direction, and heard the companion laugh. A little flame shot up in her. Winton said, "Rum-looking Johnnies one sees here." "That was the violinist I told you of, Fürsten." "Oh, ah." But he had evidently forgotten. The thought that Fürsten should have picked her out of all that audience for remembrance subtly flattered her vanity. She lost her ruffled feeling. Though her father thought his dress awful, it was really rather becoming. He would not have looked as well in proper English clothes. Once, at least, during the next 2 days, she noticed the short, square young man who had been walking with him, and was conscious that he followed her with his eyes. And then a certain Baroness von Meissen, a cosmopolitan friend of Aunt Rosamond's, German by marriage, half Dutch, half French by birth, asked her if she had heard the Swedish violinist Fürsten. He would be, she said, the best violinist of the day, if... and she shook her head. Finding that expressive shake unquestioned, the Baroness pursued her thoughts. "Ah, these musicians! He wants saving from himself. If he does not halt soon, he will be lost. Pity, a great talent." Jip looked at her steadily and asked, "Does he drink, then?" "Par mal. But there are things besides drink, ma chère." Instinct, and so much life with Winton, made the girl regard it as beneath her to be shocked. She did not seek knowledge of life, but refused to shy away from it or be discomfited. The Baroness, to whom innocence was piquant, went on. "Des femmes, toujours des femmes, c'est grand dommage. It will spoil his spirit. His sole chance is to find one woman, but I pity her. Sapristi qu'elle vit pour elle." Jip said calmly, "Would a man like that ever love?" The Baroness goggled her eyes. "I have known such a man become a slave. I've known him running after a woman like a lamb while she was deceiving him here and there. On ne peut jamais dire. Ma belle, il y a des choses que vous ne savez pas encore." He took Jip's hand. "And yet one thing is certain. With those eyes and those lips and that figure, you have a time before you." Jip withdrew her hand, smiled, and shook her head. She did not believe in love. "Ah, but you will turn some heads. No fear, as you English say. There is fatality in those pretty brown eyes." A girl may be pardoned who takes as a compliment the saying that her eyes are fatal. The words warmed Jip, uncontrollably light-hearted in these days, just as she was warmed when people turned to stare at her. The soft air, the mellowness of this gay place, much music, the sense of being a rara avis among people who, by their heavier type, enhanced her own, had produced in her a kind of intoxication, making her what the Baroness called un peu folle. She was always breaking into laughter, having that precious feeling of twisting the world round her thumb, which does not come too often in the life of one who is sensitive. Everything to her just then was either funny or lovely. And the Baroness, conscious of the girl's chic, genuinely attracted by one so pretty, took care that she saw all the people, perhaps more than all, that were desirable. To women and artists, between whom there is ever a certain kinship, curiosity is a vivid emotion. Besides, the more a man has conquered, the more precious field he is for a woman's conquest. To attract a man who has attracted many, what is it but a proof that one's charm is superior to that of all those others? The words of the Baroness deepened in Jip the impression that Thjosson was impossible, but secretly fortified the faint excitement she felt that he should have remembered her out of all that audience. Later on they bore more fruit than that. But first came that queer incident of the flowers. Coming in from a ride a week after she had sat with Winton under the Schiller statue, Jip found on her dressing table a bunch of Gloire de Dijon and La France roses. Plunging her nose into them, she thought, "How lovely! Who sent me these?" There was no card. All that the German maid would say was that a boy had brought them from a flower shop for Fräulein Winton. Surmised that they came from the Baroness. In her bodice at dinner, and to the concert after, Jip wore one La France and one Gloire de Dijon, a daring mixture of pink and orange against her oyster-coloured frock, which delighted her, who had a passion for experiments in colour. They had bought no programme, all music being the same to Winton, and Jip not needing any. When she saw Thjosson come forward, her cheeks began to colour from sheer anticipation. He played first a minuet by Mozart, then the César Franck sonata, and when he came back to make his bow, he was holding in his hand a Gloire de Dijon and a La France rose. Involuntarily, Jip raised her hand to her own roses. His eyes met hers. He bowed just a little lower. Then, quite naturally, put the roses to his lips as he was walking off the platform. Jip dropped her hand as it had been stung. Then, with a swift thought, "Oh, that's schoolgirlish," she contrived a little smile. But her cheeks were flushing. Should she take out those roses and let them fall? Her father might see, might notice Thjosson's, put two and two together. He would consider she had been insulted. Had she? She could not bring herself to think so. It was too pretty a compliment, as if he wished to tell her that he was playing to her alone. The Baroness's words flashed through her mind. He wants saving from himself. Pity, a great talent. It was a great talent. There must be something worth saving in one who could play like that. They left after his last solo. Jip put the 2 roses carefully back among the others. 3 days later she went to an afternoon at home at the Baroness von Mason's. She saw him at once over by the piano with his short, square companion, listening to a voluble lady and looking very bored and restless. All that overcast afternoon, still and with queer lights in the sky as if rain were coming, Jip had been feeling out of mood, a little homesick. Now she felt excited. She saw the short companion detach himself and go up to the Baroness. A minute later he was brought up to her and introduced. Count Rosek. Jip did not like his face. There were dark rings under the eyes, and he was too perfectly self-possessed with a kind of cold sweetness. But he was very agreeable and polite, and spoke English well. He was, it seemed, a Pole who lived in London, and seemed to know all that there was to be known about music. Miss Winton, he believed, had heard his friend Fjorson play, but not in London, no? That was odd, he'd been there some months last season. Faintly annoyed at her ignorance, Jip answered, Yes, but I was in the country nearly all last summer. He had a great success. I should take him back. It is best for his future. What do you think of his playing? In spite of herself, for she did not like explaining to this sphinx-like little man, Jip murmured, Oh, simply wonderful, of course. He nodded, and then rather suddenly said, with a peculiar little smile, May I introduce him? Gustav, Miss Winton. Jip turned. There he was, just behind her, bowing, and his eyes had a look of humble adoration, which he made no attempt whatever to conceal. Jip saw another smile slide over the Pole's lips, and she was alone in the bay window with Fjorson. The moment might well have fluttered a girl's nerves after his recognition of her by the Schiller statue, after that episode of the flowers, and what she had heard of him. But life had not yet touched either her nerves or spirit. She only felt amused and a little excited. Close to, he had not so much that look of an animal behind bars, and he certainly was in his way a dandy, beautifully washed, always an important thing, and having some pleasant essence on his handkerchief or hair, of which Jip would have disapproved if he had been English. He wore a diamond ring also, which did not somehow seem bad form on that particular little finger. His height, his broad cheekbones, thick but not long hair, the hungry vitality of his face, figure, movements, annulled those evidences of femininity. He was male enough, rather too male. Speaking with a queer, crisp accent, he said, Miss Winton, you are my audience here. I play to you, only to you. Jip laughed. You laugh at me, but you need not. I play for you because I admire you. I admire you terribly. If I sent you those flowers, it was not to be rude. It was my gratitude for the pleasure of your face. His voice actually trembled. And looking down, Jip answered, Thank you. It was very kind of you. I want to thank you for your playing. It is beautiful, really beautiful. He made her another little bow. When I go back to London, will you come and hear me? I should think anyone would go to hear you if they had the chance. He gave a short laugh. Bah! Here I do it for money. I hate this place. It bores me, bores me. Was that your father sitting with you under the statue? Jip nodded, suddenly grave. She had not forgotten the slighting turn of his head. He passed his hand over his face, as if to wipe off its expression. He is very English. But you, of no country, you belong to all. Jip made him an ironical little bow. No, I should not know your country. You are neither of the north nor of the south. You are just woman, made to be adored. I came here hoping to meet you. I am extremely happy. Miss Winton, I am your very devoted servant. He was speaking very fast, very low, with an agitated earnestness that surely could not be put on. But suddenly muttering, "These people," he made her another of his little bows, and abruptly slipped away. The Baroness was bringing up another man. The chief thought left by that meeting was, "Is that how he begins to everyone?" She could not quite believe it. The stammering earnestness of his voice, those humbly adoring looks. Then she remembered the smile on the lips of the little Pole, and thought, "But he must know I'm not silly enough just to be taken in by vulgar flattery." Too sensitive to confide in anyone, she had no chance to ventilate the curious sensations of attraction and repulsion that began fermenting in her, feelings defying analysis, mingling and quarrelling deep down in her heart. It was certainly not love, not even the beginning of that. But it was the kind of dangerous interest children feel in things mysterious, out of reach, yet within reach, if only they dared. And the tug of music was there, and the tug of those words of the Baroness about salvation, the thought of achieving the impossible, reserved only for the woman of supreme charm, for the true victress. But all these thoughts and feelings were as yet in embryo. She might never see him again, and she certainly did not know whether she even wanted to. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 4. Chip was in the habit of walking with Winton to the Kochbrunnen, where, with other patient folk, he was required to drink slowly for 20 minutes every morning. While he was imbibing, she would sit in a remote corner of the garden and read a novel in the Reclam edition as a daily German lesson. She was sitting there, the morning after the At Home at the Baroness von Mason's, reading Turgenev's Torrents of Spring, when she saw Count Rosek sauntering down the path with a glass of the waters in his hand. Instant memory of the smile with which he had introduced Fjorsson made her take cover beneath her sunshade. She could see his patent-leathered feet and well-turned, peg-top trousered legs go by with the gait of a man whose waist is corseted. The certainty that he wore those prerogatives of womanhood increased her dislike. How dare men be so effeminate? Yet someone had told her that he was a good rider, a good fencer, and very strong. She drew a breath of relief when he was past, and for fear he might turn and come back, closed her little book and slipped away. But her figure and her springing step were more unmistakable than she knew. Next morning, on the same bench, she was reading breathlessly the scene between Gemma and Sanin at the window, when she heard Fjordson's voice behind her say, "Miss Winton." He, too, held a glass of the waters in one hand and his hat in the other. "I have just made your father's acquaintance. May I sit down a minute?" Jip drew to one side on the bench, and he sat down. "What are you reading?" "A story called Torrents of Spring." "Ah, the finest ever written. Where are you?" "Gemma and Sanin in the thunderstorm." "Wait, you have Madame Polozov to come. What a creation!" "How old are you, Miss Winton?" 22. "You would be too young to appreciate that story if you were not you. But you know much, by instinct. What is your Christian name? Forgive me." "Jita." "Jita? Not soft enough." "I am always called Jip." "Jip? Ah, Jip, yes, Jip." He repeated her name so impersonally that she could not be angry. "I told your father I have had the pleasure of meeting you. He was very polite." Jip said coldly, "My father is always polite." "Like the ice in which they put champagne." Jip smiled. She could not help it. And suddenly he said, "I suppose they have told you that I am a mauvais sujet." Jip inclined her head. He looked at her steadily and said, "It is true, but I could be better, much." She wanted to look at him, but could not. A queer sort of exultation had seized on her. This man had power, yet she had power over him. If she wished, she could make him her slave, her dog, chain him to her. She had but to hold out her hand, and he would go on his knees to kiss it. She had but to say, "Come," and he would come from wherever he might be. She had but to say, "Be good," and he would be good. It was her first experience of power, and it was intoxicating. But Jip could never be self-confident for long. Over her most victorious moments brooded the shadow of distrust. As if he read her thought, Fjordsson said, "Tell me to do something, anything. I will do it, Miss Vinton." "Then go back to London at once. You are wasting yourself here, you know. You said so." He looked at her, bewildered and upset, and muttered, "You have asked me the one thing I can't do, Miss Jip." "Please, not like that. It's like a servant." "I am your servant." "Is that why you won't do what I ask you?" "You are cruel." Jip laughed. He got up and said with sudden fierceness, "I am not going away from you. Do not think it." Bending with the utmost swiftness, he took her hand, put his lips to it, and turned on his heel. Jip, uneasy and astonished, stared at her hand, still tingling from the pressure of his bristly moustache. Then she laughed again. It was just foreign to have your hand kissed, and went back to her book without taking in the words. Was ever courtship more strange than that which followed? It is said that the cat fascinates the bird it desires to eat. Here the bird fascinated the cat, but the bird too was fascinated. Jip never lost the sense of having the whip hand, always felt like one giving alms or extending favour, yet had a feeling of being unable to get away, which seemed to come from the very strength of the spell she laid on him. The magnetism with which she held him reacted on herself. Thoroughly sceptical at first, she could not remain so. He was too utterly morose and unhappy if she did not smile on him, too alive and excited and grateful if she did. The change in his eyes from their ordinary restless, fierce, and furtive expression to humble adoration or wistful hunger when they looked at her could never have been simulated. And she had no lack of chance to see that metamorphosis. Wherever she went, there he was. If to a concert, he would be a few paces from the door, waiting for her entrance. If to a confectioner's for tea, as likely as not, he would come in. Every afternoon he walked where she must pass, riding to the Neroburg. Except in the gardens of the Kochbrunnen, where he would come up humbly and ask to sit with her 5 minutes, he never forced his company or tried in any way to compromise her. Experience, no doubt, served him there, but he must have had an instinct that it was dangerous with one so sensitive. There were other moths, too, round that bright candle, and they served to keep his attention from being too conspicuous. Did she comprehend what was going on? Understand how her defences were being sapped? Grasp the danger to retreat that lay in permitting him to hover round her? Not really. It all served to swell the triumphant intoxication of days when she was ever more and more in love with living, more and more conscious that the world appreciated and admired her, that she had power to do what others couldn't. Was not Fjordsson, with his great talent and his dubious reputation, proof of that? And he excited her. Whatever else one might be in his moody, vivid company, one could not be dull. One morning he told her something of his life. His father had been a small Swedish landowner, a very strong man and a very hard drinker. His mother, the daughter of a painter. She had taught him the violin, but died while he was still a boy. When he was 17, he had quarrelled with his father and had to play his violin for a living in the streets of Stockholm. A well-known violinist, hearing him one day, took him in hand. Then his father had drunk himself to death, and he had inherited the little estate. He had sold it at once. For follies, as he put it crudely. Yes, Miss Vincent, I have committed many follies, but they are nothing to those I shall commit the day I do not see you any more. With that disturbing remark, he got up and left her. She had smiled at his words, but within herself she felt excitement, scepticism, compassion, and something she did not understand at all. In those days she understood herself very little. But how far did Winton understand? how far see what was going on. He was a stoic, but that did not prevent jealousy from taking alarm and causing him twinges more acute than those he still felt in his left foot. He was afraid of showing disquiet by any dramatic change, or he would have carried her off for a fortnight at least before his cure was over. He knew too well the signs of passion. That long, loping, wolfish, fiddling fellow with the broad cheekbones and little side whiskers, good God, and greenish eyes, whose looks at Jip he secretly marked down, roused his complete distrust. Perhaps his inbred English contempt for foreigners and artists kept him from direct action. He could not take it quite seriously. Jip, his fastidious, perfect Jip, succumbing even a little to a fellow like that. Never. His jealous affection, too, could not admit that she would neglect to consult him in any doubt or difficulty. He forgot the sensitive secrecy of girls, forgot that his love for her had ever shunned words, her love for him never indulged in confidences. Nor did he see more than a little of what there was to see, and that little was doctored by Fjordson for his eyes, shrewd though they were. Nor was there in all so very much, except one episode the day before they left, and of that he knew nothing. That last afternoon was very still, a little mournful. It had rained the night before, and the soaked tree trunks, the soaked fallen leaves, gave off a faint licorice-like perfume. In Jip there was a feeling as if her spirit had been suddenly emptied of excitement and delight. Was it the day, or the thought of leaving this place where she had so enjoyed herself? After lunch, when Winton was settling his accounts, she wandered out through the long park stretching up the valley. The sky was brooding grey, the trees were still and melancholy. It was all a little melancholy, and she went on, across the stream, round into a muddy lane that led up through the outskirts of a village, onto the higher ground whence she could return by the main road. Why must things come to an end? For the first time in her life she thought of Mildenham and hunting without enthusiasm. She would rather stay in London. There she would not be cut off from music, from dancing, from people, and all the exhilaration of being appreciated. On the air came the shrilly, hollow droning of a thresher, and the sound seemed exactly to express her feelings. A pigeon flew over, white against the leaden sky. Some birch trees that had gone golden shivered and let fall a shower of drops. It was lonely here. And suddenly 2 little boys bolted out of the hedge, nearly upsetting her, and scurried down the road. Something had startled them. Jip, putting up her face to see, felt on it soft pinpoints of rain. Her frock would be spoiled, and it was one she was fond of, dove-coloured, velvety, not meant for weather. She turned for refuge to the birch trees. It would be over directly, perhaps. Muffled in distance, the whining drone of that thresher still came travelling, deepening her discomfort. Then, in the hedge whence the boys had bolted down, a man reared himself above the lane and came striding along towards her. He jumped down the bank among the birch trees, and she saw that it was Fjordson, panting, dishevelled, pale with heat. He must have followed her and climbed straight up the hillside from the path she had come along in the bottom, before crossing the stream. His artistic dandyism had been harshly treated by that scramble. She might have laughed, but instead she felt excited, a little scared by the look on his hot, pale face. He said, breathlessly, I have caught you. So you are going tomorrow and never told me. You thought you would slip away, not a word for me. Are you always so cruel? Well, I will not spare you either. Crouching suddenly, he took hold of her broad ribbon sash and buried his face in it. Jip stood trembling. The action had not stirred her sense of the ridiculous. He circled her knees with his arms. "Oh, Jip, I love you, I love you. Don't send me away. Let me be with you. I am your dog, your slave. Oh, Jip, I love you." His voice moved and terrified her. Men had said, "I love you," several times during those last 2 years, but never with that lost soul ring of passion, never with that look in the eyes at once fiercely hungry and so supplicating, never with that restless, eager, timid touch of hands. He could only murmur, "Please get up." But he went on, "Love me a little, only a little, love me, oh Jip." The thought flashed through Jip. To how many had he knelt, I wonder? His face had a kind of beauty in its abandonment, the beauty that comes from yearning, and she lost her frightened feeling. He went on with his stammering murmur, I am a prodigal, I know, but if you love me, I will no longer be. I will be great things for you. Oh, Jip, if you will some day marry me. Not now, when I have proved. Oh, Jip, you are so sweet, so wonderful." His arms crept up till he had buried his face against her waist. Without quite knowing what she did, Jip touched his hair and said again, "No, please get up." He got up then, and standing near, with his hands hard clenched at his sides, whispered, "Have mercy, speak to me." She could not. All was strange and mazed and quivering in her, her spirit straining away, drawn to him, fantastically confused. She could only look into his face with her troubled, dark eyes. And suddenly she was seized and crushed to him. She shrank away, pushing him back with all her strength. He hung his head, abashed, suffering, with eyes shut, lips trembling, and her heart felt again that quiver of compassion. She murmured, "I don't know. I will tell you later. Later, in England." He bowed, folding his arms as if to make her feel safe from him. And when, regardless of the rain, she began to move on, he walked beside her, a yard or so away, humbly, as though he had never poured out those words or hurt her lips with the violence of his kiss. Back in her room, taking off her wet dress, Jip tried to remember what he had said and what she had answered. She had not promised anything, but she had given him her address, both in London and the country. Unless she resolutely thought of other things, she still felt the restless touch of his hands, the grip of his arms, and saw his eyes as they were when he was kissing her. And once more she felt frightened and excited. He was playing at the concert that evening, her last concert. Surely he had never played like that, with a despairing beauty, a sort of frenzied rapture. Listening, there came to her a feeling of fatality. Whether she would or no, she could not free herself from him. End of Part 1, Chapter 4.
Part 1, Chapter 5 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 5. Once back in England, Jip lost that feeling, or very nearly. Her scepticism told her that Fjordson would soon see someone else who seemed all he had said she was. How ridiculous to suppose that he would stop his follies for her, that she had any real power over him. But deep down, she did not quite believe this. It would have wounded her belief in herself too much, a belief so subtle and intimate that she was not conscious of it, belief in that something about her which had inspired the Baroness to use the word fatality. Winton, who breathed again, hurried her off to Mildenham. He had bought her a new horse. They were in time for the last of the cubbing, and for a week at least the passion for riding and the sight of hounds carried all before it. Then, just as the real business of the season was beginning, she began to feel dull and restless. Mildenham was dark. The autumn winds made dreary noises. Her little brown spaniel, very old, who seemed only to have held on to life just for her return, died. She accused herself terribly for having left it so long when it was failing. Thinking of all the days Lass had been watching for her to come home, as Betty, with that love of woeful recital so dear to simple hearts, took great care to make plain, she felt as if she had been cruel. For events such as these, Jip was both too tender-hearted and too hard on herself. She was quite ill for several days. The moment she was better, Winton, in dismay, whisked her back to Aunt Rosamond in town. He would lose her company, but if it did her good, took her out of herself, he would be content. Running up for the week-end, 3 days later, he was relieved to find her decidedly perked up, and left her again with an easier heart. It was on the day after he went back to Mildenham that she received a letter from Thjorsen, forwarded from Berry Street. He was, it said, just returned to London. He had not forgotten any look that she had ever given him, or any word she had spoken. He should not rest till he could see her again. For a long time, the letter ended. Before I first saw you, I was like the dead, lost. All was bitter apples to me. Now I am a ship that comes from the whirlpools to a warm blue sea. Now I see again the evening star. I kiss your hands, and am your faithful slave, Gustav Thjorsen. These words, which from any other man would have excited her derision, renewed in Jip that fluttered feeling, that pleasurable, frightened sense that she could not get away from his pursuit. She wrote in answer to the address he gave her in London, to say that she was staying for a few days in Curzon Street with her aunt, who would be glad to see him if he cared to come in any afternoon between 5 and 6, and signed herself Jita Winton. She was long over that little note. Its curt formality gave her satisfaction. Was she really mistress of herself and him, able to dispose as she wished? Yes, and surely the note showed it. It was never easy to tell Jip's feelings from her face. Even Winton was often baffled. Her preparation of Aunt Rosamond for the reception of Thjorsen was a masterpiece of casualness. When he duly came, he, too, seemed doubly alive to the need for caution, only gazing at Jip when he could not be seen doing so. But going out, he whispered, "Not like this, not like this. I must see you alone, I must." She smiled and shook her head. But bubbles had come back to the wine in her cup. That evening she said quietly to Aunt Rosamond, "Dad doesn't like Mr. Thjorsen. Can't appreciate his playing, of course." And this most discreet remark caused Aunt Rosamond, avid, in a well-bred way, of music, to omit mention of the intruder when writing to her brother. The next 2 weeks he came almost every day, always bringing his violin, Jip playing his accompaniments, and though his hungry stare sometimes made her feel hot, she would have missed it. But when Winton next came up to Berry Street, she was in a quandary. To confess that Thjorsen was here, having omitted to speak of him in her letters? Not to confess, and leave him to find it out from Aunt Rosamond? Which was worse? Seized with panic, she did neither, but told her father she was dying for a gallop. Hailing that as the best of signs, he took her forthwith back to Mildenham. And curious were her feelings, light-hearted, compunctious as of one who escapes, yet knows she will soon be seeking to return. The meet was rather far next day, but she insisted on riding to it, since old Pettance, the superannuated jockey, charitably employed as extra stable help at Mildenham, was to bring on her second horse. There was a good scenting wind, with rain in the offing, and outside the covert they had a corner to themselves, Winton knowing a trick worth 2 of the fields at large. They had slipped there, luckily unseen, for the knowing were given for following the one-handed horseman in faded pink, who on his bang-tailed black mare had a knack of getting so well away. One of the whips, a little dark fellow with smouldery eyes and sucked-in, weathered cheeks, dashed out of covert, rode past, saluting, and dashed in again. A jay came out with a screech, dived, and doubled back. A hare made off across the fallow. The light brown, lopping creature was barely visible against the brownish soil. Pigeons, very high up, flew over and away to the next wood. The shrilling voices of the whips rose from the covert depths, and just a whimper now and then from the hounds swiftly wheeling their noses among the fern and briars. Jip, crisping her fingers on the reins, drew in deep breath. It smelled so sweet and soft and fresh under that sky, pied of blue, and of white and light grey swift-moving clouds. Not half the wind down here that there was up there, just enough to be carrying off the beech and oak leaves loosened by frost 2 days before. Only a fox would break this side, and they could have the first fields to themselves. It was so lovely to be alone with hounds. One of these came trotting out, a pretty young creature, busy and unconcerned, raising its tan and white head, its mild, reproachful, deep brown eyes at Winton's, Louis tricks. What a darling! A burst of music from the covert, and the darling vanished among the briars. Jip's new brown horse pricked its ears. A young man in a grey cutaway, buff cords, and jack-boots, on a low chestnut mare, came slipping round the covert. Oh, did that mean they were all coming? Impatiently she glanced at this intruder, who raised his hat a little and smiled. That smile, faintly impudent, was so infectious that Jip was melted to a slight response. Then she frowned. He had spoiled their lovely loneliness. Who was he? He looked unpardonably serene and happy sitting there. She did not remember his face at all, yet there was something familiar about it. He had taken his hat off, a broad face, very well cut and clean-shaved, with dark curly hair, extraordinary clear eyes, a bold, cool, merry look. Where had she seen somebody like him? A tiny sound from Winter made her turn her head. The fox, stealing out beyond those further bushes. Breathless, she fixed her eyes on her father's face. It was hard as steel, watching. Not a sound, not a quiver, as if horse and man had turned to metal. Was he never going to give the view-halloo? Then his lips writhed, and out it came. Jip cast a swift smile of gratitude at the young man for having had taste and sense to leave that to her father, and again he smiled at her. There were the first hounds streaming out, one on the other, music and feather. Why didn't Dad go? They would all be round this way in a minute. Then the black mare slid past her, and with a bound her horse followed. The young man on the chestnuts was away on the left, only the huntsman and one whip, besides their 3 selves. Glorious! The brown horse went too fast at that first fence, and Winton called back, "Steady, Jip, steady him!" But she couldn't, and it didn't matter. Grass, 3 fields of grass. Oh, what a lovely fox going so straight! And each time the brown horse rose, she thought, "Perfect! I can ride! Oh, I am happy!" And she hoped her father and the young man were looking. There was no feeling in the world like this, with a leader like Dad, hounds moving free, good going, and the field distance. Better than dancing. Better, yes, better than listening to music. If one could spend one's life galloping, sailing over fences, if it could never stop. The new horse was a darling, though he did pull. He crossed the next fence level with the young man, whose low chestnut mare moved with a stealthy action. His hat was crammed down now, and his face very determined, but his lips still had something of that smile. Jip thought, "He's got a good seat, very strong, and he looks like thrusting. Nobody rides like Dad, so beautifully quiet." Indeed, Winton's seat on a horse was perfection, all done with such a minimum expenditure. The hound swung round in a curve. Now she was with them, really with them. What a pace! Cracking! No fox could stand this long. And suddenly she caught sight of him, barely a field ahead, scurrying desperately, brushed down, and the thought flashed through her, "Oh, don't let's catch you. Go on, fox, go on. Get away." Were they really all, after that little hunted red thing, 100 great creatures, horses and men and women and dogs, and only that one little fox? But then came another fence, and quickly another, and she lost feelings of shame and pity in the exultation of flying over them. A minute later the fox went to earth within a few 100 yards of the leading hound, and she was glad. She had been in at deaths before, horrid, but it had been a lovely gallop. And breathless, smiling rapturously, she wondered whether she could mop her face before the wheel came up, without that young man noticing. She could see him talking to her father, and, taking out a wisp of a handkerchief that smelled of cyclamen, she had a good scrub round. When she rode up, the young man raised his hat, and, looking full at her, said, "You did go!" His voice, rather high-pitched, had in it a spice of pleasant laziness. Jip made him an ironical little bow, and murmured, "My new horse, you mean?" He broke again into that irrepressible smile, but all the same she knew that he admired her, and she kept thinking, "Where have I seen someone like him?" They had 2 more runs, but nothing like the first gallop. Nor did she again see the young man, whose name, it seemed, was Summerhay, son of a certain Lady Summerhay at Widrington, 10 miles from Mildenham. All that long, silent jog home with Winton in fading daylight, she felt very happy, saturated with air and elation. The trees and fields, the haystacks, gates, and ponds beside the lanes grew dim. Lights came up in the cottage windows. The air smelled sweet of wood smoke. And for the first time all day she thought of Fierson, thought of him almost longingly. If he could be there in the cosy old drawing-room to play to her while she lay back, drowsing, dreaming by the fire in the scent of burning cedar logs, the Mozart minuet, or that little heart-catching tune of Poise, played the first time she heard him, or a dozen other of the things he played unaccompanied. That would be the most lovely ending to this lovely day. Just the glow and warmth wanting to make all perfect, the glow and warmth of music and adoration. And, touching the mare with her heel, she sighed. To indulge fancies about music and Fjorsson was safe here, far away from him. She even thought she would not mind if he were to behave again as he had under the birch trees in the rain at Wiesbaden. It was so good to be adored. Her old mare, ridden now 6 years, began the series of contented snuffles that signified she smelt home. Here was the last turn, and the loom of the short beech-tree avenue to the house. The old manor-house, comfortable, roomy, rather dark, with wide, shallow stairs. Ah, she was tired, and it was drizzling now. She would be nicely stiff tomorrow. In the light coming from the open door she saw Marky standing, and, while fishing from her pocket the usual lumps of sugar, heard him say, "Mr. Fjorsson, sir, gentleman from Wiesbaden, to see you." Her heart thumped. What did this mean? Why had he come? How had he dared? How could he have been so treacherous to her? Ah, but he was ignorant, of course, that she had not told her father. A veritable judgment on her. She ran straight in and up the stairs. The voice of Betty, "Your bath's ready, Miss Jip," roused her, and crying, "Oh, Betty, darling, bring me up my tea," she ran into the bathroom. She was safe there, and in the delicious heat of the bath faced the situation better. There could be only one meaning. He had come to ask for her. And suddenly she took comfort. Better so. There would be no more secrecy from Dad, and he would stand between her and Fjorsson if she decided not to marry him. The thought staggered her. Had she, without knowing it, got so far as this? Yes, and further. It was all no good. Fjorsson would never accept refusal, even if she gave it. But did she want to refuse? She loved hot baths, but had never stayed in one so long. Life was so easy there, and so difficult outside. Betty's knock forced her to get out at last, and let her in with tea and the message. Would Miss Jip please to go down when she was ready? End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 6. Winton was staggered. With a glance at Jip's vanishing figure, he said curtly to Marky, "Where have you put this, gentleman?" The use of the word "this" was the only trace he showed of his emotions. In that little journey across the hall he entertained many extravagant thoughts. Arrived at the study, he inclined his head courteously enough, waiting for Fjorsson to speak. The fiddler, still in his fur-lined coat, was twisting a squash hat in his hands. In his own peculiar style he was impressive. But why couldn't he look you in the face? Or if he did, why did he seem about to eat you? "You knew I was returned to London, Major Vinton?" Then Jip had been seeing the fellow without letting him know. The thought was chill and bitter to Winton. He must not give her away, however, and he simply bowed. He felt that his visitor was afraid of his frigid courtesy, and he did not mean to help him over that fear. He could not, of course, realize that this ascendancy would not prevent Fjorsson from laughing at him behind his back and acting as if it did not exist. No real contest, in fact, was possible between men moving on such different planes, neither having the slightest respect for the other's standards or beliefs. Fjorsson, who had begun to pace the room, stopped and said with agitation, "Major Vinton, your daughter is the most beautiful thing on earth. I love her desperately. I am a man with a future, though you may not think it. I have what future I like in my art, if only I can marry her. I have a little money, too, not much, but in my violin there is all the fortune she can want." Vincent's face expressed nothing but cold contempt. That this fellow should take him for one who would consider money in connection with his daughter simply affronted him. Fjorsson went on. "You do not like me, that is clear. I saw it at the first moment. You are an English gentleman." He pronounced the words with a sort of irony. "I am nothing to you. Yet in my world I am something. I'm not an adventurer. Will you permit me to beg your daughter to be my wife?" He raised his hands that still held the hat. Involuntarily they had assumed the attitude of prayer. For a second Winton realized that he was suffering. That weakness went in a flash, and he said frigidly, "I'm obliged to you, sir, for coming to me first. You're in my house, and I don't want to be discourteous, but I shall be glad if you will be good enough to withdraw and take it that I shall certainly oppose your wish as best as I can." The almost childish disappointment and trouble in Fjolson's face changed quickly to an expression fierce, furtive, mocking, and then shifted to despair. "Major Vinton, you have loved. You must have loved her mother. I suffer." Winton, who had turned abruptly to the fire, faced round again. "I don't control my daughter's affections, sir. She will do as she wishes. I merely say it will be against my hopes and judgments if she marries you. I imagine you've not altogether waited for my leave. I was not blind to the way you hung about her at Wiesbaden, Mr. Fjolson." Fjolson answered with a twisted, miserable smile. "Poor wretches do what they can. May I see her? Let me just see her." Was it any good to refuse? She had been seeing the fellow already without his knowledge, keeping from him, all her feelings, whatever they were. And he said, "I'll send for her. In the meantime, perhaps you'll have some refreshment?" Fjolson shook his head, and there followed half an hour of acute discomfort. Winton, in his mud-stained clothes before the fire, supported it better than his visitor. That child of nature, after endeavouring to emulate his host's quietude, renounced all such efforts with an expressive gesture, fidgeted here, fidgeted there, tramped the room, went to the window, drew aside the curtains and stared out into the dark, came back as if resolved again to confront Winton, then, baffled by that figure so motionless before the fire, flung himself down in an arm-chair and turned his face to the wall. Winton was not cruel by nature, but he enjoyed the writhings of this fellow who was endangering Jip's happiness. Endangering? Surely not possible that she would accept him. Yet if not, why had she not told him? And he, too, suffered. Then she came. He had expected her to be pale and nervous, but Jip never admitted being naughty till she had been forgiven. Her smiling face had in it a kind of warning closeness. She went up to Fjolson, and holding out her hand, said calmly, "How nice of you to come." Winton had the bitter feeling that he was the outsider. Well, he would speak plainly. There had been too much underhand doing. "Mr. Fjolson has done the honour to wish to marry you. I've told him that you decide such things for yourself. If you accept him, it will be against my wish, naturally." While he was speaking, the glow in her cheeks deepened. She looked neither at him nor at Fjolson. Winton noted the rise and fall of the lace on her breast. She was smiling, and gave the tiniest shrug of her shoulders. And, suddenly smitten to the heart, he walked stiffly to the door. It was evident that she had no use for his guidance. If her love for him was not worth to her more than this fellow... But there his resentment stopped. He knew that he could not afford wounded feelings, could not get on without her. Married to the greatest rascal on earth, he would still be standing by her, wanting her companionship and love. He represented too much in the present, and the past. With sore heart indeed, he went down to dinner. Fjolson was gone when he came down again. What the fellow had said, or she had answered, he would not for the world have asked. Gulfs between the proud are not lightly bridged. And when she came up to say good night, both their faces were as though coated with wax. In the days that followed she gave no sign, uttered no word in any way suggesting that she meant to go against his wishes. Fjolson might not have existed for any mention made of him. But Winton knew well that she was moping and cherishing some feeling against himself, and this he could not bear. So one evening after dinner he said quietly, "Tell me frankly, Jip, do you care for that chap?" He answered as quietly, "In a way, yes."
Is that enough?
I don't know, Dad.
My lips had quivered, and Winton's heart softened as it always did when he saw her moved. He put his hand out, covered one of hers, and said, I shall never stand in the way of your happiness, Jip, but it must be happiness. Can it possibly be that? I don't think so. You know what they said of him out there. Yes. He had not thought she knew, and his heart sank. That's pretty bad, you know. And is he of our world at all? Jip looked up. Do you think I belong to our world, Dad? Winton turned away. She followed, slipping her hand under his arm. I didn't mean to hurt, but it's true, isn't it? I don't belong among society people. They wouldn't have me, you know, if they knew about what you told me. Ever since that, I've felt I don't belong to them. I'm nearer him. Music means more to me than anything. Winton gave her hand a convulsive grip. A sense of coming defeat and bereavement was on him. If your happiness went wrong, Jip, I should be most awfully cut up. But why shouldn't I be happy, Dad? If you were, I could put up with anyone, but I tell you, I can't believe you would be. I beg you, my dear, for God's sake, make sure. I'll put a bullet into the man who treats you badly. Jip laughed, then kissed him, but they were silent. At bedtime he said, We'll go up to town tomorrow. Whether from a feeling of the inevitable or from the forlorn hope that seeing more of the fellow might be the only chance of curing her, he put no more obstacles in the way. And the queer courtship began again. By Christmas she had consented, still under the impression that she was the mistress, not the slave, the cat, not the bird. Once or twice, when Fioson let passion out of hand and his overbold caresses affronted her, she recoiled almost with dread from what she was going toward. But in general she lived elated, intoxicated by music and his adoration, withal remorseful that she was making her father sad. He was but little at Mildenham, and he in his unhappiness was there nearly all the time, riding extra hard and leaving Jip with his sister. Aunt Rosamond, though under the spell of Fioson's music, had agreed with her brother that Fioson was impossible. But nothing she said made any effect on Jip. It was new and startling to discover in this soft, sensitive girl such a vein of stubbornness. Opposition seemed to harden her resolution, and the good lady's natural optimism began to persuade her that Jip would make a silk purse out of that sow's ear yet. After all, the man was a celebrity in his way. It was settled for February. A house with a garden was taken in St. John's Wood. The last month went, as all such last months go, in those intoxicating pastimes, the buying of furniture and clothes. If it were not for that, who knows how many engagement knots would slip? And today they had been married. For the last, Winton had hardly believed it would come to that. He had shaken the hand of her husband and kept pain and disappointment out of his face, knowing well that he deceived no one. Thank heaven, there had been no church, no wedding cake, invitations, congratulations, fal-lals of any kind. He could never have stood them. Not even Rosamond, who had influenza, to put up with. Lying back in the recesses of that old chair, he stared into the fire. They would be just about at Torquay by now, just about. Music. Who would have thought noises made out of string and wood could have stolen her away from him? Yes, they would be at Torquay by now, at their hotel. And the first prayer Winton had uttered for years escaped his lips. Let her be happy. Let her be happy. Then, hearing Marky open the door, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 1.
When a girl first sits opposite the man she has married, of what does she think? Not of the issues and emotions that lie in wait. They are too overwhelming. She would avoid them while she can. Jip thought of her frock, a mushroom-coloured velvet cord. Not many girls of her class are married without fal-lals, as Winton had called them. Not many girls sit in the corner of their reserved first-class compartments without the excitement of having been supreme centre of the world for some flattering hours to buoy them up on that train journey, with no memories of friends' behaviour, speech, appearance to chat of with her husband, so as to keep thought away. But Jip, her dress first worn that day, Betty's breakdown, the faces, blank as hats, of the registrar and clerk, were about all she had to distract her. She stole a look at her husband, clothed in blue serge, just opposite. Her husband, Mrs. Gustav Thjörsen. No, people might call her that. To herself she was Gita Winton. Gita Thjörsen would never seem right. And, not confessing that she was afraid to meet his eyes, but afraid all the same, she looked out of the window. A dull, bleak, dismal day, no warmth, no sun, no music in it. The Thames as grey as lead, the willows on its banks forlorn. Suddenly she felt his hand on hers. She had not seen his face like that before. Yes, once or twice when he was playing, a spirit shining through. She felt suddenly secure. If it stayed like that, then? His hand rested on her knee. His face changed just a little. The spirit seemed to waver, to be fading. His lips grew fuller. He crossed over and sat beside her. Instantly she began to talk about their house, where they were going to put certain things, presents and all that. He, too, talked of the house. But every now and then he glanced at the corridor and muttered. It was pleasant to feel that the thought of her possessed him through and through, but she was tremulously glad of that corridor. Life is mercifully made up of little things, and Jip was always able to live in the moment. In the hours they had spent together, up to now, he had been like a starved man snatching hasty meals. Now that he had her to himself for good, he was another creature altogether, like a boy out of school, and kept her laughing nearly all the time. Presently he got down his practice violin, and, putting on the mute, played, looking at her over his shoulder with a droll smile. She felt happy, much warmer at heart now. And when his face was turned away, she looked at him. He was so much better looking now than when he had those little whiskers. One day she had touched one of them and said, "Ah, if only these wings could fly!" Next morning they had flown. His face was not one to be easily got used to. She was not used to it yet, any more than she was used to his touch. When it grew dark and he wanted to draw down the blinds, she caught him by the sleeve and said, "No, no, they'll think we're honeymooners." "Well, my Jib, are we not?" But he obeyed. Only, as the hours went on, his eyes seemed never to let her alone. At Torquay the sun was clear and starry. The wind brought whiffs of sea scent into their cab. Lights winked far out on a headland, and in the little harbour, all bluish dark, many little boats floated like tame birds. He had put his arm round her, and she could feel his hand resting on her heart. He was grateful that he kept so still. When the cab stopped and they entered the hall of the hotel, she whispered, "Don't let's let them see." Still, mercifully, little things. Inspecting the 3 rooms, getting the luggage divided between dressing-room and bedroom, unpacking, wondering which dress to put on for dinner, stopping to look out over the dark rocks and the sea, where the moon was coming up, wondering if she dared lock the door while she was dressing, deciding that it would be silly, dressing so quickly, fluttering when she found him suddenly there close behind her, beginning to do up her hooks. Those fingers were too skilful. It was the first time she thought of his past with a sort of hurt pride and fastidiousness. When he had finished, he twisted her round, held her away, looked at her from head to foot, and said below his breath, "Mine." Her heart beat fast then, but suddenly he laughed, slipped his arm about her, and danced her twice round the room. He let her go demurely down the stairs in front of him, saying, "They shan't see, my Jip. Oh, they shan't see. We are old married people, tired of each other, very." At dinner it amused him at first, too a little, to keep up this farce of indifference. But every now and then he turned and stared at some inoffensive visitor who was taking interest in them, with such fierce and genuine contempt that Jip took alarm, whereon he laughed. When she had drunk a little wine, and he had drunk a good deal, the farce of indifference came to its end. He talked at a great rate now, slightly nicknaming the waiters and mimicking the people around, happy thrusts that made her smile but shiver a little, lest they should be heard or seen. Their heads were close together across the little table. They went out into the lounge. Coffee came, and he wanted her to smoke with him. She had never smoked in a public room, but it seemed stiff and missish to refuse. She must do now as his world did. And it was another little thing. She wanted little things, all the time wanted them. She drew back a window curtain, and they stood there side by side. The sea was deep blue beneath bright stars, and the moon shone through a ragged pine tree on a little headland. Though she stood 5 feet 6 in her shoes, she was only up to his mouth. He sighed and said, "Beautiful night, my Jip." Suddenly it struck her that she knew nothing of what was in him, and yet he was her husband. Husband. Funny word, not pretty. He felt as a child opening the door of a dark room, and, clutching his arm, said, "Look, there's a sailing boat. What's it doing out there at night?" Another little thing. Any little thing. Presently he said, "Come upstairs. I'll play to you." Up in their sitting room was a piano, but not possible. Tomorrow they would have to get another. Tomorrow. The fire was hot, and he took off his coat to play. In one of his shirt sleeves there was a rent. She thought with a sort of triumph, "I shall mend that." It was something definite, actual, a little thing. There were lilies in the room that gave a strong, sweet scent. He brought them up to her to sniff, and while she was sniffing, stooped suddenly and kissed her neck. She shut her eyes with a shiver. He took the flowers away at once, and when she opened her eyes again, his violin was at his shoulder. For a whole hour he played, and Jip, in her cream-coloured frock, lay back, listening. She was tired, not sleepy. It would be nice to have been sleepy. Her mouth had its little sad tuck or dimple at the corner. Her eyes were deep and dark, a cloudy child. His gaze never left her face. He played, and his own fitful face grew clouded. At last he put away the violin and said, "Go to bed, Jip. You're tired." Obediently she got up and went into the bedroom. With a sick feeling in her heart, and as near the fire as she could get, she undressed with desperate haste and got to bed. An age, it seemed. She lay there, shivering in her flimsy lawn against the cold sheets, her eyes not quite closed, watching the flicker of the firelight. She did not think, could not, just lay stiller than the dead. The door creaked. She shut her eyes. Had she a heart at all? It did not seem to beat. She lay thus, with eyes shut, till she could bear it no longer. By the firelight she saw him crouching at the foot of the bed, could just see his face, like a face. A face, where's he? Oh, yes, a picture of a wild man crouching at the feet of Iphigenia. So humble, so hungry, so lost in gazing. She gave a little smothered sob, and held out her hand. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 2. Jip was too proud to give by halves, and in those early days she gave Thjorsen everything, except her heart. She earnestly desired to give that too, but hearts only give themselves. Perhaps if the wild man in him, maddened by beauty and its power, had not so ousted the spirit man, her heart might have gone with her lips and the rest of her. He knew he was not getting her heart, and it made him, in the wildness of his nature and the perversity of a man, go just the wrong way to work, trying to conquer her by the senses, not the soul. Yet she was not unhappy. It cannot be said she was unhappy, except for a sort of lost feeling sometimes, as if she were trying to grasp something that kept slipping away. She was glad to give him pleasure. She felt no repulsion. This was man's nature. Only there was always that feeling that she was not close. When he was playing, with the spirit look on his face, she would feel, Now, surely I shall get close to him. The look would go. How to keep it there she did not know, and when it went, her feeling went too. Their little suite of rooms was at the very end of the hotel, so that he might play as much as he wished. When he practised in the mornings, she would go into the garden, which sloped in rock terraces down to the sea. Wrapped in fur, she would sit there with a book. She soon knew each evergreen or flower that was coming out, Aubricia and Laurustinus, a little white flower whose name was uncertain, and one star periwinkle. The air was often soft, the birds sang already and were busy with their weddings, and twice at least spring came in her heart, that wonderful feeling when first the whole being scents new life preparing in the earth and the wind, the feeling that only comes when spring is not yet, and one aches and rejoices all at once. Seagulls often came over her, craning down their greedy bills and uttering cries like a kitten's mewing. Out here she had feelings that she did not get with him, of being at one with everything. She did not realize how tremendously she had grown up in these few days, how the ground bass had already come into the light music of her life. Living with Fürsten was opening her eyes to much beside mere knowledge of man's nature. With her perhaps fatal receptivity, she was already soaking up the atmosphere of his philosophy. He was always in revolt against accepting things because he was expected to. But, like most executant artists, he was no reasoner, just a mere instinctive kicker against the pricks. He would lose himself in delight with a sunset, a scent, a tune, a new caress, in a rush of pity for a beggar or a blind man, a rush of aversion from a man with large feet or a long nose, of hatred for a woman with a flat chest or an expression of sanctimony. He would swing along when he was walking, or dawdle. He would sing and laugh, and make her laugh too, till she ate, and half an hour later would sit staring into some pit of darkness in a sort of powerful brooding of his whole being. Insensibly she shared in this deep drinking of sensation, but always gracefully, fastidiously, never losing sense of other people's feelings. In his love raptures, he just avoided setting her nerves on edge, because he never failed to make her feel his enjoyment of her beauty. That perpetual consciousness, too, of not belonging to the proper and respectable, which she had tried to explain to her father, made her set her teeth against feeling shocked. But in other ways he did shock her. She could not get used to his utter oblivion of people's feelings, to the ferocious contempt with which he would look at those who got on his nerves, and make half-audible comments, just as he had commented on her own father when he and Count Rosek passed them by the Schiller statue. She would visibly shrink at those remarks, though they were sometimes so excruciatingly funny that she had to laugh, and feel dreadful immediately after. She saw that he resented her shrinking. It seemed to excite him to run amok the more. But she could not help it. Once she got up and walked away. He followed her, sat on the floor beside her knees, and thrust his head like a great cat under her hand. "Forgive me, my Jip, but they are such brutes. Who could help it? Now tell me, who could, except my Jip?" She had to forgive him. But one evening when he had been really outrageous during dinner, she answered, "No, I can't. It's you that are the brute. You were a brute to them." He leaped up with a face of furious gloom and went out of the room. It was the first time he had given way to anger with her. Jip sat by the fire, very disturbed, chiefly because she was not really upset at having hurt him. Surely she ought to be feeling miserable at that. But when, at 10 o'clock, he had not come back, she began to flutter in earnest. He had said such a dreadful thing, and yet in her heart she did not take back her judgment. He really had been a brute. She would have liked to soothe herself by playing, but it was too late to disturb people, and, going to the window, she looked out over the sea, feeling beaten and confused. This was the first time she had given free rein to her feeling against what Winter would have called his boundarism. If he had been English, she would never have been attracted by one who could trample so on other people's feelings. What then had attracted her? His strangeness, wildness, the mesmeric pull of his passion for her. His music. Nothing could spoil that in him. The sweep, the surge and sigh in his playing was like the sea out there, dark and surf-edged, beating on the rocks, or the sea deep-coloured in daylight with white gulls over it, or the sea with those sinuous paths made by the wandering currents, the subtle, smiling, silent sea, holding in suspense its unfathomable restlessness, waiting to surge and spring again. That was what she wanted from him. Not his embraces, not even his adoration, his wit, or his queer, lithe comeliness touched with felinity. No, only that in his soul which escaped through his fingers into the air, and dragged at her soul. If when he came in she were to run to him, throw his arms round his neck, make herself feel close, lose herself in him, why not? It was her duty. Why not her delight too? But she shivered. Some instinct too deep for analysis, something in the very heart of her nerves, made her recoil, as if she were afraid, literally scared of letting herself go, of loving. The subtlest instinct of self-preservation against something fatal, against being led on beyond. Yes, it was like that curious, instinctive sinking which some feel at the mere sight of a precipice, a dread of going near, lest they should be drawn on and over by restless attraction. She passed into their bedroom, and began slowly to undress. To go to bed without knowing where he was, what doing, thinking, seemed already a little odd. And she sat brushing her hair slowly with the silver-backed brushes, staring at her own pale face, whose eyes looked so very large and dark. At last there came to her the feeling, "I can't help it. I don't care." And, getting into bed, she turned out the light. It seemed queer and lonely. There was no fire. And then, without more ado, she slept. She had a dream of being between Fjorsson and her father in a railway carriage out at sea, with the water rising higher and higher, swishing and sighing. Awakening always, like a dog, to perfect presence of mind, she knew that he was playing in the sitting-room. Playing? At what time of night? She lay listening to a quivering, gibbering tune that she did not know. Should she be first to make it up, or should she wait for him? Twice she half slipped out of bed, but both times, as if fate meant her not to move, he chose that moment to swell out the sound, and each time she thought, "No, I can't. It's just the same now. He doesn't care how many people he wakes up. He does just what he likes, and cares nothing for anyone." And covering her ears with her hands, she continued to lie motionless. When she withdrew her hands at last, he had stopped. Then she heard him coming and feigned sleep, but he did not spare even sleep. She submitted to his kisses without a word, her heart hardening within her. Surely he smelled of brandy. Next morning he seemed to have forgotten it all, but Jip had not. She wanted badly to know what he had felt, where he had gone, but was too proud to ask. She wrote twice to her father in the first week, but afterwards, except for a postcard now and then, she never could. Why tell him what she was doing in company of one whom he could not bear to think of? Had he been right? To confess that would hurt her pride too much. But she began to long for London. The thought of her little house was a green spot to dwell on. When they were settled in and could do what they liked without anxiety about people's feelings, it would be all right, perhaps. When he could start again, really working, and she helping him, all would be different. Her new house and so much to do, her new garden and fruit trees coming into blossom. She would have dogs and cats, would ride when Dad was in town. Aunt Rosamond would come, friends, evenings of music, dances still, perhaps. He danced beautifully and loved it as she did. And his concerts, the elation of being identified with his success. But above all, the excitement of making her home as dainty as she could, with daring experiments in form and colour. And yet, at heart, she knew that to be already looking forward, banning the present, was a bad sign. One thing at all events she enjoyed: sailing. They had blue days when even the March sun was warm, and there was just breeze enough. He got on excellently well with the old salt whose boat they used, for he was at his best with simple folk whose lingo he could understand about as much as they could understand his. In those hours Jip had some real sensations of romance. The sea was so blue, the rocks and wooded spurs of that southern coast so dreamy in the bright land haze. Oblivious of the old salt, he would put his arm round her. Out there she could swallow down her sense of form and be grateful for feeling nearer to him in spirit. She made loyal efforts to understand him in these weeks that were bringing a certain disillusionment. The elemental part of marriage was not the trouble. If she did not herself feel passion, she did not resent his. When, after one of those embraces, his mouth curled with a little bitter smile, as if to say, "Yes, much you care for me," she would feel compunctious and yet aggrieved. But the trouble lay deeper, the sense of an insuperable barrier, and always that deep instinctive recoil from letting herself go. She could not let herself be known, and she could not know him. Why did his eyes often fix her with a stare that did not seem to see her? What made him, in the midst of serious playing, break into some furious or desolate little tune, or drop his violin? What gave him those long hours of dejection, following the maddest gaiety? Above all, what dreams had he in those rare moments when music transformed his strange, pale face? Or was it a mere physical illusion? Had he any dreams? The heart of another is a dark forest, to all but the one who loves. One morning he held up a letter. "Aha! Paul Rosek went to see our house. A pretty dove's nest, he calls it." The memory of the Pole's sphinx-like, sweetish face, and eyes that seemed to know so many secrets, always affected Jip unpleasantly. She said quietly, "Why do you like him, Gustav?" "I like him? Oh, he is useful, a good judge of music, and many things." "I think he is hateful." Dawson laughed. "Hateful? Why hateful, my Jip? He is a good friend, and he admires you. Oh, he admires you very much. He has success with women. He always says, 'J'ai une technique merveilleuse pour séduire une femme.'" Jip laughed. "Oh, he's like a toad, I think." "I should tell him that. He will be flattered. If you give me away, He jumped up and caught her in his arms. His face was so comically compunctious that she calmed down at once. He thought over her words afterwards and regretted them. All the same, Rosek was a sneak and a cold sensualist, she was sure, and the thought that he had been spying at their little house tarnished her anticipations of homecoming. They went to town 3 days later. While the taxi was skirting Lord's cricket ground, Jip slipped her hand into Fiorson's. She was brimful of excitement. The trees were budding in the gardens that they passed, the almond blossom coming, yes, really coming. They were in the road now. 5, 7, 9, 13. 2 more. There it was, 19, in white figures on the leaf-green railings under the small green lilac pods. Yes, and their almond blossom was out too. She could just catch a glimpse over those tall railings of the low white house with its green outside shutters. She jumped out almost into the arms of Betty, who stood smiling all over her broad flushed face, while from under each arm peered forth the head of a black devil, with pricked ears and eyes as bright as diamonds. "Betty, what darlings!" "A Major Winton's present, my dear ma'am." Giving the stout shoulders a hug, Jip seized the black devils and ran up the path under the trellis, while the Scotch terrier pups, squeezed against her breast, made confused small noises and licked her nose and ears. Through the square hall she ran into the drawing-room, which opened out onto the lawn, and there, in the French window, stood, spying back at the spick-and-span room, where everything was, of course, placed just wrong. The colouring, white, ebony, and satinwood, looked nicer even than she had hoped. Out in the garden, her own garden, the pear trees were thickening, but not in blossom yet. A few daffodils were in bloom along the walls, and a magnolia had one bud opened. And all the time she kept squeezing the puppies to her, enjoying their young, warm, fluffy savour, and letting them kiss her. She ran out of the drawing-room, up the stairs. Her bedroom, the dressing-room, the spare room, the bathroom. She dashed into them all. Oh, it was nice to be in your own place, to be... Suddenly she felt herself lifted off the ground from behind, and in that undignified position, her eyes flying, she turned her face till he could reach her lips. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 3. To wake and hear the birds at early practice and feel that winter is over, is there any pleasanter moment? That first morning in her new house, Jip woke with the sparrow, or whatever the bird which utters the first cheeps and twitters, soon eclipsed by so much that is more important in bird-song. It seemed as if all the feathered creatures in London must be assembled in her garden, and the old verse came into her head. All dear nature's children sweet lie at bride and bridegroom's feet, blessing their sense. Not a creature of the air, bird melodious or bird fair, be absent hence. She turned and looked at her husband. He lay with his head snoozled down into the pillow, so that she could only see his thick rumpled hair. And a shiver went through her, exactly as if a strange man were lying there. Did he really belong to her, and she to him, for good? And was this their house, together? It all seemed somehow different, more serious and troubling in this strange bed of this strange room that was to be so permanent. Careful not to wake him, she slipped out and stood between the curtains and the window. Light was all in confusion yet. Away low down behind the trees the rose of dawn still clung. One might almost have been in the country, but for the faint rumorous noises of the town beginning to wake, and that film of ground mist which veils the feet of London mornings. She thought, I am mistress in this house, have to direct it all, see to everything. And my pups, oh, what do they eat? This was the first of many hours of anxiety, for she was very conscientious. Her fastidiousness desired perfection, but her sensitiveness refused to demand it of others, especially servants. Why should she harry them? Thjosson had not the faintest notion of regularity. She found that he could not even begin to appreciate her struggles in housekeeping, and she was much too proud to ask his help, or perhaps too wise, since he was obviously unfit to give it. To live like the birds of the air was his motto. Jip would have liked nothing better, but for that one must not have a house with 3 servants, several meals, 2 puppy dogs, and no great experience of how to deal with any of them. He spoke of her difficulties to no one, and suffered them more. With Betty, who, bone conservative, admitted Thjosson as hardly as she had once admitted Winton, she had to be very careful. But her great trouble was with her father. Though she longed to see him, she literally dreaded their meeting. He first came, as he had been wont to come when she was a tiny girl, at the hour when he thought the fellow to whom she now belonged would most likely be out. Her heart beat when she saw him under the trellis. She opened the door herself and hung about him so that his shrewd eyes should not see her face. And she began at once to talk of the puppies, whom she had named Don and Doff. They were perfect darlings. Nothing was safe from them. Her slippers were completely done for. They had already got into her china cabinet and gone to sleep there. He must come and see all over. Hooking her arm into his, and talking all the time, she took him upstairs and down and out into the garden, to the studio or music-room at the end, which had an entrance to itself onto a back lane. This room had been the great attraction. Thjosson could practise there in peace. Winton went along with her very quietly, making a shrewd comment now and then. At the far end of the garden, looking over the wall, down into that narrow passage which lay between it and the back of another garden, he squeezed her arm suddenly and said, "Well, Jip, what sort of a time?" The question had come at last. "Oh, rather lovely, in some ways." But she did not look at him, nor he at her. "See, Dad, the cats have made quite a path there." Winton bit his lips and turned from the wall. The thought of that fellow was bitter within him. She meant to tell him nothing, meant to keep up that light-hearted look, which didn't deceive him a bit. "Look at my crocuses! It's really spring today." It was. Even a bee or two had come. The tiny leaves had a transparent look, too thin as yet to keep the sunlight from passing through them. The purple, delicate-veined crocuses, with little flames of orange blowing from their centres, seemed to hold the light as in cups. A wind, without harshness, swung the boughs. A dry leaf or two still rustled round here and there. And on the grass, and in the blue sky, and on the almond blossom, was the first spring brilliance. Jip clasped her hands behind her head. "Lovely to feel the spring." Winton thought, "She's changed." She had softened, quickened, more depth of colour in her, more gravity, more sway in her body, more sweetness in her smile. But was she happy? A voice said, "Ah, what a pleasure!" The fellow had slung up like the great cat he was, and it seemed to Winton that Jip had winced. "Dad thinks we ought to have dark curtains in the music-room, Gustav." Thilson made a bow. Yes, like a London club." Winton, watching, was sure of supplication in her face, and, forcing a smile, he said, "You seem very snug here. Glad to see you again. Jip looks splendid." Another of those bows he so detested. Mountebank. Never would he be able to stand the fellow. But he would not show it. And as soon as he decently could, he went, taking his lonely way back through this region, of which his knowledge was almost limited to Lord's cricket ground, with a sense of doubt and desolation and irritation more than ever, mixed with the resolve to be always at hand if the child wanted him. He had not been gone 10 minutes before Aunt Rosamond appeared, with a crutch-handled stick and a gentlemanly limp, for she, too, indulged her ancestors in gout. The desire for exclusive possession of their friends is natural to some people, and the good lady had not known how fond she was of her niece till the girl had slipped off into this marriage. She wanted her back, to go about with and make much of, as before. And her well-bred drawl did not quite disguise this feeling. Jip could detect Thjorsen subtly mimicking that drawl, and her ears began to burn. The puppies afforded her diversion. Their points, noses, boldness, and food held the danger in abeyance for some minutes. Then the mimicry began again. When Aunt Rosamond had taken a somewhat sudden leave, Jip stood at the window of her drawing-room with the mask off her face. Thjorsen came up, put his arm round her from behind, and said with a fierce sigh, "Are they coming often, these excellent people?" Jip drew back from him against the wall. "If you love me, why do you try to hurt the people who love me too?" "Because I am jealous. I am jealous even of these puppies." "And shall you try to hurt them?" "If I see them too much near you, perhaps I shall." "You think I can be happy if you hurt things because they love me?" He sat down and drew her onto his knee. She did not resist, but made not the faintest return to his caresses. The first time, the very first friend to come into her own new home, it was too much. Thjorsen said hoarsely, "You do not love me. If you loved me, I should feel it through your lips. I should see it in your eyes. Oh, love me, Jip, you shall." But to say to love, stand and deliver, was not the way to touch Jip. It seemed to her mere ill-bred stupidity. She froze against him in soul, all the more that she yielded her body. When a woman refuses nothing to one whom she does not really love, shadows are already falling on the bride house. Thjorsen knew it, but his self-control about equalled that of the two puppies. Yet, on the whole, those first weeks in her new home were happy, too busy to allow much room for doubting or regret. Several important concerts were fixed for May. She looked forward to these with intense eagerness, and pushed everything that interfered with preparation into the background. As though to make up for that instinctive recoil from giving her heart, of which she was always subconscious, she gave him all her activities, without calculation or reserve. He was ready to play for him all day and every day, just as from the first she had held herself at the disposal of his passion. To fail him in these ways would have tarnished her opinion of herself. But she had some free hours in the morning, for he had the habit of lying in bed till 11, and was never ready for practice before 12. In those early hours she got through her orders and her shopping, that pursuit which to so many women is the only real sport, a chase of the ideal, a pitting of one's taste and knowledge against that of the world at large, a secret passion, even in the beautiful, for making oneself and one's house more beautiful. Jip never went shopping without that faint thrill running up and down her nerves. She hated to be touched by strange fingers, but not even that stopped her pleasure in turning and turning before long mirrors, while the saleswoman or man, with admiration at first crocodilic and then genuine, ran the tips of fingers over those curves, smoothing and pinning and uttering the word "modern." On other mornings she would ride with Winton, who would come for her, leaving her again at her door after their outings. One day, after a ride in Richmond Park, where the horse-chestnuts were just coming into flower, they had late breakfast on the veranda of a hotel before starting for home. Some fruit trees were still in blossom just below them, and the sunlight showering down from a blue sky brightened to silver the windings of the river, and to gold the budding leaves of the oak trees. Winton, smoking his after-breakfast cigar, stared down across the tops of those trees toward the river and the wooded fields beyond. Stealing a glance at him, Jip said very softly, "Did you ever ride with my mother, Dad?" "Only once. The very ride we've been today. She was on a black mare. I had a chestnut." Yes, in that grove on the little hill which they had ridden through that morning, he had dismounted and stood beside her. Jip stretched her hand across the table and laid it on his. "Tell me about her, dear. Was she beautiful?" "Yes." "Dark? Tall?" "Very like you, Jip. A little—" he did not know how to describe that difference. "A little more foreign-looking, perhaps. One of her grandmothers was Italian, you know." "How did you come to love her? Suddenly?" "As suddenly as—" he drew his hand away and laid it on the veranda rail. "As that sun came on my hand." Jip said quietly, as if to herself, "Yes, I don't think I understand that yet." Winton drew breath through his teeth with a subdued hiss. "Did she love you at first sight, too?" He blew out a long puff of smoke. "One easily believes what one wants to, but I think she did. She used to say so." "And how long?" "Only a year." Jip said very softly, "Poor darling Dad." And suddenly she added, "I can't bear to think I killed her. I can't bear it." Winton got up in the discomfort of these sudden confidences. A blackbird, startled by the movement, ceased his song. Jip said in a hard voice, "No, I don't want to have any children." "Without that I shouldn't have had you, Jip." "No, but I don't want to have them. And I don't want to love like that. I should be afraid." Winton looked at her for a long time without speaking, his brows drawn down, frowning, puzzled, as though over his own past. "Love," he said, "it catches you, and you're gone. When it comes, you welcome it, whether it's to kill you or not. Shall we start back, my child?" When she got home, it was not quite noon. She hurried over her bath and dressing and ran out to the music-room. Its walls had been hung with Willesden scrim gilded over. The curtains were silver-grey. There was a divan covered with silver and gold stuff, and a beaten brass fireplace. It was a study in silver and gold, save for 2 touches of fantasy: a screen round the piano-head, covered with brilliantly painted peacocks' tails, and a blue Persian vase in which were flowers of various hues of red. Wilson was standing at the window in a fume of cigarette smoke. He did not turn round. Jip put her hand within his arm and said, "So sorry, dear, but it's only just 12:30. His face was as if the whole world had injured him. "Pity you came back. Very nice riding, I'm sure." Did she not go riding with her own father? What insane jealousy and egomania! He turned away without a word, and sat down at the piano. She was not good at standing injustice, not good at all. The scent of brandy, too, was mixed with the fumes of his cigarette. Drink in the morning was so ugly, really horrid. He sat at the piano, waiting. He would be like this till he had played away the fumes of his ill mood, and then he would come and paw her shoulders and put his lips to her neck. Yes, but it was not the way to behave, not the way to make her love him. She said suddenly, "Gustav, what exactly have I done that you dislike?" "You have had a father." Jip sat quite still for a few seconds, and then began to laugh. He looked so like a sulky child standing there. He turned swiftly on her and put his hand over her mouth. She looked up over that hand which smelled of tobacco. Her heart was doing the grand écart within her, this way in compunction, that way in resentment. His eyes fell before hers. He dropped his hand. "Well, shall we begin?" she said. He answered roughly, "No," and went out into the garden. Jip was left dismayed, disgusted. Was it possible that she could have taken part in such a horrid little scene? She remained sitting at the piano, playing over and over a single passage, without heeding what it was. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 4. So far they had seen nothing of Rosek at the little house. She wondered if Fjorsson had passed on to him her remark, though if he had, he would surely say he hadn't. She had learned that her husband spoke the truth when convenient, not when it caused him pain. About music or any art, however, he could be implicitly relied on, and his frankness was appalling when his nerves were ruffled. But at the first concert she saw Rosek's unwelcome figure on the other side of the gangway, 2 rows back. He was talking to a young girl, whose face, short and beautifully formed, had the opaque transparency of alabaster. With her round blue eyes fixed on him, and her lips just parted, she had a slightly vacant look. Her laugh, too, was just a little vacant, and yet her features were so beautiful, her hair so smooth and fair, her colouring so pale and fine, her neck so white and round, the poise of her body so perfect, that Jip found it difficult to take her glance away. She had refused her aunt's companionship. It might irritate Fjorsson and affect his playing to see her with that stiff English creature. She wanted, too, to feel again the sensations of Wiesbaden. There would be a kind of sacred pleasure in knowing that she had helped to perfect sounds which touched the hearts and senses of so many listeners. She had looked forward to this concert so long. And she sat, scarcely breathing, abstracted from consciousness of those about her, soft and still, radiating warmth and eagerness. Fjorsson looked his worst, as ever, when first coming before an audience. Cold, furtive, defensive, defiant, half turned away, with those long fingers tightening the screws, touching the strings. It seemed queer to think that only 6 hours ago she had stolen out of bed from beside him. Wiesbaden. No, this was not like Wiesbaden. And when he played, she had not the same emotions. She had heard him now too often, knew too exactly how he produced those sounds, knew that their fire and sweetness and nobility sprang from fingers, ear, brain, not from his soul. Nor was it possible any longer to drift off on those currents of sound into new worlds, to hear bells at dawn and the dews of evening as they fell, to feel the divinity of wind and sunlight. The romance and ecstasy that at Wiesbaden had soaked her spirit came no more. He was watching for the weak spots, the passages with which he had struggled and she had struggled. He was distracted by memories of petulance, black moods, and sudden caresses. And then she caught his eye. The look was like, yet how unlike, those looks at Wiesbaden. It had the old love-hunger, but had lost the adoration, its spiritual essence. And she thought, is it my fault, or is it only because he has me now to do what he likes with? It was all another disillusionment, perhaps the greatest yet.
But she kindled and flushed at the applause, and lost herself in pleasure at his success. At the interval she slipped out at once, for her first visit to the artist's room, the mysterious enchantment of a peep behind the scenes. He was coming down from his last recall, and at sight of her his look of bored contempt vanished. Lifting her hand, he kissed it. Jip felt happier than she had since her marriage. Her eyes shone, and she whispered, "Beautiful." He whispered back, "So, do you love me, Jip?" She nodded. And at that moment she did, or thought so. Then people began to come, amongst them her old music master, Monsieur Almost, grey and mahogany as ever, who after a "Merveilleux, très fort" or two to Thjörsen, turned his back on him to talk to his old pupil. So she married Thjörsen. Dear, dear, that was extraordinary, but extraordinary. But what was it like to be always with him? A little funny, not so? And how was her music? It would be spoiled now. Ah, what a pity. No, she must come to him then. Yes, come again. All the time he patted her arm, as if playing the piano, and his fingers, that had the touch of an angel, felt the firmness of her flesh, as though debating whether she were letting it deteriorate. He seemed really to have missed his little friend, to be glad at seeing her again. And Jip, who never could withstand appreciation, smiled at him. More people came. She saw Rosek talking to her husband, and the young alabaster girl standing silent, her lips still a little parted, gazing up at Thjörsen. A perfect figure, though rather short, a dove-like face whose exquisitely shaped, just-opened lips seemed to be demanding sugar-plums. She could not be more than 19. Who was she? A voice said almost in her ear, "How do you do, Mrs. Thjörsen? I am fortunate to see you again at last." She was obliged to turn. If Gustavus had given her away, one would never know it from this velvet-masked creature, with his suave watchfulness and ready composure, who talked away so smoothly. What was it that she so disliked in him? Jip had acute instincts, the natural intelligence deep in certain natures not over-intellectual, but whose feelers are too delicate to be deceived. And for something to say, she asked, "Who is the girl you were talking to, Count Rosek? Her face is so lovely." He smiled, exactly the smile she had so disliked at Wiesbaden. Following his glance, she saw her husband talking to the girl, whose lips at the moment seemed more than ever to ask for sugar-plums. "A young dancer, Daphne Wing, she will make a name, a dove flying. So you admire her, Madame Jip?" Jip said, smiling, "She is very pretty. I can imagine her dancing beautifully." "Will you come one day and see her? She has still to make her debut." Jip answered, "Thank you. I don't know. I love dancing, of course." "Good. I will arrange it." And Jip thought, No, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Why do I not speak the truth? Why didn't I say I hate dancing?" Just then a bell sounded. People began hurrying away. The girl came up to Torozek. "Miss Daphne Wing, Mrs. Thjörsen." Jip put out her hand with a smile. This girl was certainly a picture. Miss Daphne Wing smiled too, and said, with the intonation of those who have been carefully corrected of an accent, "Oh, Mrs. Thjörsen, how beautifully your husband plays, doesn't he?" It was not merely the careful speech, but something lacking when the perfect mouth moved. Spirit, sensibility, who could say? And Jip felt sorry, as at blight on a perfect flower. With a friendly nod, she turned again to Thjörsen, who was waiting to go up onto the platform. Was it at her or at the girl he had been looking? She smiled at him and slid away. In the corridor, Rosek, in attendance, said, "Why not this evening? Come with Gustav to my rooms. She shall dance to us, and we will all have supper. She admires you, Madame Jip. She would love to dance for you." Jip longed for the simple brutality to say, "I don't want to come. I don't like you." But all she could manage was, "Thank you. I will ask Gustav." Once in her seat again, she rubbed the cheek that his breath had touched. A girl was singing now, one of those faces that Jip always admired, reddish gold hair, blue eyes, the very antithesis of herself, and the song was "The Bends of Giora," that strange outpouring from a heart broken by love. "And my heart reft of its own sun." Tears rose in her eyes, and the shiver of some very deep response passed through her. What was it Dad had said? Love catches you, and you're gone. She, who was the result of love like that, did not want to love. The girl finished singing. There was little applause, yet she had sung beautifully. And what more wonderful song in the world? Was it too tragic, too painful, too strange, not pretty enough? Jip felt sorry for her. Her head ached now. She would so have liked to slip away when it was all over. But she had not the needful rudeness. She would have to go through with this evening at Rosex and be gay. And why not? Why this shadow over everything? But it was no new sensation, that of having entered by her own free will on a life which for all effort would not give her a feeling of anchorage or home. Of her own accord she had stepped into the cage. On the way to Rosex's rooms she disguised from Fürsten her headache and depression. He was in one of his boy-out-of-school moods, elated by applause, mimicking her old master, the idolatries of his worshippers, Weir, the girl-dancer's upturned expectant lips. He slipped his arm round Jip in the cab, crushing her against him and sniffing at her cheek as if she had been a flower. Roseg had the first floor of an old-time mansion in Russell Square. The smell of incense or some kindred perfume was at once about one, and on the walls of the dark hall electric light burned in jars of alabaster picked up in the east. The whole place was in fact a sanctum of the collector's spirit. Its owner had a passion for black. The walls, divans, picture frames, even some of the tilings were black, with glimmerings of gold, ivory, and moonlight. On a round black table there stood a golden bowl filled with moonlight-coloured velvety palm and honesty. From a black wall gleamed out the ivory mask of a fawn's face. From a dark niche the little silver figure of a dancing girl. It was beautiful, but deathly. And Jip, though excited always by anything new, keenly alive to every sort of beauty, felt a longing for air and sunlight. It was a relief to get close to one of the black-curtained windows and see the westering sun shower warmth and light on the trees of the square gardens. He was introduced to a Mr. and Mrs. Gallant, a dark-faced, cynical-looking man with clever, malicious eyes, and one of those large cornucopias of women with avid blue stares. The little dancer was not there. She had gone to put on nothing, Roseg informed them. He took Jip the round of his treasures, scarabs, Rop's drawings, death masks, Chinese pictures, and queer old flutes, with an air of displaying them for the first time to one who could truly appreciate. And she kept thinking of that, saying, "Une technique merveilleuse." Her instinct apprehended the refined bone viciousness of this place, where nothing, save perhaps taste, would be sacred. It was her first glimpse into that gilt-edged Bohemia, whence the generosities, the élan, the struggles of the true Bohemia are as rigidly excluded as from the spheres where bishops moved. But she talked and smiled, and no one could have told her that her nerves were crisping as if at contact with a corpse. While showing her those alabaster jars, her host had laid his hand softly on her wrist, and in taking it away he let his fingers, with a touch softer than a kitten's paw, ripple over the skin, then put them to his lips. Ah, there it was, the technique. A desperate desire to laugh seized her, and he saw it. Oh, yes, he saw it. He gave her one look, passed that same hand over his smooth face, and behold, it showed as before, unmortified, unconscious. A deadly little man. When they returned to the salon, as it was called, Miss Daphne Wing, in a black kimono, whence her face and arms emerged more like alabaster than ever, was sitting on a divan beside Fürsten. She arose at once and came across to Jip. "Oh, Mrs. Fürsten." Why did everything she say begin with "oh"? "Isn't this room lovely? It's perfect for dancing. I only brought cream and flame colour. They go so beautifully with black." She threw back her kimono for Jip to inspect her dress, a girdled cream-coloured shift which made her ivory arms and neck seem more than ever dazzling, and her mouth opened as is for a sugar-plum of praise. Then, lowering her voice, she murmured, "Do you know, I'm rather afraid of Count Roseg. Why? Oh, I don't know. He's so critical and smooth, and he comes up so quietly. I do think your husband plays wonderfully. Oh, Mrs. Fjordson, you are beautiful, aren't you? Jip laughed. What would you like me to dance first? A waltz of Chopin? Yes, I love Chopin. Then I shall. I shall dance exactly what you like, because I do admire you, and I'm sure you're awfully sweet. Oh, yes, you are. I can see that. And I think your husband's awfully in love with you. I should be, if I were a man. You know, I've been studying 5 years, and I haven't come out yet. But now Count Rosek's going to back me. I expect it'll be very soon. Will you come to my first night? Mother says I've got to be awfully careful. She only let me come this evening because you were going to be here. Would you like me to begin? She slid across to Rosek, and Jip heard her say, Oh, Mrs. Fjordson wants me to begin. A Chopin waltz, please. The one that goes like this. Rosek went to the piano, the little dancer to the centre of the room. Jip sat down beside Fjordson. Rosek began playing, his eyes fixed on the girl, and his mouth loosened from compression in a sweetish smile. Miss Daphne Wing was standing with her fingertips joined at her breast, a perfect statue of ebony and palest wax. Suddenly she flung away the black kimono. A thrill swept Jip from head to foot. She could dance, that common little girl. Every movement of her round, sinuous body, of her bare limbs, had the ecstasy of natural genius, controlled by the quivering balance of a really fine training. A dove flying, so she was. Her face had lost its vacancy, or rather its vacancy had become divine, having that look, not lost but gone before, which dance demands. Yes, she was a gem, even if she had a common soul. Tears came up in Jip's eyes. It was so lovely, like a dove when it flings itself up in the wind, breasting on up, wings bent back, poised. Abandonment, freedom, chastened, shaped, controlled. When, after the dance, the girl came and sat down beside her, she squeezed her hot little hand, but the caress was for her art, not for this moist little person with the lips avid of sugar plums. Oh, did you like it? I'm so glad. Shall I go and put on my flame colour now? The moment she was gone, comment broke out freely. The dark and cynical gallant thought the girls dancing like a certain Napyakoshka who had been seen in Moscow. Without her, far. The touch of passion would have to be supplied. She wanted love, love. And suddenly Jip was back in the concert hall, listening to the other girls singing the song of a broken heart. My kiss, dear love, like watercress gathered fresh from cool streams. Love. In this abode of form's head, deep cushions, silver dancing girls. Love. He had a sudden sense of deep abasement. What was she, herself, but just a feast for a man's senses? Her home, what, but a place like this? Miss Daphne Wing was back again. Jip looked at her husband's face while she was dancing. His lips. How was it that she could see that disturbance in him and not care? If she had really loved him, to see his lips like that would have hurt her. But she might have understood, perhaps, and forgiven. Now she neither quite understood nor quite forgave. And that night when he kissed her, she murmured, Would you rather it were that girl, not me? That girl, I could swallow her up at a draught. But you, my Jip, I want to drink for ever. Was that true? If she had loved him, how good to hear. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 5. After this, Jip was daily more and more in contact with high Bohemia, that curious composite section of society which embraces the neck of music, poetry, and the drama. She was a success, but secretly she felt that she did not belong to it. Nor, in truth, did Fjordson, who was much too genuine a Bohemian and artist, and mocked at the gallants and even the Roseks of this life, as he mocked at Winton, Aunt Rosamond, and their world. Life with him had certainly one effect on Jip.
It made her feel less and less a part of that old, orthodox, well-bred world which she had known before she married him, but to which she had confessed to Winton she had never felt that she belonged, since she knew the secret of her birth. She was, in truth, much too impressionable, too avid of beauty, and perhaps too naturally critical to accept the dictates of their fact and form-governed routine. Only, of her own accord, she would never have had initiative enough to step out of its circle. Loosened from those roots, unable to attach herself to this new soil, and not spiritually lead with her husband, she was more and more lonely. Her only truly happy hours were those spent with Winton, or at her piano, or with her puppies. She was always wondering at what she had done, longing to find the deep, the sufficient reason for having done it. But the more she sought and longed, the deeper grew her bewilderment, her feeling of being in a cage. Of late, too, another and more definite uneasiness had come to her. She spent much time in her garden, where the blossoms had all dropped, lilac was over, acacias coming into bloom, and blackbirds silent. Winton, who by careful experiment had found that from 3:30 to 6 there was little or no chance of stumbling across his son-in-law, came in nearly every day for tea and a quiet cigar on the lawn. He was sitting there with Jip one afternoon, when Betty, who usurped the functions of parlour-maid whenever the whim moved her, brought out a card on which were printed the words, "Miss Daphne Wing." "Bring her out, please, Betty dear, and some fresh tea and buttered toast. Plenty of buttered toast. Yes, and the chocolates and any other sweet things there are, Betty darling." Betty, with that expression which always came over her when she was called darling, withdrew across the grass, and Jip said to her father, "It's the little dancer I told you of, Dad. Now you'll see something perfect. Only she'll be dressed. It's a pity." She was. The occasion had evidently exercised her spirit. In warm ivory, shrouded by leaf-green chiffon, with a girdle of tiny artificial leaves, and a lightly covered head encircled by other green leaves, she was somewhat like a nymph peering from a bower. If rather too arresting, it was charming, and after all, no frock could quite disguise the beauty of her figure. She was evidently nervous. "Oh, Mrs. Fjorson, I thought you wouldn't mind my coming. I did so want to see you again. Count Rosek said he thought I might. It's all fixed for my coming out. Oh, how do you do?" And with lips and eyes opening at Winton, she sat down in the chair he placed for her. Jip, watching his expression, felt inclined to laugh. Dad and Daphne Wing? And the poor girl so evidently anxious to make a good impression? Presently she asked, "Have you been dancing at Count Rosek's again lately?" "Oh, yes, haven't you? Didn't you? And she stopped. Thought flashed through Jip. "So Gustav's been seeing her and hasn't told me." She said at once, "Ah, yes, of course, I forgot. When is the night of your coming out?" "Next Friday week. Fancy, the Octagon. Isn't it splendid? They've given me such a good engagement. I do so want you and Mr. Fjorson to come, though." Jip, smiling, murmured, "Of course we will. My father loves dancing too, don't you, Dad?" Winton took his cigar from his mouth. "When it's good," he said urbanely. "Oh, mine is good, isn't it, Mrs. Fjorson? I mean, I have worked. Ever since I was 13, you know. I simply love it. I think you would dance beautifully, Mrs. Fjorson. You've got such a perfect figure. I simply love to see you walk." Jip flushed and said, "Do have one of these, Miss Wing. They've got whole raspberries inside." The little dancer put one in her mouth. "Oh, but please don't call me Miss Wing. I wish you'd call me Daphne. Everybody does." Conscious of her father's face, Jip murmured, "It's a lovely name. Won't you have another? These are apricot." "They're perfect. You know, my first dress is going to be all orange blossom. Mr. Fjorson suggested that, but I expect he told you. Perhaps you suggested it, really, did you?" Jip shook her head. "Count Rosek says the world is waiting for me." She paused with a sugar plum halfway to her lips, and added doubtfully, "Do you think that's true?" Jip answered with a soft, "I hope so." "He says I'm something new. It would be nice to think that. He has great taste. So has Mr. Fjorson, hasn't he?" Conscious of the compression in the lips behind the smoke of her father's cigar, and with a sudden longing to get up and walk away, Jip nodded. The little dancer placed the sweet in her mouth, and said complacently, "Of course he has, because he married you." Then, seeming to grow conscious of Winton's eyes fixed so intently on her, she became confused, swallowed hastily, and said, "Oh, isn't it lovely here, like the country? I'm afraid I must go. It's my practice time. It's so important for me not to miss any now, isn't it?" And she rose. Winton got up too. Jip saw the girl's eyes, lighting on his rigid hand, grow round and rounder, and from her, walking past the side of the house, the careful voice floated back, "Oh, I do hope—" What could not be heard. Sinking back in her chair, Jip sat motionless. Bees were murmurous among her flowers, pigeons murmurous among the trees. The sunlight warmed her knees, and her stretched-out feet through the open work of her stockings. The maid's laughter, the delicious growling of the puppies at play in the kitchen, came drifting down the garden, with the distant cry of a milkman up the road. All was very peaceful. But in her heart were such curious, baffled emotions, such strange, tangled feelings. The moment of enlightenment regarding the measure of her husband's frankness came close on the heels of the moment fate had chosen for another revelation, for clinching within her a fear felt for weeks past. She had said to Winton that she did not want to have a child. In those conscious that their birth has caused death or even too great suffering, there is sometimes this hostile instinct. She had not even the consolation that Fjorson wanted children. She knew that he did not. And now she was sure one was coming. But it was more than that. She had not reached, and knew she could not reach, that point of spirit union which alone makes marriage sacred, and the sacrifices demanded by motherhood a joy. She was fairly caught in the web of her foolish and presumptuous mistake. So few months of marriage, and so sure that it was a failure, so hopeless for the future. In the light of this new certainty, it was terrifying. A hard, natural fact is needed to bring a yearning and bewildered spirit to knowledge of the truth. Disillusionment is not welcome to a woman's heart, the less welcome when it is disillusionment with self as much as with another. Her great dedication, her scheme of life. She had been going to, what? Save Fjorson from himself. It was laughable. She had only lost herself. Already she felt imprisoned, and by a child would be all the more bound. To some women, the knowledge that the thing must be brings assuagement of the nerves. Jip was the opposite of those. To force her was the way to stiver up every contrary emotion. She might will herself to acquiesce, but one cannot change one's nature. And so, while the pigeons cooed and the sunlight warmed her feet, she spent the bitterest moments of her life so far. Pride came to her help. She had made a miserable mess of it, but no one must know, certainly not her father, who had warned her so desperately. She had made her bed, and she would have to lie on it. When Winton came back, he found her smiling and said, "I don't see the fascination, Jip." "Don't you think her face really rather perfect?" "Common." "Yes, but that drops off when she's dancing." Winton looked at her from under half-closed eyelids. "With her clothes? What does Fjorson think of her?" Jip smiled. "Does he think of her? I don't know." You could feel the watchful tightening of his face, and suddenly he said, "Daphne Wing, by George!" The words were a masterpiece of resentment and distrust. His daughter in peril from such as that! After he was gone, Jip sat on till the sun had quite vanished and the dew was stealing through her thin frock. She would think of anything, anybody, except herself. To make others happy was the way to be happy, or so they said. She would try, must try. Betty, so stout and with that rheumatism in her leg, did she ever think of herself? Or Aunt Rosamond, with her perpetual rescuings of lost dogs, lame horses, and penniless musicians? And Dad, for all his man-of-the-world ways, was he not always doing little things for the men of his old regiment,
Always thinking of her, too, and what he could do to give her pleasure? To love everybody and bring them happiness. Was it not possible? Only people were hard to love, different from birds and beasts and flowers, to love which seemed natural and easy. She went up to her room and began to dress for dinner. Which of her frocks did he like best? The pale, low-cut amber, or that white, soft one with the coffee-dipped lace? She decided on the latter. Scrutinizing her supple, slender image in the glass, a shudder went through her. That would all go. She would be like those women taking careful exercise in the streets, who made her wonder at their hardihood in showing themselves. It wasn't fair that one must become unsightly, offensive to the eye, in order to bring life into the world. Some women seemed proud to be like that. How was that possible? She would never dare to show herself in the days coming. She finished dressing and went downstairs. It was nearly 8, and Fjorsen had not come in. When the gong was struck, she turned from the window with a sigh, and went in to dinner. That sigh had been relief. She ate her dinner with the 2 pups beside her, sent them off, and sat down at her piano. She played Chopin, studies, waltzes, mazurkas, preludes, a polonaise or 2. And Betty, who had a weakness for that composer, sat on a chair by the door which partitioned off the back premises, having opened it a little. She wished she could go and take a peek at her pretty in her white frock, with the candle flames on each side, and those lovely lilies in the vase close by, smelling beautiful. One of the maids coming too near, she shooed her angrily away. It grew late. The tray had been brought up. The maids had gone to bed. Jip had long stopped playing, had turned out, ready to go up, and by the French window stood gazing out into the dark. How warm it was, warm enough to draw forth the scent of the jessamine along the garden wall. What a star! There always seemed so few stars in London. A sound made her swing round. Something tall was over there in the darkness by the open door. She heard a sigh, and called out, frightened, "Is that you, Gustav?" He spoke some words that she could not understand. Shutting the window quickly, she went toward him. Light from the hall lit up one side of his face and figure. He was pale. His eyes shone strangely. His sleeve was all white. He said thickly, "Little ghost," and then some words that must be Swedish. It was the first time Jip had ever come to close quarters with drunkenness, and her thought was simply, how awful if anybody were to see, how awful. She made a rush to get into the hall and lock the door leading to the back regions, but he caught her frock, ripping the lace from her neck, and his entangled fingers clutched her shoulder. She stopped dead, fearing to make a noise or pull him over, and his other hand clutched her other shoulder, so that he stood steadying himself by her. Why was she not shocked, smitten to the ground with grief and shame and rage? She only felt, what am I to do? How get him upstairs without anyone knowing? She looked up into his face. It seemed to her so pathetic with its shining eyes and its staring whiteness that she could have burst into tears. She said gently, "Gustav, it's all right. Lean on me, we'll go up." His hands, that seemed to have no power or purpose, touched her cheeks, mechanically caressing. More than disgust, she felt that awful pity. Putting her arm round his waist, she moved with him towards the stairs. If only no one heard, if only she could get him quietly up. And she murmured, "Don't talk, you're not well. Lean on me hard." He seemed to make a big effort, his lips puffed out, and with an expression of pride that would have been comic if not so tragic, he muttered something. Holding him close with all her strength, as she might have held one desperately loved, she began to mount. It was easier than she had thought. Only across the landing now, into the bedroom, and then the danger would be over. Done. He was lying across the bed and the door shut. Then for a moment she gave way to a fit of shivering so violent that she could hear her teeth chattering, yet could not stop them. She caught sight of herself in the big mirror. Her pretty lace was all torn. Her shoulders were red where his hands had gripped her, holding himself up. She threw off her dress, put on a wrapper, and went up to him. He was lying in a sort of stupor. and with difficulty she got him to sit up and lean against the bed-rail. Taking off his tie and collar, she racked her brains for what to give him. Sal volatile. Surely that must be right. It brought him to himself, so that he even tried to kiss her. At last he was in bed, and she stood looking at him. His eyes were closed. He would not see if she gave way now. But she would not cry. She would not. One sob came, but that was all. Well, there was nothing to be done now but get into bed too. He undressed and turned out the light. He was in a stertorous sleep. And lying there with eyes wide open, staring into the dark, a smile came on her lips, a very strange smile. She was thinking of all those preposterous young wives she had read of, who, blushing, trembling, murmur into the ears of their young husbands that they have something to tell them. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 6. Looking at Fjordsen next morning, still sunk in heavy sleep, her first thought was, he looks exactly the same. And suddenly it seemed queer to her that she had not been, and still was not, disgusted. It was all too deep for disgust, and somehow too natural. She took this new revelation of his unbridled ways without resentment. Besides, she had long known of this taste of his. One cannot drink brandy and not betray it. She stole noiselessly from bed, noiselessly gathered up his boots and clothes all tumbled onto a chair, and took them forth to the dressing-room. There she held the garments up to the early light and brushed them. Then, noiseless, stole back to the bed with needle and thread and her lace. No one must know. Not even he must know. For the moment she had forgotten that other thing so terrifically important. It came back to her, very sudden, very sickening. So long as she could keep it secret, no one should know that either. He least of all. The morning passed as usual, but when she came to the music-room at noon, she found that he had gone out. She was just sitting down to lunch when Betty, with the bored smile which prevailed on her moon face when someone had tickled the right side of her, announced, "Count Rosek." Jip got up, startled. "Say that Mr. Fjordsen is not in, Betty, but ask if he will come and have some lunch, and get a bottle of hock up, please." In the few seconds before her visitor appeared, Jip experienced the sort of excitement one has entering a field where a bull is grazing. But not even his severest critics could accuse Rosek of want of tact. He had hoped to see Gustav, but it was charming of her to give him lunch, a great delight. He seemed to have put off, as if for her benefit, his corsets, and some, at all events, of his offending looks, seemed simpler, more genuine. His face was slightly browned, as if, for once, he had been taking his due of air and sun. He talked without cynical sub-meanings, was most appreciative of her charming little house, and even showed some warmth in his sayings about art and music. Jip had never disliked him less, but her instincts were on the watch. After lunch they went out across the garden to see the music-room, and he sat down at the piano. He had the deep caressing touch that lies in fingers of steel worked by a real passion for tone. Jip sat on the divan and listened. She was out of his sight there, and she looked at him, wondering. He was playing Schumann's child music. How could one who produced such fresh, idyllic sounds have sinister intentions? And presently she said, "Count Rosek?" "Madame?" "Would you please tell me why you sent Daphne Wing here yesterday?" "I send her?" "Yes." But instantly she regretted having asked that question. He had swung round on the music stool and was looking full at her. His face had changed. "Since you ask me, I thought you should know that Gustav is seeing a good deal of her." He had given the exact answer she had divined. "Do you think I mind that?" A flicker passed over his face. He got up and said quietly, "I am glad that you do not." "Why glad?" She too had risen.
Though he was little taller than herself, she was conscious suddenly of how thick and steely he was beneath his dapper garments, and of a kind of snaky willpower in his face. Her heart beat faster. He came towards her and said, "I am glad you understand that it is over with, Gustav. Finished." He stopped dead, seeing at once that he had gone wrong, and not knowing quite where. Jip had simply smiled. A flush coloured his cheeks, and he said, "He is a volcano soon extinguished. You see, I know him. Better you should know him too. Why do you smile?" "Why is it better I should know?" He went very pale, and said between his teeth, "That you may not waste your time. There is love waiting for you." But Jip still smiled. "Was it from love of me that you made him drunk last night?" His lips quivered. "Jip." Jip turned, but with the merest change of front he had put himself between her and the door. "You never loved him. That is my excuse. You have given him too much already, more than he is worth. Ah, God, I am tortured by you. I am possessed." He had gone white through and through like a flame, save for his smouldering eyes. She was afraid, and because she was afraid she stood her ground. Should she make a dash for the door that opened into the little lane and escape that way? Then suddenly he seemed to regain control. But you could feel that he was trying to break through her defences by the sheer intensity of his gaze, by a kind of mesmerism, knowing that he had frightened her. Under the strain of this duel of eyes, she felt herself beginning to sway, to get dizzy. Whether or no he really moved his feet, he seemed coming closer inch by inch. She had a horrible feeling, as if his arms were already round her. With an effort she wrenched her gaze from his, and suddenly his crisp hair caught her eyes. Surely it was curled with tongs. A kind of spasm of amusement was set free in her heart, and almost inaudibly the words escaped her lips. "Une technique merveilleuse." His eyes wavered. He uttered a little gasp. His lips fell apart. Jip walked across the room and put her hand on the bell. She had lost her fear. Without a word he turned and went out into the garden. She watched him cross the lawn. Gone. She had beaten him by the one thing not even violent passions can withstand. Ridicule. Almost unconscious ridicule. Then she gave way and pulled the bell with nervous violence. The sight of the maid, in her trim black dress and spotless white apron, coming from the house, completed her restoration. Was it possible that she had really been frightened, nearly failing in that encounter, nearly dominated by that man, in her own house, with her own maids down there at hand? And she said quietly, "I want the puppies, please." "Yes, ma'am." Over the garden the day brooded in the first gathered warmth of summer. Mid-June of a fine year. The air was drowsy with hum and scent. And Jip, sitting in the shade, while the puppies rolled and snapped, searched her little world for comfort and some sense of safety, and could not find it. As if there were all round her a hot, heavy fog in which things lurked, and where she kept erect only by pride and the will not to cry out that she was struggling and afraid. Bjorsen, leaving his house that morning, had walked till he saw a taxicab. Leaning back therein, with hat thrown off, he caused himself to be driven rapidly, at random. This was one of his habits when his mind was not at ease, an expensive idiosyncrasy, ill afforded by a pocket that had holes. The swift motion and titillation by the perpetual close shaving of other vehicles were sedative to him. He needed sedatives this morning. To wake in his own bed without the least remembering how he had got there was no more new to him than to many another man of 28, but it was new since his marriage. If he had remembered even less, he would have been more at ease. But he could just recollect standing in the dark drawing-room, seeing and touching a ghostly Gyps quite close to him. And somehow he was afraid. And when he was afraid, like most people, he was at his worst. If she had been like all the other women in whose company he had eaten passion-fruit, he would not have felt this carking humiliation. If she had been like them, at the pace he had been going since he obtained possession of her, he would already have finished, as Rosa had said. And he knew well enough that he had not finished. He might get drunk, might be loose-ended in every way, but Jip was hooked into his senses, and for all that he could not get near her, into his spirit. Her very passivity was her strength, the secret of her magnetism. In her he felt some of that mysterious sentiency of nature which, even in yielding to man's fevers, lies apart with a faint smile, the uncapturable smile of the woods and fields by day or night, that makes one ache with longing. He felt in her some of the unfathomable, soft, vibrating indifference of the flowers and trees and streams, of the rocks, of bird-songs, and the eternal hum, under sunshine or starshine. Her dark, half-smiling eyes enticed him, inspired an unquenchable thirst. And his was one of those natures which, encountering spiritual difficulty, at once jib off, seek anodynes, try to bandage wounded egoism with excess. A spoiled child, with the desperations and the inherent pathos, the something repulsive and the something lovable that belong to all such. Having wished for this moon, and got her, he now did not know what to do with her, kept taking great bites at her, with a feeling all the time of getting further and further away. At moments he desired revenge for his failure to get near her spiritually, and was ready to commit follies of all kinds. He was only kept in control at all by his work. For he did work hard, though even there something was lacking. He had all the qualities of making good, except the moral backbone holding them together, which alone could give him his rightful, as he thought, preeminence. It often surprised and vexed him to find that some contemporary held higher rank than himself. Threading the streets in his cab, he mused, "Did I do anything that really shocked her last night? Why didn't I wait for her this morning and find out the worst?" And his lips twisted awry, for to find out the worst was not his forte. Meditation, seeking his usual scapegoat, lightened on Rosek. Like most egoists addicted to women, he had not many friends. Rosek was the most constant. But even for him, Fjorson had at once the contempt and fear that a man naturally uncontrolled and yet of greater scope has for one of less talent but stronger will-power. He had for him, too, the feeling of a wayward child for its nurse, mixed with the need that an artist, especially an executed artist, feels for a connoisseur and patron with well-lined pockets. Curse Paul, he thought. He must know, he does know, that brandy of his goes down like water. Trust him, he saw I was getting silly. He had some game on. Where did I go after? How did I get home? And again, did I hurt Jip? If the servants had seen, that would be the worst. That would upset her fearfully. And he laughed. Then he had a fresh access of fear. He didn't know her, never knew what she was thinking or feeling, never knew anything about her. He thought angrily, "That's not fair. I don't hide myself from her. I am as free as nature. I let her see everything. What did I do? That maid looked very queerly at me this morning." Suddenly he said to the driver, "Berry Street, St. James's." He had found out at all events whether Jip had been to her father's. The thought of Winton ever afflicted him, and he changed his mind several times before the cab reached that little street, but so swiftly that he had not time to alter his instructions to the driver. A light sweat broke out on his forehead while he was waiting for the door to be opened. "Mrs. Fjorson here?" "No, sir." "Not been here this morning?" "No, sir." He shrugged away the thought that he ought to give some explanation of his question, and got into the cab again, telling the man to drive to Curzon Street. If she had not been to that Aunt Rosamond either, it would be all right. She had not. There was no one else she would go to. And with a sigh of relief he began to feel hungry, having had no breakfast. He would go to Rosek's, borrow the money to pay his cab, and lunch there. But Rosek was not in. He would have to go home to get the cab paid. The driver seemed to eye him queerly now, as though conceiving doubts about the fare. Going in under the trellis, Fjorson passed a man coming out, who held in his hand a long envelope, and eyed him askance. Jip, who was sitting at her bureau, seemed to be adding up the counterfoils in her cheque-book. She did not turn round, and Fjorson paused. How was she going to receive him? "Is there any lunch?" he said. She reached out and rang the bell. He felt sorry for himself. He'd been quite ready to take her in his arms and say, "Forgive me, little Gyp, I'm sorry." Betty answered the bell. "Please bring up some lunch for Mr. Fjorson." He heard the stout woman sniff as she went out. She was a part of his ostracism. And with sudden rage he said, "What do you want for a husband? A bourgeois who would die if he missed his lunch?" Gyp turned round to him and held out her cheque-book. "I don't in the least mind about meals, but I do about this." He read on the counterfoil, "Messrs. Travis and Sanborn, tailors, account rendered £54, 35 shillings and 7 pence." "Are there many of these, Gustav?" Fjorson had turned the peculiar white that marked deep injury to his self-esteem. He said violently, "Well, what of that? A bill? Did you pay it? You have no business to pay my bills." "The man said if it wasn't paid this time, he'd sue you." Her lips quivered. "I think owing money is horrible. It's undignified. Are there many others? Please tell me." "I shall not tell you. What is it to you?" "It is a lot to me. I have to keep this house and pay the maids and everything, and I want to know how I stand. I'm not going to make debts. That's hateful." Her face had a hardness that he did not know. He perceived dimly that she was different from the Gyp of this hour yesterday, the last time when, in possession of his senses, he had seen or spoken to her. The novelty of her revolt stirred him in strange ways, wounded his self-conceit, inspired a curious fear, and yet excited his senses. He came up to her, and softly, "Money! Curse money! Kiss me!" With a sudden amazement at the sheer distaste in her face, he heard her say, "It is childish to curse money. I will spend all the income I have, but I will not spend more, and I will not ask Dad." He flung himself down in a chair. "Oh, virtue!" "No, pride," he said gloomily. "So you don't believe in me? You don't believe I can earn as much as I want, more than you have, any time? You never have believed in me." "I think you earn now as much as you are ever likely to earn." "That is what you think. I don't want money, your money. I can live on nothing any time. I have done it often." "Shh!" He looked round and saw the maid in the doorway. "Please, sir, the driver says can he have his fare, or do you want him again? 12 shillings." Fjorson stared at her for a moment in the way that, as the maid often said, made you feel like a silly. "No, pay him." The girl glanced at Gyp, answered, "Yes, sir," and went out. Fjorson laughed. He laughed, holding his sides. It was droll coming on to the top of his assertion, too droll. And looking up at her, he said, "That was good, wasn't it, Gyp?" But her face had not abated its gravity, and knowing that she was even more easily tickled by the incongruous than himself, he felt again that catch of fear. Something was different. Yes, something was really different. "Did I hurt you last night?" She shrugged her shoulders and went to the window. He looked at her darkly, jumped up, and swung out past her into the garden. And almost at once the sound of his violin, furiously playing in the music-room, came across the lawn. Gyp listened with a bitter smile. Money, too. But what did it matter? She could not get out of what she had done. She could never get out. Tonight he would kiss her, and she would pretend it was all right. And so it would go, on and on. Well, it was her own fault. Taking 12 shillings from her purse, she put them aside on the bureau to give the maid. And suddenly she thought, perhaps he'll get tired of me. If only he would get tired. That was a long way the furthest she had yet gone. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 7. Those who have known the doldrums, how the sails of the listless ship droop, and the hope of escape dies day by day,
may understand something of the life Jip began living now. On a ship, even doldrums come to an end. But a young woman of 23, who has made a mistake in her marriage, and has only herself to blame, looks forward to no end, unless she be the new woman, which Jip was not. Having settled that she would not admit failure, and clenched her teeth on the knowledge that she was going to have a child, she went on keeping things sealed up, even from Winton. To Fjorson she managed to behave as usual, making material life easy and pleasant for him, playing for him, feeding him well, indulging his amorousness. It did not matter. She loved no one else. To count herself a martyr would be silly. Her malaise, successfully concealed, was deeper, of the spirit, the subtle, utter discouragement of one who has done for herself, clipped her own wings. As for Rozek, she treated him as if that little scene had never taken place. The idea of appealing to her husband in a difficulty was gone for ever since the night he came home drunk, and she did not dare to tell her father. He would... what would he not do? But she was always on her guard, knowing that Rozek would not forgive her for that dart of ridicule. His insinuations about Daphne Wing she put out of her mind, as she never could have if she had loved Fjorson. She set up for herself the idol of pride, and became its faithful worshipper. Only Winton, and perhaps Betty, could tell she was not happy. Fjorson's debts and irresponsibility about money did not worry her much, for she paid everything in the house, rent, wages, food, and her own dress, and had so far made ends meet, and what he did outside the house she could not help. So the summer wore on till concerts were over, and it was supposed to be impossible to stay in London. But she dreaded going away. She wanted to be left quiet in her little house. It was this which made her tell Fjorson her secret one night after the theatre. He had begun to talk of a holiday, sitting on the edge of the settee with a glass in his hand and a cigarette between his lips. His cheeks, white and hollow from too much London, went a curious dull red. He got up and stared at her. Jip made an involuntary movement with her hands. "You needn't look at me. It's true." He put down glass and cigarette and began to tramp the room, and Jip stood with a little smile, not even watching him. Suddenly he clasped his forehead and broke out, "But I don't want it. I won't have it. Spoiling my Jip." Then, quickly going up to her with a scared face, "I don't want it. I'm afraid of it. Don't have it." In Jip's heart came the same feeling as when he had stood there drunk against the wall, compassion rather than contempt of his childishness. And taking his hand, she said, "All right, Gustav, it shan't bother you. When I begin to get ugly, I'll go away with Betty till it's over." He went down on his knees. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, my beautiful Jip!" Jip sat like a sphinx, for fear that she too might let slip those words, "Oh no." The windows were open, and moths had come in. One had settled on the hydrangea plant that filled the hearth. Jip looked at the soft, white, downy thing, whose head was like a tiny owl's against the bluish petals, looked at the purple-grey tiles down there, and the stuff of her own frock in the shaded gleam of the lamps. And all her love of beauty rebelled, called up by his "oh no." She would be unsightly soon, and suffer pain, and perhaps die of it, as her own mother had died. She set her teeth, listening to that grown-up child revolting against what he had brought on her, and touched his hand protectingly. It interested, even amused her this night and next day, to watch his treatment of the disconcerting piece of knowledge. For when at last he realized that he had to acquiesce in nature, he began, as she had known he would, to jib away from all reminder of it. She was careful not to suggest that he should go away without her, knowing his perversity. But when he proposed that she should come to Ostend with him and Rozek, she answered, after seeming deliberation, that she thought she had better not. She would rather stay at home quite quietly, but he must certainly go and get a good holiday. When he was really gone, peace fell on Jip, peace such as one feels having no longer the tight, banded sensations of a fever. To be without that strange, disorderly presence in the house, When she woke in the sultry silence of the next morning, she utterly failed to persuade herself that she was missing him, missing the sound of his breathing, the sight of his rumpled hair on the pillow, the outline of his long form under the sheet. Her heart was devoid of any emptiness or ache. She only felt how pleasant and cool and tranquil it was to lie there alone. She stayed quite late in bed. It was delicious, with window and door wide open and the puppies running in and out, to lie and doze off, or listen to the pigeons cooing and the distant sounds of traffic, and feel in command once more of herself, body and soul. Now that she had told Thjorsen, she had no longer any desire to keep her condition secret. Feeling that it would hurt her father to learn of it from anyone but herself, she telephoned to tell him she was alone, and asked if she might come to Berry Street and dine with him. Winton had not gone away, because between Goodwood and Doncaster there was no racing that he cared for. One could not ride at this time of year, so it might just as well be in London. In fact, August was perhaps the pleasantest of all months in town. The club was empty, and he could sit there without some old bore buttonholing him. Little Boncat, the fencing master, was always free for a bout. Winton had long learned to make his left hand what his right hand used to be. The Turkish baths in Jermyn Street were nearly void of their fat clients. He could saunter over to Covent Garden, buy a melon, and carry it home without meeting any but the most inferior duchesses in Piccadilly. On warm nights he could stroll the streets or the parks, smoking his cigar, his hat pushed back to cool his forehead, thinking vague thoughts, recalling vague memories. He received the news that his daughter was alone and free from that fellow with something like delight. Where should he dine her? Mrs. Markey was on her holiday. Why not Blayford's? Quiet, small rooms, not too respectable, quite fairly cool, good things to eat. Yes, Blayford's. When she drove up, he was ready in the doorway, his thin brown face with its keen half-veiled eyes the picture of composure, but feeling at heart like a schoolboy off for an exeat. How pretty she was looking, though pale from London. Her dark eyes, her smile. Stepping quickly to the cab, he said, "No, I'm getting in. Dining at Blayford's, Chip. A night out." It gave him a thrill to walk into that little restaurant behind her, and, passing through its low red rooms, to mark the diners turn and stare with envy, taking him perhaps for a different sort of relation. He settled her into a far corner by a window, where she could see the people and be seen. He wanted her to be seen, while he himself turned to the world only the short back wings of his glossy greyish hair. He had no notion of being disturbed in his enjoyment by the sights of Hivites and Amorites, or whatever they might be, lapping champagne and shining in the heat. Secretly, he was living not only in this evening, but in a certain evening of the past, when in this very corner he had dined with her mother. His face then had borne the brunt. Hers had been turned away from inquisition. But he did not speak of this to Jip. She drank 2 full glasses of wine before she told him her news. He took it with the expression she knew so well, tightening his lips and staring a little upward. Then he said quietly, "When?" "November, Dad." A shudder not to be repressed went through Winton. The very month. And stretching his hand across the table, he took hers and pressed it tightly. "It'll be all right, child. I'm glad." Clinging to his hand, Jip murmured, "I'm not, but I won't be frightened, I promise." Each was trying to deceive the other, and neither was deceived, but both were good at putting a calm face on things. Besides, this was a night out, for her the first since her marriage, of freedom, of feeling somewhat as she used to feel with all before her in a ballroom of a world, for him the unfettered resumption of a dear companionship and a stealthy revel in the past. After his "So he's gone to Ostend," and his thought, he would. They never alluded to Thjorsen, but talked of horses, of Mildenham. It seemed to Jip years since she had been there, of her childish escapades. And looking at him quizzically, she asked, "What were you like as a boy, Dad? Aunt Rosamond said that you used to get into white rages when nobody could go near you. She says you were always climbing trees, or shooting with a catapult, or stalking things, and that you never told anybody what you didn't want to tell them." And weren't you desperately in love with your nursery governess? Winton smiled. How long since he had thought of that first affection? Miss Huntley, Helena Huntley, with crinkly brown hair and blue eyes and fascinating frocks. He remembered with what grief and sense of bitter injury he heard in his first school holidays that she was gone. He said, "Yes, yes, by Jove, what a time ago! And my father's going off to India. He never came back, killed in that first Afghan business. When I was fond, I was fond. But I didn't feel things like you, not half so sensitive. No, not a bit like you, Jip." And watching her unconscious eyes following the movements of the waiters, never staring, but taking in all that was going on, he thought, prettiest creature in the world. "Well," he said, "what would you like to do now? Drop into a theatre or music hall or what?" Jip shook her head. It was so hot. Could they just drive and then perhaps sit in the park? That would be lovely. It had gone dark, and the air was not quite so exhausted. A little freshness of scent from the trees in the squares and parks mingled with the fumes of dung and petrol. Winton gave the same order he had given that long-past evening. Knightsbridge Gate. It had been a hansom then, and the night air had blown in their faces, instead of as now in these infernal taxis down the back of one's neck. They left the cab and crossed the row, past the end of the long water, up among the trees. There, on two chairs covered by Winton's coat, they sat side by side. No dew was falling yet. The heavy leaves hung unstirring. The air was warm, sweet-smelling. Blotted against trees or on the grass were other couples, darker than the darkness, very silent. All was quiet, save for the never-ceasing hum of traffic. From Winton's lips the cigar smoke wreathed and curled. He was dreaming. The cigar between his teeth trembled. A long ash fell. Mechanically he raised his hand to brush it off. His right hand. A voice said softly in his ear, "Isn't it delicious and warm and gloomy black?" Winton shivered, as one shivers recalled from dreams, and carefully brushing off the ash with his left hand, he answered, "Yes, very jolly. My cigar's out, though, and I haven't a match." Chip's hand slipped through his arm. "All these people in love, and so dark and whispery, it makes a sort of strangeness in the air. Don't you feel it?" Winton murmured, "No moon tonight." Again they were silent. A puff of wind ruffled the leaves. The night for a moment seemed full of whispering. Then the sound of a giggle jarred out, and a girl's voice. "Oh, chuck it, Harry!" Jip rose. "I feel the dew now, Dad. Can we walk on?" They went along paths so as not to wet her feet in her thin shoes, and they talked. The spell was over. The night again but a common London night. The park a space of parching grass and gravel. The people just clerks and shop girls walking out. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 8. Bjorsen's letters were the source of one long smile to Jip. He missed her horribly. If only she were there. And so forth. Blended in the queerest way with the impression that he was enjoying himself uncommonly. There were requests for money, and careful omission of any real account of what he was doing. Out of her balance running rather low, she sent him remittances. This was her holiday too, and she could afford to pay for it. She even sought out a shop where she could sell jewellery, and with a certain malicious joy forwarded him the proceeds. It would give him and herself another week. One night she went with Winton to the Octagon, where Daphne Wing was still performing. Remembering the girl's squeaks of rapture at her garden, she wrote next day, asking her to lunch, and spend a lazy afternoon under the trees. The little dancer came with avidity. She was pale and droopy from the heat, but happily dressed in Liberty silk with a plain turned-down straw hat. They lunched off sweetbreads, ices, and fruit, and then, with coffee, cigarettes, and plenty of sugar plums, settled down in the deepest shade of the garden, Jip in a low wicker chair, Daphne Wing on cushions on the grass. Once past the exclamatory stage, she seemed a great talker, laying bare her little soul with perfect liberality. And Jip, excellent listener, enjoyed it, as one enjoys all confidential revelations of existences very different from one's own, especially when regarded as a superior being. "Of course, I don't mean to stay at home any longer than I can help, and it's no good going out into life." This phrase she often used. "Till you know where you are. In my profession one has to be so careful. Of course, people think it's worse than it is. Father gets fits sometimes. But you know, Mrs. Fjorson, home's awful. We have mutton. You know what mutton is. It's really awful in your bedroom in hot weather. And there's nowhere to practice. What I should love would be a studio. It would be lovely somewhere down by the river, or up here near you. That would be lovely. You know, I'm putting by, as soon as I ever have £200, I shall skip. What I think would be perfectly lovely would be to inspire painters and musicians. I don't want to be just a common term, ballet, business, year after year and that. I want to be something rather special. But Mother's so silly about me, she thinks I oughtn't to take any risks at all. I shall never get on that way. It is so nice to talk to you, Mrs. Fjorson, because you're young enough to know what I feel, and I'm sure you'd never be shocked at anything. You see, about men. Ought one to marry, or ought one to take a lover? They say you can't be a perfect artist till you've felt passion. But then if you marry, that means mutton over again, and perhaps babies, and perhaps the wrong man after all. Oh! But then, on the other hand, I don't want to be raffish. I hate raffish people. I simply hate them. What do you think? It's awfully difficult, isn't it?" Jip, perfectly grave, answered, "That sort of thing settles itself. I shouldn't bother beforehand." Miss Daphne Wing buried her perfect chin deeper in her hands, and said meditatively, "Yes, I rather thought that too. Of course I could do either now, but you see, I really don't care for men who are not distinguished. I'm sure I should only fall in love with a really distinguished man. That's what you did, isn't it? So you must understand. I think Mr. Fjorson is wonderfully distinguished." Sunlight, piercing the shade, suddenly fell warm on Jip's neck where her blouse ceased, and fortunately stilled the medley of emotion and laughter a little lower down. She continued to look gravely at Daphne Wing, who resumed, "Of course, Mother would have fits if I asked her such a question, and I don't know what Father would do. And it is important, isn't it? One may go all wrong from the start, and I do really want to get on. I simply adore my work. I don't mean to let love stand in its way. I want to make it help, you know. Count Rosek says my dancing lacks passion. I wish you'd tell me if you think it does. I should believe you." Jip shook her head. "I'm not a judge." Daphne Wing looked up reproachfully. "Oh, I'm sure you are. If I were a man, I should be passionately in love with you. I've got a new dance where I'm supposed to be a nymph pursued by a faun. It's so difficult to feel like a nymph when you know it's only the ballet master. Do you think I ought to put passion into that? You see, I'm supposed to be flying all the time. But it would be much more subtle, wouldn't it, if I could give the impression that I wanted to be caught? Don't you think so?" Jip said suddenly, "Yes, I think it would do you good to be in love." Miss Daphne's mouth fell a little open. Her eyes grew round. She said, "You frightened me when you said that. You looked so different, so intense." A flame indeed had leaped up in Jip. This fluffy, flabby talk of love set her instincts in revolt. She did not want to love. She had failed to fall in love. But whatever love was like, it did not bear talking about. How was it that this little suburban girl, when she once got on her toes, could twirl one's emotions as she did? "You know what I should simply revel in?" Daphne Wing went on. "To dance to you here in the garden some night. It must be wonderful to dance out of doors, and the grass is nice and hard now. Only I suppose it would shock the servants. Do they look out this way?" Jip shook her head. "I could dance over there in front of the drawing-room window. Only it would have to be moonlight. I could come any Sunday. I've got a dance where I'm supposed to be a lotus flower. That would do splendidly. And there's my real moonlight dance that goes to Chopin. I could bring my dresses and change in the music room, couldn't I?" She wriggled up and sat cross-legged, gazing at Jip and clasping her hands. "Oh, may I?" Her excitement infected Jip. Her desire to give pleasure, the queerness of the notion, and her real love of seeing this girl dance, made her say, "Yes, next Sunday." Daphne Wing got up, made a rush, and kissed her. Her mouth was soft, and she smelled of orange blossom. But Jip recoiled a little. She hated promiscuous kisses. Somewhat abashed, Miss Daphne hung her head and said, "You did look so lovely, I couldn't help it, really." Jip gave her hand the squeeze of compunction. They went indoors to try over the music of the two dances, and soon after Daphne Wing departed, full of sugar plums and hope. She arrived punctually at 8 o'clock next Sunday, carrying an exiguous green linen bag which contained her dresses. She was subdued, and now that it had come to the point, evidently a little scared. Lobster salad, hock, and peaches restored her courage. She ate heartily. It did not apparently matter to her whether she danced full or empty, but she would not smoke. "It's bad for the—" She checked herself. When they had finished supper, Jip shut the dogs into the back premises. She had visions of their rending Miss Wing's draperies or calves. Then they went into the drawing-room, not lighting up, that they might tell when the moonlight was strong enough outside. Though it was the last night of August, the heat was as great as ever, a deep, unstirring warmth. The climbing moon shot as yet but a thin shaft here and there through the heavy foliage. They talked in low voices, unconsciously playing up to the nature of the escapade. As the moon drew up, they stole out across the garden to the music room. Jip lighted the candles. "Can you manage?" Miss Daphne had already shed half her garments. "Oh, I'm so excited, Mrs. Fjorson. I do hope I shall dance well." Jip stole back to the house. It being Sunday evenings, the servants had been easily disposed of. She sat down at the piano, turning her eyes towards the garden. A blurred white shape flitted suddenly across the darkness at the far end, and became motionless, as it might be a white flowering bush under the trees. Miss Daphne had come out and was waiting for the moon. Jip began to play. She pitched on a little Sicilian pastoral that the herdsmen play on their pipes coming down from the hills, softly, from very far, rising, swelling to full cadence, and failing away again to nothing. The moon rose over the trees. Its light flooded the face of the house, down onto the grass, and spread slowly back toward where the girl stood waiting. Caught the border of sunflowers along the garden wall with a stroke of magical, unearthly colour, gold that was not gold. Jip began to play the dance. The pale blur in the darkness stirred. The moonlight fell on the girl now, standing with arms spread, holding out her drapery, a white winged statue. Then, like a gigantic moth, she fluttered forth, blanched and noiseless, flew over the grass, spun and hovered. The moonlight etched out the shape of her head, painted her hair with pallid gold. In the silence, with that unearthly gleam of colour along the sunflowers and on the girl's head, it was as if a spirit had dropped into the garden and was fluttering to and fro, unable to get out. A voice behind Jip said, "My God, what's this, an angel?" Fjorson was standing halfway in the darkened room, staring out into the garden where the girl had halted, transfixed before the window, her eyes as round as saucers, her mouth open, her limbs rigid with interest and affright. Suddenly she turned, and gathering her garment, fled, her limbs gleaming in the moonlight. And Jip sat looking up at the apparition of her husband. She could just see his eyes straining after that flying nymph. Miss Daphne's fawn. Why, even his ears were pointed. Had she never noticed before how like a fawn he was? Yes, on her wedding night. And she said quietly, "Daphne Fawn was rehearsing her new dance. So you're back. Why didn't you let me know? Are you all right? You look splendid." Dawson bent down and clutched her by the shoulders. "My Jip, kiss me." But even while her lips were pressed on hers, She felt, rather than saw his eyes straying to the garden, and thought, he would like to be kissing that girl. The moment he had gone to get his things from the cab, she slipped out to the music-room. Miss Daphne was dressed and stuffing her garments into the green linen bag. She looked up and said piteously, "Oh, does he mind? It's awful, isn't it?" Jip strangled her desire to laugh. "It's for you to mind." "Oh, I don't, if you don't. How did you like the dance?" "Lovely. When you're ready, come along." "Oh, I think I'd rather go home, please. It must seem so funny." "Would you like to go by this back way into the lane? You turn to the right into the road." "Oh, yes, please. It would have been better if he could have seen the dance properly, wouldn't it? What will he think?" Jip smiled and opened the door into the lane. When she returned, Fjorson was at the window, gazing out. Was it for her, or for that flying nymph? End of Part 2, Chapter 8.
Part 2, Chapter 9 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 9. September and October passed. There were more concerts, not very well attended. Fjorson's novelty had worn off, nor had his playing sweetness and sentiment enough for the big public. There was also a financial crisis. It did not seem to Jip to matter. Everything seemed remote and unreal in the shadow of her coming time. Unlike most mothers to be, she made no garments, no preparations of any kind. Why make what might never be needed? She played for Fjorson a great deal, for herself not at all, read many books, poetry, novels, biographies, taking them in at the moment and forgetting them at once, as one does with books read just to distract the mind. Winton and Aunt Rosamond, by tacit agreement, came on alternate afternoons, and Winton, almost as much under that shadow as Jip herself, would take the evening train after leaving her, and spend the next day racing or cub hunting, returning the morning of the day after to pay his next visit. He had no dread just then, like that of an unoccupied day face to face with anxiety. Betty, who had been present at Jip's birth, was in a queer state. The obvious desirability of such events to one of motherly type, defrauded by fate of children, was terribly impinged on by that old memory, and a solicitude for her pretty, far exceeding what she would have had for a daughter of her own. What a peony regards as a natural happening to a peony, she watches with awe when it happens to the lily. That other single lady of a certain age, Aunt Rosamond, the very antithesis to Betty, a long thin nose and a mere button, a sense of divine rights and no sense of rights at all, a drawl and a comforting wheeze, length and circumference, decision and the curtsy to Providence, humour and none, dyspepsia and the digestion of an ostrich, with other oppositions. Aunt Rosamond was also uneasy, as only one could be who disapproved heartily of uneasiness and habitually joked and drawled it into retirement. But of all those round Jip, Fjorson gave the most interesting display. He had not even an elementary notion of disguising his state of mind, and his state of mind was weirdly, wistfully primitive. He wanted Jip as she had been. The thought that she might never become herself again terrified him so at times that he was forced to drink brandy and come home only a little less far gone than that first time. Jip had often to help him go to bed. On 2 or 3 occasions he suffered so that he was out all night. To account for this, she devised the formula of a room at Count Rezek's, where he slept when music kept him late, so as not to disturb her. Whether the servants believed her or not, she never knew. Nor did she ever ask him where he went, too proud, and not feeling that she had the right. Deeply conscious of the unaesthetic nature of her condition, she was convinced that she could no longer be attractive to one so easily upset in his nerves, so intolerant of ugliness. As to deeper feelings about her, had he any? He certainly never gave anything up, or sacrificed himself in any way. If she had loved, she felt she would want to give up everything to the loved one. But then she would never love. And yet he seemed frightened about her. It was puzzling. But perhaps she would not be puzzled much longer about that or anything, for she often had the feeling that she would die. Her could she be going to live, grudging her fate? What would give her strength to go through with it? And at times she felt as if she would be glad to die. Life had defrauded her, or she had defrauded herself of life. Was it really only a year since that glorious day's hunting when Dad and she and the young man with the clear eyes and the irrepressible smile had slipped away with the hounds ahead of all the field? The fatal day P.1 descended from the clouds and asked for her. An overwhelming longing for Mildenham came on her, to get away there with her father and Betty. She went at the beginning of November. Over her departure P.1 behaved like a tired child that will not go to bed. He could not bear to be away from her, and so forth. But when she had gone, he spent a furious bohemian evening. At about 5 he woke with "an awful cold feeling in my heart," as he wrote to Jip next day. "An awful feeling, my Jip. I walked up and down for hours," in reality half an hour at most. "How shall I bear to be away from you at this time? I feel lost." Next day he found himself in Paris with Rosic. "I could not stand," he wrote, "the sight of the streets, of the garden, of our room. When I come back I shall stay with Rosic, dearer to the day I will come. I must come to you." But Jip, when she read the letter, said to Winton, "Dad, when it comes, don't send for him. I don't want him here." With those letters of his she buried the last remnants of her feeling that somewhere in her there must be something as fine and beautiful as the sounds he made with his violin. And yet she felt those letters genuine in a way, pathetic, and with real feeling of a sort. From the moment she reached Mildenham, she began to lose that hopelessness about herself, and for the first time had the sensation of wanting to live in the new life within her. She first felt it going into her old nursery, where everything was the same as it had been when she first saw it, a child of 8. There was her old red doll's house, the whole side of which opened to display the various floors. The warm Venetian blinds, the rattle of whose fall had sounded in her ears so many 100 times. In the high fender, near which she had lain so often on the floor, her chin on her hands, reading Grimm or Alice in Wonderland or Histories of England. Here, too, perhaps this new child would live among the old familiars. And the whim seized her to face her hour in her old nursery, not in the room where she had slept as a girl. She would not like the daintiness of that room deflowered. Let it stay the room of her girlhood. But in the nursery, there was safety, comfort. And when she had been at Mildenham a week, she made Betty change her over. No one in that house was half so calm to look at in those days as Jip. Betty was not guiltless of sitting on the stairs and crying at odd moments. Mrs. Markey had never made such bad soups. Markey so far forgot himself as frequently to talk. Winton lamed a horse trying an impossible jump that he might get home the quicker, and, once back, was like an unquiet spirit. If Jip were in the room, he would make the pretence of wanting to warm his feet or hand, just to stroke her shoulder as he went back to his chair. His voice, so measured and dry, had a ring in it that too plainly disclosed the anxiety of his heart. Jip, always sensitive to atmosphere, felt cradled in all the love about her. Wonderful that they should all care so much. What had she done for anyone, that people should be so sweet? He especially, whom she had so grievously distressed by her wretched marriage. She would sit staring into the fire with her wide dark eyes, unblinking as an owl's at night, wondering what she could do to make up to her father, whom already once she had nearly killed by coming into life. And she began to practise the bearing of the coming pain, trying to project herself into this unknown suffering, so that it should not surprise from her cries and contortions. She had one dream, over and over again, of sinking and sinking into a feather bed, growing hotter and more deeply walled in by that which had no stay in it, yet through which her body could not fall and reach anything more solid. Once, after this dream, she got up and spent the rest of the night wrapped in a blanket and the eiderdown on the old sofa, where, as a child, they made her lie flat on her back from 12 to 1 every day. Betty was aghast at finding her there asleep in the morning. Jip's face was so like the child face she had seen lying there in the old days, that she bundled out of the room and cried bitterly into a cup of tea. It did her good. Going back with the tea, she scolded her, pretty, for sleeping out there, with the fire out too. But Jip only said, "Betty, darling, the tea's awfully cold. Please get me some more." End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 10. From the day of the nurse's arrival, Winton gave up hunting. He could not bring himself to be out of doors for more than half an hour at a time. Distrust of doctors did not prevent him having 10 minutes every morning with the old practitioner who had treated Jip for mumps, measles, and the other blessings of childhood. The old fellow, his name was Rivershaw, was a most peculiar survival. He smelled of mackintosh, had round, purplish cheeks, a rim of hair which people he dyed, and bulging grey eyes slightly bloodshot. He was short in body and wind, drank port wine, was suspected of taking snuff, read the Times, spoke always in a husky voice, and used a very small broom with a very old black horse. But he had a certain low cunning which had defeated many ailments, and his reputation for assisting people into the world stood extremely high. Every morning, punctually at 12, the crunch of his little broom's wheels would be heard. Winton would get up, and, taking a deep breath, cross the hall to the dining-room, extract from a sideboard a decanter of port, a biscuit canister, and 1 glass. He would then stand with his eyes fixed on the door, till, in due time, the doctor would appear, and he could say, "Well, doctor, how is she?"
"Nicely, quite nicely."
"Nothing to make one anxious?" The doctor, puffing out his cheeks with eyes straying to the decanter, would murmur,
"Cardiac condition, capital, a little not to matter. Taking its course, these things."
And Winton, with another deep breath, would say, "Glass of port, doctor?" An expression of surprise would pass over the doctor's face.
"A cold day, perhaps."
And he'd blow his nose on his purple and red bandana. Watching him drink his port, Winton would mark, "We can get you at any time, can't we?" The doctor, sucking his lips, would answer,
"Never fear, my dear sir. Little Miss Jip, old friend of mine, at her service day and night, never fear."
A sensation of comfort would pass through Winton, which would last quite 20 minutes after the crunching of the wheels and the mingled perfumes of him had died away. In these days his greatest friend was an old watch that had been his father's before him, a gold repeater from Switzerland, with a chipped dial plate, and a case worn wondrous thin and smooth, a favourite of Jip's childhood. He would take it out about every quarter of an hour, look at its face without discovering the time, finger it, all smooth and warm from contact with his body, and put it back. Then he would listen. There was nothing whatever to listen to, but he could not help it. Apart from this, his chief distraction was to take a foil and make passes at a leather cushion set up on the top of a low bookshelf. In these occupations, varied by constant visits to the room next the nursery, where, to savour the stairs, Jip was now established, and by excursions to the conservatory to see if he could not find some new flower to take her, he passed all his time, save when he was eating, sleeping, or smoking cigars, which he had constantly to be relighting. By Jip's request, they kept from him knowledge of when her pains began. After that first bout was over, and she was lying half asleep in the old nursery, he happened to go up. The nurse, a bonny creature, one of those free, independent economic agents that now abound, met him in the sitting-room. Accustomed to the fuss and botheration of men at such times, she was prepared to deliver him a little lecture. But in approaching, she became affected by the look on his face, and, realizing somehow that she was in the presence of one whose self-control was proof, she simply whispered, "It's beginning, but don't be anxious. She's not suffering just now. We shall send for the doctor soon. She's very plucky." And, with an unaccustomed sensation of respect and pity, she repeated, "Don't be anxious, sir." "If she wants to see me at any time, I shall be in my study. Save her all you can, nurse." The nurse was left with a feeling of surprise at having used the word "sir." She had not done such a thing since... And pensive, she returned to the nursery, where Jip said at once, "Was that my father? I didn't want him to know." The nurse answered mechanically, "That's all right, my dear." "How long do you think before it'll begin again, nurse? I'd like to see him." The nurse stroked her hair. "Soon enough, when it's all over and comfy. Men are always fidgety." Jip looked at her and said quietly, "Yes. You see, my mother died when I was born." The nurse, watching those lips still pale with pain, felt a queer pang. She smoothed the bedclothes and said, "That's nothing. It often happens. That is, I mean, you know, it has no connection whatever." Seeing Jip smile, she thought, "Well, I am a fool." "If by any chance I don't get through, I want to be cremated. I want to go back as quick as I can. I can't bear the thought of the other thing. Will you remember, nurse? I can't tell my father that just now. It might upset him. But promise me." The nurse thought, "That can't be done without a will or something, but I better promise. It's a morbid fancy, and yet she's not a morbid subject either." She said, "Very well, my dear, only you're not to do anything of the sort. That's flat." Jip smiled again, and there was silence till she said, "I'm awfully ashamed, wanting all this attention and making people miserable. I've read that Japanese women quietly go out somewhere by themselves and sit on a gate." The nurse, still busy with the bedclothes, murmured abstractedly, "Yes, that's a very good way. But don't you fancy you're half the trouble most of them are? You're very good, and you're going to get on splendidly." She thought, "Odd. She's never once spoken of her husband. I don't like it for this sort. Too perfect, too sensitive. Her face touches you so." Jip murmured again, "I'd like to see my father, please, and rather quick." The nurse, after one swift look, went out. Jip, who had clinched her hands under the bedclothes, fixed her eyes on the window. November. Acorns on the leaves, the nice damp earthy smell. Acorns all over the grass. She used to drive the old retriever in harness on the lawn covered with acorns and the dead leaves, and the wind still blowing them off the trees, in her brown velvet. That was a ducky dress. Who was it who called her once a wise little owl in that dress? Suddenly her heart sank. The pain was coming again. Winton's voice from the door said, "Well, my pet?" "It was only to see how you are. I'm all right. What sort of a day is it? You'll go riding, won't you? Give my love to the horses. Good-bye, Dad, just for now." Her forehead was wet to his lips. Outside in the passage, her smile, like something actual on the air, preceded him, the smile that had just lasted out. When he was back in the study, he suffered. Why could he not have that pain to bear instead? The crunch of the broom brought his ceaseless march over the carpet to an end. He went out into the hall and looked into the doctor's face. He had forgotten that this old fellow knew nothing of his special reason for deadly fare. Then he turned back into his study. The wild south wind brought wet drift leaves whirling against the panes. It was here that he had stood looking out into the dark when Fjorson came down to ask for Jip a year ago. Why had he not bundled the fellow out neck and crop and taken her away? India, Japan, anywhere would have done. She had not loved that fiddler, never really loved him. Monstrous, monstrous! The full bitterness of having missed right action swept over Winton, and he positively groaned aloud. He moved from the window and went over to the bookcase. There, in one row, were the few books he ever read, and he took one out. Life of General Lee. He took it back and took out another, a novel of White Melville's, Good for Nothing. Sad book, sad ending. The book dropped from his hand and fell with a flump on the floor. In a sort of icy discovery, he had seen his life as it would be if for a second time he had to bear such loss. She must not, could not die. If she did, then for him. In old times they buried a man with his horse and his dog, as if at the end of a good run. There was always that. The extremity of this thought brought relief. He sat down, and for a long time stayed staring into the fire in a sort of coma. Then his feverish fears began again. Why the devil didn't they come and tell him something, anything, rather than this silence, this deathly solitude and waiting? What was that? The front door shutting? Wheels? Had the hellhound of an old doctor sneaked off? He started up. There at the door was Marky, holding in his hand some cards. Winton scanned them. "Lady Summerhay, Mr. Brown Summerhay. I said not at home, sir." Winton nodded. "Well?" "Nothing at present. You've had no lunch, sir." "What time is it?" "4 o'clock." Bring in my fur coat and the port and make the fire up. I want any news there is." Marquis nodded. Odd to sit in a fur coat before a fire, and the day not cold. They said you lived on after death. He'd never been able to feel that she was living on. She lived in Jip. And now if Jip... Death, your own, no great matter. But for her... The wind was dropping with the darkness. He got up and drew the curtains. It was 7 o'clock when the doctor came down into the hall and stood rubbing his freshly washed hands before opening the study door. Winton was still sitting before the fire, motionless, shrunk into his fur coat. He raised himself a little and looked round dully. The doctor's face puckered. His eyelids drooped halfway across his bulging eyes. It was his way of smiling. "Nicely," he said. "Nicely. Girl. No complications." Winton's whole body seemed to swell. His lips opened. He raised his hand. Then, the habit of a lifetime capturing him by the throat, he stayed motionless. At last he got up and said, "Glass of port, doctor?" The doctor, spying at him above the glass, thought, "This is the 52. Give me the 68. More body." After a time, Winton went upstairs. Waiting in the outer room, he had a return of his cold dread. Perfectly successful, the patient died from exhaustion. The tiny squawking noise that fell on his ears entirely failed to reassure him. He cared nothing for that new being. Suddenly he found Betty just behind him, her bosom heaving horribly. "What is it, woman? Don't!" She leaned against his shoulder, appearing to have lost all sense of right and wrong, and out of her sobbing gurgled, "She looks so lovely! Oh dear, she looks so lovely!" Pushing her abruptly from him, Winton peered in through the just-opened door. Jip was lying extremely still and very white. Her eyes, very large, very dark, were fastened on her baby. Her face wore a kind of wonder. She did not see Winton, who stood stone-quiet, watching, while the nurse moved about her business behind a screen. This was the first time in his life that he'd seen a mother with her just-born baby. That look on her face, gone right away somewhere, right away, amazed him. She never seemed to like children, had said she did not want a child. She turned her head and saw him. He went in. She made a faint motion towards the baby, and her eyes smiled. Winton looked at that swaddled, speckled mite. Then, bending down, he kissed her hand and tiptoed away. At dinner he drank champagne, and benevolence towards all the world spread in his being. Watching the smokers of his cigar wreathe about him, he thought, "Must send that chap a wire." After all, he was a fellow being, might be suffering as he himself had suffered only 2 hours ago. To keep him in ignorance it wouldn't do. And he wrote down the form, "All well, a daughter, Winton," and sent it out with the order that a groom should take it that night. Jip was sleeping when he stole up at 10 o'clock. He, too, turned in and slept like a child. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 11. Returning the next afternoon from the first ride for several days, Winton passed the station fly rolling away from the drive-gate with the light-hearted disillusionment peculiar to quite empty vehicles. The sight of a fur coat and broad-brimmed hat in the hall warned him of what had happened. "Mr. Fuelson, sir. Gone up to Mrs. Fuelson." Natural, but a damned bore. And bad, perhaps, for Jip. He asked, "Did he bring things?" "A bag, sir." "Get a room ready, then." To dine tete-a-tete with that fellow. Jip had passed the strangest morning in her life so far. Her baby fascinated her, also the tug of its lips, giving her the queerest sensation, almost sensual, a sort of meltedness, an infinite warmth, a desire to grip the little creature right into her, which of course one must not do. And yet neither her sense of humour nor her sense of beauty were deceived. It was a queer little affair, with a tuft of black hair, in grace greatly inferior to a kitten. Its tiny, pink, crisp fingers with their infinitesimal nails, its microscopic curly toes and solemn black eyes, when they showed, its inimitable stillness when it slept, its incredible vigour when it fed, were, all as it were, miraculous. Withal, she had a feeling of gratitude to one that had not killed nor even hurt her so very desperately. Gratitude because she had succeeded, performed her part of mother perfectly. The nurse had said so. She so distrustful of herself. Instinctively she knew, too, that this was her baby, not his, going to take after her, as they called it. How it succeeded in giving that impression she could not tell, unless it were the passivity and dark eyes of the little creature. Then, from 1 till 3, they had slept together with perfect soundness and unanimity. She awoke to find the nurse standing by the bed, looking as if she wanted to tell her something. "Someone to see you, my dear." And Jip thought, "He? I can't think quickly. I ought to think quickly. I want to, but I can't." Her face expressed this, for the nurse said at once, "I don't think you're quite up to it yet." Jip answered, "Yes, only not for 5 minutes, please." Her spirit had been very far away. She wanted time to get it back before she saw him, time to know in some sort what she felt now, what this mite lying beside her had done for her and him. The thought that it was his, too, this tiny, helpless being, seemed unreal. No, it was not his. He had not wanted it, and now that she had been through the torture, it was hers, not his, never his. The memory of the night when she first yielded to the certainty that the child was coming, and he had come home drunk, swooped on her, and made her shrink and shudder and put her arm round her baby. It had not made any difference. Only back came the old accusing thought from which these last days she had been free. "But I married him. I chose to marry him. I can't get out of that." And she felt as if she must cry out to the nurse, "Keep him away. I don't want to see him. Oh, please, I'm tired." She bit the words back, and presently, with a very faint smile, she said, "Now I'm ready." She noticed first what clothes he had on. His newest suit, dark grey, with little lighter lines. She had chosen it herself. That his tie was in a bow, not a sailor's knot, and his hair brighter than usual, as always just after being cut. And surely the hair was growing down again in front of his ears. Then, gratefully, almost with emotion, she realized that his lips were quivering, his whole face quivering. He came in on tiptoe, stood looking at her a minute, then crossed very swiftly to the bed, very swiftly knelt down, and, taking her hand, turned it over and put his face to it. The bristles of his moustache tickled her palm. His nose flattened itself against her fingers, and his lips kept murmuring words into the hand with the moist, warm touch of his lips. Jip knew he was burying there all remorse, perhaps the excesses he had committed while she had been away from him, burying the fears he had felt, and the emotion at seeing her so white and still. She felt that in a minute he would raise a quite different face. And it flashed through her, "If I loved him, I wouldn't mind what he did, ever. Why don't I love him? There's something lovable. Why don't I?" He did raise his face. His eyes lighted on the baby, and he grinned. "Look at this," he said. "Is it possible? Oh, my Jip, what a funny one! Oh, oh, oh." He went off into an ecstasy of smothered laughter. Then his face grew grave and slowly puckered into a sort of comic disgust. Jip, too, had seen the humours of her baby, of its queer little reddish pudge of a face, of its 27 black hairs, and the dribble at its almost invisible mouth. But she had also seen it as a miracle. She had felt it, and there surged up from her all the old revolt and more against his lack of consideration. It was not a funny one, her baby. It was not ugly. Or if it were, she was not fit to be told it. Her arm tightened round the warm, bundled thing against her. Dawson put his finger out and touched its cheek. "It is real, so it is. Mademoiselle Fierson." The baby stirred, and Jip thought, "If I loved, I wouldn't even mind his laughing at my baby. It would be different." "Don't wake her," she whispered. She felt his eyes on her, knew that his interest in the baby had ceased as suddenly as it came, that he was thinking, "How long before I have you in my arms again?" He touched her hair, and suddenly she had a fainting, sinking sensation that she had never yet known. When she opened her eyes again, the economic agent was holding something beneath her nose and making sounds that seemed to be to the words, "Well, I am a damned fool," repeatedly expressed. Fjorson was gone. Seeing Jip's eyes once more open, the nurse withdrew the ammonia, replaced the baby, and saying, "Now go to sleep," withdrew behind the screen. Like all robust personalities, she visited on others her vexations with herself. But Jip did not go to sleep. She gazed now at her sleeping baby, now at the pattern of the wallpaper, trying mechanically to find the bird caught at intervals among its brown and green foliage, one bird in each alternate square of the pattern, so that there was always a bird in the centre of 4 other birds. The bird was of green and yellow, with a red beak. On being turned out of the nursery with the assurance that it was all right, only a little faint, Fjorson went downstairs disconsolate. The atmosphere of this dark house, where he was a stranger, an unwelcome stranger, was insupportable. He wanted nothing in it but Jip, and Jip had fainted at his touch. No wonder he felt miserable. He opened a door. What room was this? A piano. The drawing-room. Ugh, no fire. What a misery. He recoiled to the doorway and stood listening. Not a sound. Grey light in the cheerless room, almost dark already in the hall behind him. What a life these English lived, worse than the winter in his old country home in Sweden, where, at all events, they kept good fires. And suddenly all his being revolted. Stay here and face that father and that image of a servant? Stay here for a night of this? Jip was not his Jip, lying there with that baby beside her in this hostile house. Smothering his footsteps, he made for the outer hall. There were his coat and hat. He put them on. His bag? He could not see it. No matter, they could send it after him. He would write to her, say that her fainting had upset him, that he could not risk making her faint again, could not stay in the house so near here, yet so far. She would understand. And there came over him a sudden wave of longing. Jip. He wanted her, to be with her, to look at her and kiss her and feel her his own again. And opening the door, he passed out onto the drive and strode away, miserable and sick at heart. All the way to the station through the darkening lanes, and in the railway carriage going up, he felt that aching wretchedness. Only in the lighted street, driving back to Rosex, did he shake it off a little. At dinner and after, drinking that special brandy, he nearly lost it, but it came back when he went to bed, till sleep relieved him with its darkness and dreams. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 12. Jip's recovery proceeded at first with a sure rapidity which delighted Winton. As the economic agent pointed out, she was beautifully made, and that had a lot to do with it. Before Christmas Day she was already out, and on Christmas morning the old doctor, by way of present, pronounced her fit and ready to go home when she liked. That afternoon she was not so well, and next day back again upstairs. Nothing seemed definitely wrong, only a sort of desperate lassitude, as if the knowledge that to go back was within her power, only needing her decision, had been too much for her. And since no one knew her inward feelings, all were puzzled, except Winton. The nursing of her child was promptly stopped. It was not till the middle of January that she said to him, "I must go home, Dad." The word home hurt him, and he only answered, "Very well, Jip. When?" "The house is quite ready. I think I'd better go tomorrow. He's still at Rosex. I won't let him know. 2 or 3 days there by myself first would be better for settling baby in." "Very well, I'll take you up." He made no effort to ascertain her feelings towards Fjorson. He knew too well. They travelled next day, reaching London at 2:30. Betty had gone up in the early morning to prepare the way. The dogs had been with Aunt Rosamond all this time. Jip missed their greeting. but the installation of Betty and the baby in the spare room that was now to be the nursery absorbed all her first energies. Light was just beginning to fail when, still in her fur, she took a key of the music room and crossed the garden to see how all had fared during her 10 weeks' absence. What a wintry garden! How different from that languorous, warm, moonlit night when Daphne Wing had come dancing out of the shadow of the dark trees. How bare and sharp the boughs against the grey, darkening sky, and not a song of any bird, not a flower. She glanced back at the house. Cold and white it looked, but there were lights in her room and in the nursery, and someone just drawing the curtains. Now that the leaves were off, one could see the other houses of the road, each different in shape and colour, as is the habit of London houses. It was cold, frosty. Jip hurried down the path. 4 little icicles had formed beneath the window of the music room. They caught her eye, and, passing round to the side, she broke one off. There must be a fire in there, for she could see the flicker through the curtains not quite drawn. Thoughtful Ellen had been airing it. Suddenly she stood still. There was more than a fire in there. Through the chink in the drawn curtains she had seen 2 figures seated on the divan. Something seemed to spin round in her head. She turned to rush away. Then a kind of superhuman coolness came to her, and she deliberately looked in. He and Daphne Wing. His arm was round her neck. The girl's face riveted her eyes. It was turned a little back and up, gazing at him, the lips parted, the eyes hypnotized, adoring. And her arm round him seemed to shiver, with cold, with ecstasy. Again that something went spinning through Jip's head. She raised her hand. For a second it hovered close to the glass. Then, with a sick feeling, she dropped it and turned away. Never, never would she show him or that girl that they could hurt her. Never. They were safe from any scene she would make, safe in their nest. And, blindly, across the frosty grass, through the unlighted drawing-room, she went upstairs to her room, locked the door, and sat down before the fire. Pride raged within her. She stuffed her handkerchief between her teeth and lips. She did it unconsciously. Her eyes felt scorched from the fire flames, but she did not trouble to hold her hands before them. Suddenly she thought, suppose I had loved him, and laughed. The handkerchief dropped to her lap, and she looked at it with wonder. It was blood-stained. She drew back in the chair, away from the scorching of the fire, and sat quite still, a smile on her lips. That girl's eyes, like a little adoring dog's. That girl who had fawned on her so. He had got her distinguished man. She sprang up and looked at herself in the glass, shuddered, turned her back on herself, and sat down again. In her own house. Why not here, in this room? Why not before her eyes? Not yet a year married. It was almost funny, almost funny. And she had her first calm thought. I am free. But it did not seem to mean anything, had no value to a spirit so bitterly stricken in its pride. She moved her chair closer to the fire again. Why had she not tapped on the window? To have seen that girl's face ashy with fright, to have seen him caught in the room she had made beautiful for him, the room where she had played for him so many hours, the room that was part of the house that she paid for. How long had they used it for their meetings, sneaking in by that door from the back lane, perhaps even before she went away, to bear his child? And there began in her a struggle between mother instinct and her sense of outrage, a spiritual tug-of-war so deep that it was dumb, unconscious, to decide whether her baby would be all hers or would have slipped away from her heart and be a thing almost abhorrent. She huddled nearer the fire, feeling cold and physically sick. And suddenly the thought came to her, if I don't let the servants know I'm here, they might go out and see what I saw. Had she shut the drawing-room window when she returned so blindly? Perhaps already. In a fever, she rang the bell and unlocked the door. The maid came up. Please shut the drawing-room window, Ellen, and tell Betty I'm afraid I've got a little chills travelling. I'm going to bed. Ask her if she can manage with baby. And she looked straight into the girl's face. It wore an expression of concern, even of commiseration, but not that fluttered look which must have been there if she had known.
"Yes, m'm. I'll get you a hot water bottle, m'm. Would you like a hot bath and a cup of hot tea at once?"
Jip nodded. Anything, anything. And when the maid was gone, she thought mechanically, "A cup of hot tea? How quaint! What should it be but hot?" The maid came back with the tea. She was an affectionate girl, full of that admiring love servants and dogs always felt for Jip, imbued too with the instinctive partisanship which stores itself one way or the other in the hearts of those who live in houses where the atmosphere lacks unity. To her mind, the mistress was much too good for him, a foreigner, and such habits. Manners he hadn't any, and no good would come of it, not if you took her opinion. "I've turned the water in, m'm. Would you have a little mustard in it?" Again Jip nodded, and the girl, going downstairs for the mustard, told cook there was "that about the mistress that makes you quite pathetic." Cook, who was fingering her concertina, for which she had a passion, answered, "She hides up her feelings, same as they all does. Thank heaven she hasn't got that drawl, though, that her old aunt has. Always makes me feel to want to say to her, 'Buck up, old dear, you ain't half so precious as all that.'" And when the maid Ellen had taken the mustard and gone, she drew out her concertina to its full length, and with cautionary softness began to practise "Home, Sweet Home." For Jip, lying in her hot bath, those muffled strains just mounted, not quite as a tune, rather as some far-away humming of large flies. The heat of the water, the pungent smell of the mustard, and that droning hum slowly soothed and drowsed away the vehemence of feeling. She looked at her body, silver-white in the yellowish water, with a dreamy sensation. Some day she, too, would love. Strange feeling she had never had before. Strange indeed that it should come at such a moment, breaking through the old instinctive shrinking. Yes, some day love would come to her. There floated before her brain the adoring look on Daphne Wing's face, the shiver that had passed along her arm, and pitifulness crept into her heart, a half-bitter, half-admiring pitifulness. Why should she grudge, she who did not love? The sounds, like the humming of large flies, grew deeper, more vibrating. It was the cook, in her passion, swelling out her music on the phrase, "Be it never so humble, there's no place like home." End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 13. That night Jip slept peacefully, as though nothing had happened, as though there were no future at all before her. She woke into misery. Her pride would never let her show the world what she had discovered, would force her to keep an unmoved face and live an unmoved life. But the struggle between mother instinct and revolt was still going on within her. She was really afraid to see her baby, and she sent word to Betty that she thought it would be safer if she kept quite quiet till the afternoon. She got up at noon and stole downstairs. She had not realized how violent was her struggle over his child till she was passing the door of the room where it was lying. If she had not been ordered to give up nursing, that struggle would never have come. Her heart ached, but a demon pressed on her and passed the door. Downstairs she just pottered around, dusting her china, putting in order the books, which, after house-cleaning, the maid had arranged almost too carefully, so that the first volumes of Dickens and Thackeray followed each other on the top shelf, and the second volumes followed each other on the bottom shelf. And all the time she thought dully, "Why am I doing this? What do I care how the place looks? It is not my home. It can never be my home." For lunch she drank some beef tea, keeping up the fiction of her indisposition. After that she sat down at her bureau to write. Something must be decided. There she sat, her forehead on her hand, and nothing came, not one word, not even the way to address him. Just the date, and that was all. At a ring of the bell she started up. She could not see anybody. But the maid only brought a note from Aunt Rosamond and the dogs, who fell frantically on their mistress and instantly began to fight for her possession. She went on her knees to separate them and enjoin peace and goodwill, and their little avid tongues furiously licked her cheeks. Under the eager touch of those wet tongues, the band round her brain and heart gave way. She was overwhelmed with longing for her baby. Nearly a day since she had seen her, was it possible? Nearly a day without sight of those solemn eyes and crinkled toes and fingers. And, followed by the dogs, she went upstairs. The house was invisible from the music-room, and spurred on by thought that, until Thjosson knew she was back, those two might be there in each other's arms any moment of the day or night, Jip wrote that evening, "Dear Gustav, we are back. Jip." What else in the world could she say? He would not get it till he woke about 11. With the instinct to take all respite she could, and knowing no more than before how she would receive his return, she went out in the forenoon and wandered about all day, shopping and trying not to think. Returning at tea-time, she went straight up to her baby, and there heard from Betty that he had come and gone out with his violin to the music-room. Bent over the child, Jip needed all her self-control, but her self-control was becoming great. Soon the girl would come fluttering down that dark, narrow lane. Perhaps at this very minute her fingers were tapping at the door, and he was opening it to murmur, "No, she's back." Ah, then the girl would shrink. The rapid whispering, some other meeting-place, lips to lips, and that look on the girl's face, till she hurried away from the shut door in the darkness, disappointed. And he, on that silver and gold divan, gnawing his moustache, his eyes, cat-like, staring at the fire. And then, perhaps, from his violin would come one of those swaying bursts of sound, with tears in them and the wind in them, that had of old bewitched her. She said, "Open the window just a little, Betty dear, it's hot." There it was, rising, falling, music. Why did it so move one even when, as now, it was the voice of insult? Suddenly she thought, he will expect me to go out there again and play for him. But I will not, never. She put her baby down, went into the bedroom, and changed hastily into a tea-gown for the evening, ready to go downstairs. A little sherbetess in china on the mantel-shelf attracted her attention, and she took it in her hand. She bought it 3 and more years ago, when she first came to London, at the beginning of that time of girl gaiety, when all life seemed a long cotillion, and she its leader. Its cool daintiness made it seem the symbol of another world, a world without depths or shadows, a world that did not feel, a happy world. He had not long to wait before he tapped on the drawing-room window. She got up from the tea-table to let him in. Why do faces gazing in through glass from darkness always look hungry, searching, appealing for what you have, and they have not? And while she was undoing the latch, she thought, what am I going to say? I feel nothing. The ardour of his gaze, voice, hands, seemed to her so false as to be almost comic. Even more comically false his look of disappointment when she said, "Please take care, I'm still brittle." Then she sat down again and asked, "Will you have some tea?" "Tea? I have you back, and you ask me if I will have tea, Jip. Do you know what I have felt like all this time? No, you don't know. You know nothing of me, do you?" A smile of sheer irony formed on her lips, without her knowing it was there. She said, "Have you had a good time at Count Rosek's?" Without her will, against her will, the words slipped out, "I'm afraid you've missed the music-room." His stare wavered. He began to walk up and down. "Missed? Missed everything. I have been very miserable, Jip. You've no idea how miserable. Yes, miserable, miserable, miserable." With each repetition of that word his voice grew gayer, and kneeling down in front of her, he stretched his long arms round her till they met behind her waist. "Ah, my Jip, I shall be a different being now." Jip went on smiling. Between that and stabbing these false raptures to the heart, there seemed to be nothing she could do. The moment his hands relaxed, she got up and said, "You know there's a baby in the house?" He laughed. "Ah, the baby! I'd forgotten. Let's go up and see it." Jip answered, "You go." She could feel him thinking, perhaps it will make her nice to me. He turned suddenly and went. She stood with her eyes shut, seeing the divan in the music-room, and the girl's arms shivering. Then, going to the piano, she began with all her might to play a Chopin polonaise. That evening they dined out and went to the Tales of Hoffmann. By such devices it was possible to put off a little longer what she was going to do. During the drive home in the dark cab, she shrank away into her corner, pretending that his arm would hurt her dress. Her exasperated nerves were already overstrung. Twice she was on the very point of crying out, "I am not Daphne Wing!" But each time pride strangled the words in her throat. And yet they would have to come. What other reason could she find to keep him from her room? But when in her mirror she saw him standing behind her, he crept into the bedroom like a cat. Fierceness came into her. She could see the blood rush up in her own white face, and turning round she said, "No, Gustave, go out to the music-room if you want a companion." He recoiled against the foot of the bed and stared at her haggardly, and Jip, turning back to her mirror, went on quietly taking the pins out of her hair. For fully a minute she could see him leaning there, moving his head and hands as though in pain. Then, to her surprise, he went, and a vague feeling of compunction mingled with her sense of deliverance. She lay awake a long time, watching the far glow brighten and darken on the ceiling, tunes from the Tales of Hoffmann running in her head, thoughts and fancies crisscrossing in her excited brain. Falling asleep at last, she dreamed she was feeding doves out of her hand, and one of them was Daphne Wing. She woke with a start. The fire still burned, and by its light she saw him crouching at the foot of the bed, just as he had on their wedding night, the same hungry yearning in his face and an arm outstretched. Before she could speak, he began, "Oh, Jip, you don't understand. All that is nothing. It is only you I want, always. I am a fool who cannot control himself. Think, it's a long time since you went away from me." Jip said in a hard voice, "I didn't want to have a child." He said quickly, "No, but now you have it, you are glad. Don't be unmerciful, my Jip. It is like you to be merciful. That girl, it is all over. I swear, I promise." His hand touched her foot through the soft eiderdown. Jip thought, "Why does he come and whine to me like this? He has no dignity, none." And she said, "How can you promise? You've made the girl love you. I saw her face." He drew his hand back. "You saw her?" "Yes." He was silent, staring at her. Presently he began again. "She is a little fool. I do not care for the whole of her as much as I care for your one finger. What does it matter what one does in that way if one does not care? The soul, not the body, is faithful. A man satisfies appetite. It is nothing." Jip said, "Perhaps not. But it is something when it makes others miserable." "Has it made you miserable, my Jip?" His voice had a ring of hope. She answered, startled, "I? No, her." "Ha ha! Oh, it's an experience for her. It is life. It would do her no harm." "No, nothing will do anybody harm if it gives you pleasure." With that bitter retort he kept silence a long time, now and then heaving a long sigh. His words kept sounding in her heart. The soul, not the body, is faithful. Was he, after all, more faithful to her than she had ever been, could ever be, who did not love, had never loved him? What right had she to talk, who had married him out of vanity, out of what? And suddenly he said, "Jip, forgive." She uttered a sigh and turned away her face. He bent down against the eiderdown. She could hear him drawing long, sobbing breaths, and in the midst of her lassitude and hopelessness, a sort of pity stirred her. What did it matter? She said in a choked voice, "Very well, I forgive." End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 14. The human creature has wonderful power of putting up with things. Jip never really believed that Daphne Wing was of the past. A sceptical instinct told her that what Fjorson might honestly mean to do was very different from what he would do under stress of opportunity carefully put within his reach. Since her return, Rosek had begun to come again, very careful not to repeat his mistake, but not deceiving her at all. Though his self-control was as great as Fjorson's was small, she felt he had not given up his pursuit of her, and would take very good care that Daphne Wing was afforded every chance of being with her husband. But pride never let her allude to the girl. Besides, what good to speak of her? They would both lie. Rosek, because he obviously saw the mistaken line of his first attack; Fjorson, because his temperament did not permit him to suffer by speaking the truth. Having set herself to endure, she found she must live in the moment, never think of the future, never think much of anything. Fortunately, nothing so conduces to vacuity as a baby. She gave herself up to it with desperation. It was a good baby, silent, somewhat understanding. In watching its face and feeling it warm against her, Jip succeeded daily in getting away into the hypnotic state of mothers and cows that chew the cud. But the baby slept a great deal, and much of its time was claimed by Betty. Those hours, and they were many, Jip found difficult. She had lost interest in dress and household elegance, keeping just enough to satisfy her fastidiousness. Money, too, was scarce under the drain of Fjorson's irregular requirements. If she read, she began almost at once to brood. She was cut off from the music-room, had not crossed its threshold since her discovery. Aunt Rosamond's efforts to take her into society were fruitless. All the effervescence was out of that, and though her father came, he never stayed long, for fear of meeting Fjorson. In this condition of affairs she turned more and more to her own music, and one morning, after she had come across some compositions of her girlhood, she made a resolution. That afternoon she dressed herself with pleasure for the first time for months, and sallied forth into the February frost. Monsieur Edouard Armust inhabited the ground floor of a house in the Marylebone Road. He received his pupils in a large back room overlooking a little sooty garden. A Walloon by extraction, and of great vitality, he grew old with difficulty, having a soft corner in his heart for women, and a passion for novelty, even for new music, that was unappeasable. Any fresh discovery would bring a tear rolling down his mahogany cheeks into his clipped grey beard, the while he played, singing wheezily to elucidate the wondrous novelty, or moved his head up and down as if pumping. When Jip was shown into this well-remembered room, he was seated, his yellow fingers buried in his stiff grey hair, grieving over a pupil who had just gone out. He did not immediately rise, but stared hard at Jip. "Ah," he said at last, "my little old friend. She has come back. Now that is good." Patting her hand, he looked into her face, which had a warmth and brilliance rare to her in these days. Then, making for the mantelpiece, he took therefrom a bunch of Parma violets, evidently brought by his last pupil, and thrust them under her nose. Take them, they were meant for me. Now, how much have you forgotten? Come." Seizing her by the elbow, he almost forced her to the piano. "Take off your furs, sit down." While Jip was taking off her coat, he fixed on her his prominent brown eyes that rolled easily in their slightly bloodshot whites under squared eyelids and cliffs of brow. She had on what Fjorson called her humming-bird blouse, dark blue, shot with peacock and old rose, and looked very warm and soft under her fur cap. Monsieur Armust's stare seemed to drink her in, yet that state was not unpleasant, having in it only the rather sad yearning of old men who love beauty and know that their time for seeing it is getting short. "Play me the Carnival," he said. "We shall soon see." Jip played. Twice he nodded. Once he tapped his fingers on his teeth and showed her the whites of his eyes, which meant, "That will have to be very different." And once he grunted. When she had finished, he sat down beside her, took her hand in his, and, examining the fingers, began, Yes, soon again. Spoiling yourself playing for that fiddler. Trop sympathique. The backbone, we shall improve that. Now, 4 hours a day for 6 weeks, and we shall have something again." Jip said softly, "I have a baby, Monsieur Armust." Monsieur Armust bounded. "What? That is a tragedy." Jip shook her head. "You like it? A baby? Does it not squall?" "Very little." "Mon Dieu! Well, well, you are still as beautiful as ever. That is something. Now, what can you do with this baby? Could you get rid of it a little? This is serious. This is a talent in danger. A fiddler and a baby. C'est beaucoup, c'est trop." Jip smiled, and Monsieur Harmouste, whose exterior covered much sensibility, stroked her hand. "You have grown up, my little friend," he said gravely. "Never mind, nothing is wasted. But a baby!" And he chirruped his lips. "Well, courage, we shall do things yet." Jip turned her head away to hide the quiver of her lips. The scent of Latakia tobacco that had soaked into things, and of old books and music, a dark smell like Monsieur Armouste's complexion, the old brown curtains, the sooty little back garden beyond with its cat runs and its one stunted sumac tree, the dark brown stare of Monsieur Armouste's rolling eyes, brought back that time of happiness when she used to come week after week, full of gaiety and importance, and chatter away, basking in his brusque admiration and in music, all with the glamorous feeling that she was making him happy, and herself happy, and going to play very finely some day. The voice of Monsieur Armouste, softly gruff, as if he knew what she was feeling, increased her emotion. Her breast heaved under the humming-bird blouse, water came into her eyes, and more than ever her lips quivered. He was saying, "Come, come, the only thing we cannot cure is age. You were right to come, my child. Music is your proper air. If things are not all what they ought to be, you shall soon forget. In music, we can get away. After all, my little friend, they cannot take our dreams from us. Not even a wife, not even a husband can do that. Come, we shall have good times yet." And Jip, with a violent effort, threw off that sudden weakness. From those who serve art devotedly there radiates a kind of glamour. She left Monsieur Armouste that afternoon infected by his passion for music. Poetic justice, on which all homeopathy is founded, was at work to try and cure her life by a dose of what had spoiled it. To music she now gave all the hours she could spare. She went to him twice a week, determining to get on, but uneasy at the expense, for monetary conditions were ever more embarrassed. At home she practised steadily and worked hard at composition. She finished several songs and studies during the spring and summer, and left still more unfinished. Monsieur Armouste was tolerant of these efforts, seemed to know that harsh criticism or disapproval would cut her impulse down, as frost cuts the life of flowers. Besides, there was always something fresh and individual in her things. He asked her one day, "What does your husband think of these?" Jip was silent a moment. "I don't show them to him." She never had. She instinctively kept back the knowledge that she composed, dreading his ruthlessness when anything grated on his nerves, and knowing that a breath of mockery would wither her belief in herself, frail enough plant already. The only person beside her master to whom she confided her efforts was, strangely enough, Rosek. But he had surprised her one day, copying out some music, and said at once, I was certain you composed. Ah, do play it to me. I am sure you have talent." The warmth with which he praised that little caprice was surely genuine, and she felt so grateful that she even played him others, and then a song for him to sing. From that day he no longer seemed to her odious. She even began to have for him a certain friendliness, to be a little sorry, watching him pale, trim, and sphinx-like in her drawing-room or garden, getting no nearer to the fulfilment of his desire. He had never again made love to her, but she knew that, at the least sign, he would. His face and his invincible patience made him pathetic to her. Women such as Jip cannot actively dislike those who admire them greatly. She consulted him about Filson's debts. There were hundreds of pounds owing, it seemed, and in addition much to Rosek himself. The thought of these debts weighed unbearably on her. How did he get into debt like this? What became of the money he earned? His fees this summer were good enough. There was such a feeling of degradation about debt. It was somehow so underbred to owe money to all sorts of people. Was it on that girl, on other women, that he spent it all? Or was it simply that his nature had holes in every pocket, Watching Fjorson closely that spring and early summer, she was conscious of a change, a sort of loosening, something in him that had given way, as when, in winding a watch, the key turns on and on, the ratchet being broken. Yet he was certainly working hard, perhaps harder than ever. She would hear him across the garden going over and over a passage as if he never would be satisfied. But his playing seemed to her to have lost its fire and sweep, to be stale and as if disillusioned. It was all as though he had said to himself, "What's the use?" In his face, too, there was a change. She knew, she was certain that he was drinking secretly. Was it his failure with her? Was it the girl? Was it simply heredity from a hard-drinking ancestry? Gyp never faced these questions. To face them would mean useless discussion, useless admission that she could not love him, useless asseveration from him about the girl, which she would not believe, useless denials of all sorts. Hopeless. He was very irritable, and seemed especially to resent her music lessons, alluding to them with a sort of sneering impatience. She felt that he despised them as amateurish, and secretly resented it. He was often impatient, too, of the time she gave to the baby. His own conduct with the little creature was like what the rest of him. He would go to the nursery, much to Betty's alarm, and take up the baby, be charming with it for about 10 minutes, then suddenly dump it back into its cradle, stare at it gloomily, or utter a laugh, and go out. Sometimes he would come up when Gyp was there, and after watching her a little in silence, almost drag her away. Suffering always from the guilty consciousness of having no love for him, and even more and more from her sense that, instead of saving him, she was, as it were, pushing him downhill, ironical nemesis for vanity, Gyp was ever more and more compliant to his whims, trying to make up. But this compliance, when all the time she felt further and further away, was straining her to breaking point. Hers was a nature that goes on passively enduring till something snaps. After that, no more. Those months of spring and summer were like a long spell of drought, when moisture gathers far away, coming nearer, nearer, till at last the deluge bursts and sweeps the garden. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 15. The 10th of July that year was as the first day of summer. There had been much fine weather, but always easterly or northerly. Now, after a broken, rainy fortnight, the sun had come in full summer warmth, with a gentle breeze, drifting here and there scent of the opening lime blossom. In the garden, under the trees at the far end, Betty sewed at a garment, and the baby in her perambulator had her 7th morning sleep. Gyp stood before a bed of pansies and sweet peas. How monkeyish the pansies' faces! The sweet peas, too, were like tiny bright birds fastened to green perches swaying with the wind. And their little green tridents, growing out from the queer, flat stems, resembled the antennae of insects. Each of these bright, frail, growing things had life and individuality like herself. The sound of footsteps on the gravel made her turn. Rosek was coming from the drawing-room window. Rather startled, Gyp looked at him over her shoulder. What had brought him at 11 o'clock in the morning? He came up to her, bowed, and said, "I came to see Gustav. He's not up yet, it seems. I thought I would speak to you first. Can we talk?" Hesitating just a second, Gyp drew off her gardening gloves. "Of course. Here or in the drawing-room?" Rosek answered, "In the drawing-room, please." A faint tremor passed through her, but she led the way and seated herself where she could see Betty and the baby. Rosek stood looking down at her. His stillness, the sweetish gravity of his well-cut lips, his spotless dandyism stirred in Gyp a kind of unwilling admiration. "What is it?" she said. "Bad business, I'm afraid. Something must be done at once. I have been trying to arrange things, but they will not wait. They are even threatening to sell up this house." With a sense of outrage, Jip cried, "Nearly everything here is mine." Rosick shook his head. "The lease is in his name. You are his wife. They can do it, I assure you." A sort of shadow passed over his face, and he added, "I cannot help him any more, just now." Jip shook her head quickly. "No, of course, you ought not to have helped him at all. I can't bear—" He bowed, and she stopped, ashamed. "How much does he owe altogether?" "About £1,300. It isn't much, of course, but there is something else." "Worse?" Rosick nodded. "I'm afraid to tell you. You will think again, perhaps, that I'm trying to make capital out of it. I can read your thoughts, you see. I cannot afford that you should think that, this time." Dick made a little movement as though putting away his words. "No, tell me, please." Rosette shrugged his shoulders. "There is a man called Wagg, an undertaker, the father of someone you know." "Daphne Wing?" "Yes. A child is coming. They have made her tell. It means the cancelling of her engagements, of course, and other things." Jip uttered a little laugh. Then she said slowly, "Can you tell me, please, what this Mr. Wagg can do?" Again Rosick shrugged his shoulders. "He is rabid. A rabid man of his class is dangerous. A lot of money will be wanted, I should think. Some blood, perhaps." He moved swiftly to her and said very low, "Jip, it is a year since I told you of this. You did not believe me then. I told you, too, that I loved you. I love you more now 100 times. Don't move. I am going up to Gustav." He turned, and Jip thought he was really going. But he stopped and came back past the line of the window. The expression of his face was quite changed, so hungry, that for a moment she felt sorry for him. And that must have shown in her face, for he suddenly caught at her and tried to kiss her lips. She wrenched back, and he could only reach her throat, but that he kissed furiously. Letting her go suddenly, he bent his head and went out without a look. Jip stood, wiping his kisses off her throat with the back of her hand, dumbly, mechanically, thinking, "What have I done to be treated like this? What have I done?" No answer came, and such rage against men flared up that she just stood there, twisting her garden gloves in her hands and biting the lips he would have kissed. Then, going to her bureau, she took up her address book and looked for the name, Wing, 88 Franklin Street, Fulham. Unhooking her little bag from off the back of the chair, she put her cheque-book into it. Then, taking care to make no sound, she passed into the hall, caught up her sunshade, and went out, closing the door without noise. She walked quickly toward Baker Street. Her gardening hat was right enough, but she had come out without gloves, and must go to the first shop and buy a pair. In the choosing of them, she forgot her emotions for a minute. Out in the street again, they came back as bitterly as ever. The day was so beautiful, the sun bright, the sky blue, the clouds dazzling white. From the top of her bus she could see all its brilliance. There rose up before her the memory of the man who had kissed her arm at the first ball. And now, this. But, mixed with her rage, a sort of unwilling compassion and fellow-feeling kept rising for that girl, that silly, sugar-plum girl, brought to such a pass by her husband. These feelings sustained her through that voyage to Fulham. She got down at the nearest corner, walked up a wideish street of narrow grey houses till she came to number 88. On that newly scrubbed step, waiting for the door to open, she very nearly turned and fled. What exactly had she come to do? The door was opened by a servant in an untidy frock. Mutton. The smell of mutton. There it was, just as the girl had said. "Is Miss Daphne Wing at home?" In that peculiar "I've given it up" voice of domestics in small households, the servant answered, "Yeah, Miss Daisy's in. Do you want to see her? What name?" Jip produced her card. The maid looked at it, at Jip, and at 2 brown-painted doors, as much as to say, "Where will you have it?" Then, opening the first of them, she said, "Take a seat, please. I'll fetch her." Jip went in. In the middle of what was clearly the dining-room, she tried to subdue the tremor of her limbs and a sense of nausea. The table against which her hand rested was covered with red baize, no doubt to keep the stains of mutton from penetrating to the wood. On the mahogany sideboard reposed a cruet stand and a green dish of very red apples. A bamboo-framed talc screen, painted with white and yellow marguerites, stood before a fireplace filled with pampas grass dyed red. The chairs were of red morocco, the curtains a brownish red, the walls green, and on them hung a set of Landseer prints. The peculiar sensation which red and green in juxtaposition produce on the sensitive was added to Jip's distress. And suddenly her eyes lighted on a little deep blue china bowl. It stood on a black stand on the mantelpiece, with nothing in it. To Jip, in this room of red and green, with the smell of mutton creeping in, that bowl was like the crystallized whiff of another world. Daphne Wing, not Daisy Wagg, had surely put it there. And somehow it touched her. Emblem of stifled beauty, emblem of all that the girl had tried to pour out to her that August afternoon in her garden nearly a year ago. Thin Eastern china, good and really beautiful. Wonder they allowed it to pollute this room. A sigh made her turn round. With her back against the door and a white, scared face, the girl was standing. Jip thought, she'd suffered horribly. And going impulsively up to her, she held out her hand. Daphne Wing sighed out, "Oh, Mrs. Fürsten," and bending over that hand, kissed it. Jip saw that her nude glove was wet. Then the girl relapsed, her feet a little forward, her head a little forward, her back against the door. Jip, who knew why she stood thus, was swept again by those two emotions, rage against men, and fellow feeling for one about to go through what she herself had just endured. "It's all right," she said gently. "Only what's to be done?" Daphne Wing put her hands up over her white face and sobbed. She sobbed so quietly, but so terribly deeply, that Jip herself had the utmost difficulty not to cry. It was the sobbing of real despair, by a creature bereft of hope and strength, above all, of love. The sort of weeping which is drawn from desolate, suffering souls only by the touch of fellow feeling. And instead of making Jip glad or satisfying her sense of justice, it filled her with more rage against her husband, that he had taken this girl's infatuation for his pleasure and then thrown her away. She seemed to see him discarding that clinging, dove-fair girl, for cloying his senses and getting on his nerves, discarding her with caustic words, to abide alone the consequences of her infatuation. She put her hand timidly on that shaking shoulder and stroked it. For a moment the sobbing stopped. The girl said brokenly, "Oh, Mrs. Fürsten, I do love him so." At those naive words a painful wish to laugh seized on Jip, making her shiver from head to foot. Daphne Wing saw it, and went on, I know it's awful, but I do, and now he... Quiet, but really dreadful sobbing broke out again, and again Jip began stroking and stroking her shoulder. "And I have been so awful to you. Oh, Mrs. Fürsten, do forgive me, please." All Jip could find to answer was, Yes, that's nothing. Don't cry, don't cry." Very slowly the sobbing died away, till it was just a long shivering, but still the girl held her hands over her face and her face down. Jip felt paralyzed. Happy girl, the red and green room, the smell of mutton, creeping. At last a little of that white face showed. The lips, no longer craving for sugar plums, murmured, "It's you he really loves all the time, and you don't love him. That's what's so funny, and I can't understand it. Oh, Mrs. Fürsten, if I could see him, just see him. He told me never to come again, and I haven't dared. I haven't seen him for 3 weeks, not since I told him about it. What shall I do? What shall I do?" His being her own husband seemed as nothing to Jip at that moment. She felt such pity, and yet such violent revolt that any girl should want to crawl back to a man who had spurned her. Unconsciously she had drawn herself up and pressed her lips together. The girl, who followed every movement, said piteously, "I don't seem to have any pride. I don't mind what he does to me or what he says, if only I can see him." Jip's revolt yielded to her pity. She said,
"How long before?"
3 months.
3 months, and in this state of misery.
I think I should do something desperate. Now that I can't dance, and they know, it's too awful. If I could see him, I wouldn't mind anything. But I know he'll never want me again. Oh, Mrs. Filson, I wish I was dead. I do."
A heavy sigh escaped Jip, and bending suddenly, she kissed the girl's forehead. Still that scent of orange blossom about her skin or hair, as when she asked whether she ought to love or not. As when she came, moth-like, from the tree-shade into the moonlight, spun and fluttered, with her shadow spinning and fluttering before her. Jip turned away, feeling that she must relieve the strain, and pointing to the bowl, said, "You put that there, I'm sure. It's beautiful." The girl answered with piteous eagerness,
"Oh, would you like it? Do take it. Count Rosek gave it to me."
She started away from the door.
"Oh, that's Papa. He'll be coming in."
Jip heard a man clear his throat, and the rattle of an umbrella falling into a stand. The sight of the girl wilting and shrinking against the sideboard steadied her. Then the door opened, and Mr. Wagg entered. Short and thick, in black frock coat and trousers and a greyish beard, he stared from one to the other. He looked what he was, an Englishman and a chapel-goer, nourished on sherry and mutton, who could and did make his own way in the world. His features, coloured as from a deep licentiousness, were thick, like his body, and not ill-natured, except for a sort of anger in his small, rather piggy, grey eyes. He said in a voice permanently gruff, but impregnated with a species of professional ingratiation, "Yes, whom have I?" "Mrs. Filson." "Oh." The sound of his breathing could be heard distinctly. He twisted a chair round and said, "Take a seat, won't you?" Jip shook her head. In Mr. Wagg's face a kind of deference seemed to struggle with some more primitive emotion. Taking out a large, black-edged handkerchief, he blew his nose, passed it freely over his visage, and turning to his daughter, muttered, "Go upstairs." The girl turned quickly, and the last glimpse of her white face whipped up Jip's rage against men. When the door was shut, Mr. Wagg cleared his throat. The grating sound carried with it a suggestion of enormously thick linings. He said more gruffly than ever, "May I ask what has given us the honour?" "I came to see your daughter." His little piggy eyes travelled from her face to her feet, to the walls of the room, to his own watch-chain, to his hands that had begun to rub themselves together, back to her breast, higher than which they dared not mount. Their infinite embarrassment struck Jip. He could almost hear him thinking, "Now how can I discuss it with this attractive young female, wife of the scoundrel who has ruined my daughter? Delicate, that's what it is." Then the words burst hoarsely from him. "This is an unpleasant business, ma'am. I don't know what to say, really I don't. It's awkward, it's very awkward." Jip said quietly, "Your daughter is desperately unhappy, and that can't be good for her just now." Mr. Wagg's thick figure seemed to writhe. "Pardon me, ma'am," he sputtered, "but I must call your husband a scoundrel. I'm sorry to be impolite, but I must do it. If I had him here, I don't know what I should be able to control myself. I don't indeed." Jip made a movement of her gloved hands which he seemed to interpret as sympathy, for he went on in a stream of husky utterance. "It's a delicate thing before a lady, and she the injured party, but one has feelings. From the first I said this dancing was in the face of Providence, but women have no more sense than an egg. My mother, she would have it, and now she's got it. Career, indeed. Pretty career. Daughter of mine. I tell you, ma'am, I'm hungry. There's no other word for it. I'm angry. If that scoundrel comes within reach of me, I shall mark him. I'm not a young man, but I shall mark him. What to say to you, I'm sure I don't know. That my daughter should behave like that. Well, it's made a difference to me, and now I suppose her name would be dragged in the mud. I'll tell you frankly, I hoped you wouldn't hear of it, because after all the girl's got her punishment. And this divorce court, it's not nice. It's a horrible thing for respectable people.
And mind you, I won't see my girl married to that scoundrel, not if you do divorce him. No, she'll have a disgrace for nothing."
Jip, who had listened with her head a little bent, raised it suddenly and said, "There'll be no public disgrace, Mr. Wagg, unless you make it yourself. If you send Daisy, quietly away somewhere till her trouble's over, no one need know anything." Mr. Wagg, whose mouth had opened slightly and whose breathing could certainly have been heard in the street, took a step forward and said,
"Do I understand you to say that you're not going to take proceedings, ma'am?"
Jip shuddered and shook her head. Mr. Wagg stood silent, slightly moving his face up and down.
"Well," he said at length, "it's more than she deserves, but I don't disguise it's a relief to me. And I must say, in a young lady like you, and handsome, it shows a Christian spirit."
Again Jip shivered and shook her head.
"It does. You'll allow me to say so, as a man old enough to be your father, and a regular attendant."
He held out his hand. Jip put her gloved hand into it.
"I'm very, very sorry. Please be nice to her."
Mr. Wagg recoiled a little, and for some seconds stood ruefully rubbing his hands together and looking from side to side.
"I'm a domestic man," he said suddenly. "A domestic man in a serious line of life, and I never thought to have anything like this in my family. Never. It's been... well, I can't tell you what it's been."
Jip took up her sunshade. She felt that she must get away. At any moment he might say something she could not bear, and the smell of mutton rising fast.
"I am sorry," she said again. "Good-bye."
Moved past him to the door. He heard him breathing hard as he followed her to open it, and thought,
"If only... oh, please let him be silent till I get outside."
Mr. Wagg passed her and put his hand on the latch of the front door. His little piggy eyes scanned her almost timidly.
"Well," he said, "I'm very glad to have the privilege of your acquaintance. If I may say so, you have my hearty sympathy. Good day."
The door once shut behind her, Jip took a long breath and walked swiftly away. Her cheeks were burning, and with a craving for protection she put up her sunshade. The girl's white face came up again before her, and the sound of her words.
"Oh, Mrs. Fjorson, I wish I was dead. I do."
End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 16. Jip walked on beneath her sunshade, making unconsciously for the peace of trees. Her mind was a whirl of impressions. Daphne Wing's figure against the door, Mr. Wagg's puggy grey-bearded countenance, the red pampas grass, the blue bowl, Grosek's face swooping at her, her last glimpse of her baby asleep under the trees. She reached Kensington Gardens, turned into that walk renowned for the beauty of its flowers and the plainness of the people who frequent it, and sat down on a bench. It was near the luncheon hour. Nursemaids, dogs, perambulators, old gentlemen, all were hurrying a little toward their food. They glanced with critical surprise at this pretty young woman, leisured and lonely at such an hour, tried to find out what was wrong with her, as one naturally does with beauty. Bow legs, or something for sure, to balance a face like that. But Jip noticed none of them, except now and again a dog which sniffed her knees in passing. For months she had resolutely cultivated insensibility, resolutely refused to face reality. The barrier was forced now, and the flood had swept her away. "Proceedings," Mr. Wagg had said. For those who shrink from letting their secret affairs be known, even by their nearest friends, the notion of a public exhibition of troubles simply never comes, and it had certainly never come to Jip. With a bitter smile she thought, "I'm better off than she is, after all. Suppose I loved him too? No, I never, never want to love. Women who love suffer too much."
She sat on that bench a long time before it came into her mind that she was due at Monsieur Armust's for a music lesson at 3 o'clock. It was well past 2 already, and she set out across the grass. The summer day was full of murmurings of bees and flies, cooings of blissful pigeons, the soft swish and stir of leaves, and the scent of lime blossom under a sky so blue, with few white clouds, slow and calm and full. Why be unhappy? And one of those spotty spaniel dogs that have broad heads with frizzy top-knots and are always rascals, smelt at her frock and moved round and round her, hoping that she would throw her sunshade on the water for him to fetch, this being, in his view, the only reason why anything was carried in the hand. She found Monsieur Armust fidgeting up and down the room, whose open windows could not rid it of the smell of Latakia. "Ah," he said, "I thought you were not coming. You look pale. Are you not well? Is it the heat, or—" He looked hard into her face. "Has someone hurt you, my little friend?" Jip shook her head. "Ah, yes," he went on irritably. "You tell me nothing. You tell nobody nothing. You close up your pretty face like a flower at night. At your age, my child, one should make confidences. A secret grief is to music as the east wind to the stomach. Put off your mask for once." He came close to her. "Tell me your troubles. It is a long time since I have been meaning to ask. Come, we are only once young. I wanted to see you happy." Jip stood looking down. Would it be relief to pour out her soul? Would it? Brown eyes questioned her like an old dog's. She did not want to hurt one so kind, and yet impossible. Monsieur Armust suddenly sat down at the piano. Resting his hands on the keys, he looked round at her and said, "I'm in love with you, you know. Old men can be very much in love, but they know it is no good. That makes them endurable. Still, we like to feel of use to youth and beauty. It gives us a little warmth. Come, tell me your grief." He waited a moment, then said irritably, "Well, well, we go to music then." It was his habit to sit by her at the piano corner, but today he stood as if prepared to be exceptionally severe. And Jip played, whether from overexcited nerves or from not having had any lunch, better than she had ever played. The Chopin Polonaise in A-flat, that song of revolution which had always seemed so unobtainable, went as if her fingers were being worked for her. When she had finished, Monsieur Armust, bending forward, lifted one of her hands and put his lips to it. She felt the scrub of his little bristly beard, and raised her face with a deep sigh of satisfaction. A voice behind them said mockingly, "Bravo!" There, by the door, stood Fierson. "Congratulations, madame. I have long wanted to see you under the inspiration of your master." Jip's heart began to beat desperately. Monsieur Armust had not moved. A faint grin slowly settled in his beard, but his eyes were startled. Fierson kissed the back of his own hand. "To this old pantaloon you come to give your heart. Oh, what a lover!" Jip saw the old man quiver. She sprang up and cried, "You brute!" Fierson ran forward, stretching out his arms towards Monsieur Armust, as if to take him by the throat. The old man drew himself up. "Monsieur," he said, "you are certainly drunk." Jip slipped between, right up to those outstretched hands, till she could feel their knuckles against her. Had he gone mad? Would he strangle her? But her eyes never moved from his, and his began to waver. His hands dropped, and with a kind of moan he made for the door. Monsieur Armust's voice behind her said, "Before you go, monsieur, give me some explanation of this imbecility." Fierson spun round, shook his fist, and went out, muttering. They heard the front door slam. Jip turned abruptly to the window, and there, in her agitation, she noticed little outside things, as one does in moments of bewildered anger. Even into that backyard summer had crept. The leaves of the sumac tree were glistening. In a three-cornered little patch of sunlight, a black cat with a blue ribbon round its neck was basking. The voice of one hawking strawberries drifted melancholy from a side street. She was conscious that Monsieur Armust was standing very still, with a hand pressed to his mouth, and she felt a perfect passion of compunction and anger. That kind and harmless old man, to be so insulted! This was indeed the culmination of all Gustav's outrages. She would never forgive him this. for he had insulted her as well, beyond what pride or meekness could put up with. She turned, and running up to the old man, put both her hands into his. "I'm so awfully sorry. Good-bye, dear Monsieur Armust. I shall come on Friday." And before he could stop her, she was gone. She dived into the traffic, but just as she reached the pavement on the other side, felt her dress plucked and saw Fjorsen just behind her. She shook herself free and walked swiftly on. Was he going to make a scene in the street? Again he caught her arm. She stopped dead, faced round on him, and said in an icy voice, "Please don't make scenes in the street, and don't follow me like this. If you want to talk to me, you can, at home." Then very calmly she turned and walked on. But he was still following her, some paces off. She did not quicken her steps, and to the first taxicab driver that passed she made a sign, and saying, "Berry Street, quick," got in. She saw Fjorsen rush forward, too late to stop her. He threw up his hand and stood still, his face deadly white under his broad-brimmed hat. She was far too angry and upset to care. From the moment she turned to the window at Monsieur Armust's, she had determined to go to her father. She would not go back to Fjorsen. The one thought that filled her mind was how to get Betty and her baby. Nearly 4. Dad was almost sure to be at his club. And leaning out, she said, "No, Hyde Park Corner, please." The hall porter, who knew her, after calling to her page boy, "Major Winton, sharp now," came specially out of his box to offer her a seat and the Times. Jip sat with it on her knee, vaguely taking in her surroundings. A thin old gentleman anxiously weighing himself in a corner, a white-calfed footman crossing with a tea-tray, a number of hats on pegs, the green baize board with its white rows of tape-like paper, and 3 members standing before it. One of them, a tall, stout, good-humoured-looking man in pince-nez and a white waistcoat, becoming conscious, removed his straw hat and took up a position whence, without staring, he could gaze at her. And Jip knew, without ever seeming to glance at him, that he found her to his liking. She saw her father's unhurried figure passing that little group, all of whom were conscious now, and eager to get away out of this sanctum of masculinity. She met him at the top of the low steps and said, "I want to talk to you, Dad." He gave her a quick look, selected his hat, and followed her to the door. In the cab he put his hand on hers and said, "Now, my dear." All she could get out was, "I want to come back to you. I can't go on there. I've come to an end." His hand pressed hers tightly, as if he were trying to save her the need for saying more. Jip went on, "I must get baby. I'm terrified that he'll try to keep her to get me back." "Is he at home?" "I don't know. I haven't told him that I'm going to leave him." Winton looked at his watch and asked, "Does the baby ever go out as late as this?" "Yes, after tea. It's cooler." "I'll take this cab on, then. You stay and get the room ready for her. Don't worry, and don't go out till I return." Jip thought, how wonderful not to have asked a single question. The cab stopped at the Berry Street door. She took his hand, put it to her cheek, and got out. He said quietly, "Do you want the dogs?" "Yes, oh yes, he doesn't care for them." "All right. There'll be time to get you in some things for the night after I come back. I shan't run any risks today. Make Mrs. Markey give you tea." Jip watched the cab gather way again, saw him wave his hand. Then, with a deep sigh, half anxiety, half relief, she rang the bell. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 17. When the cab debouched again into St. James's Street, Winton gave the order, "Quick as you can." One could think better going fast. A little red had come into his brown cheeks. His eyes, under their half-drawn lids, had a keener light. His lips were tightly closed. He looked as he did when a fox was breaking cover. Jip could do no wrong, or if she could, he would stand by her in it as a matter of course. But he was going to take no risks, make no frontal attack. Time for that later, if necessary. He had better nerves than most people,
and that kind of steely determination and resource which makes many Englishmen of his class formidable in small operations. He kept his cab at the door, rang, and asked for Jip, with a kind of pleasure in his ruse. "She's not in yet, sir. Mr. Fjordson's in." "Ah, and baby?" "Yes, sir." "I'll come in and see her. In the garden?" "Yes, sir." "Dogs there too?" "Yes, sir. And would you have tea, please, sir?" "No, thanks." How to effect this withdrawal without causing gossip, and yet avoid suspicion of collusion with Jip? And he added, "Unless Mrs. Fjordson comes in." Passing out into the garden, he became aware that Fjordson was at the dining-room window watching him, and decided to make no sign that he knew this. The baby was under the trees at the far end, and the dogs came rushing thence with a fury which lasted till they came within scent of him. Winton went leisurely up to the perambulator, and, saluting Betty, looked down at his grandchild. She lay under an awning of muslin for fear of flies, and was awake. Her solemn, large brown eyes, already like Jip's, regarded him with gravity. Clucking to her once or twice, as is the custom, he moved so as to face the house. In this position he had Betty with her back to it, and he said quietly, "I'm here with a message from your mistress, Betty. Keep your head, don't look round, but listen to me. She's at Berry Street and going to stay there. She wants you and baby and the dogs." The stout woman's eyes grew round and her mouth opened. Winton put his hand on the perambulator. "Steady now. Go out as usual with this thing. It's about your time. And wait for me at the turning to Regent's Park. I'll come on in my cab and pick you all up. Don't get flurried. Don't take anything. Do exactly as you usually would. Understand?" It is not in the nature of stout women with babies in their charge to receive such an order without question. Her colour and the heaving of that billowy bosom made Winton add quickly, "Now, Betty, pull yourself together. Jip wants you. I'll tell you all about it in the cab." The poor woman, still heaving vaguely, could only stammer, "Yes, sir. Poor little thing. What about its night things, and Miss Jip's?" Conscious of that figure still at the window, Winton made some passes with his fingers at the baby and said, "Never mind them. As soon as you see me at the drawing-room window, get ready and go. Eyes front, Betty. Don't look round. I'll cover your retreat. Don't fail, Jip, now. Pull yourself together." With a sigh that could have been heard in Kensington, Betty murmured, "Very well, sir. Oh, dear," began to adjust the strings of her bonnet. With nods, as if he had been the recipient of some sage remarks about the baby, Winton saluted, and began his march again towards the house. He carefully kept his eyes to this side and to that, as if examining the flowers, but noted all the same that Fjordson had receded from the window. Rapid thought told him that the fellow would come back there to see if he were gone, and he placed himself before a rose-bush, where, at that reappearance, he could make a sign of recognition. Sure enough, he came, and Winton, quietly raising his hand to the salute, passed on through the drawing-room window. He went quickly into the hall, listened a second, and opened the dining-room door. Fjordson was pacing up and down, pale and restless. He came to a standstill and stared haggardly at Winton, who said, "How are you? Jip not in?" "No." Something in the sound of that "no" touched Winton with a very vague, compunction. To be left by Jip. Then his heart hardened again. The fellow was a rotter. He was sure of it, had always been sure. "Baby looks well," he said. Fjordson turned and began to pace up and down again. "Where is Jip? I want her to come in. I want her." Winton took out his watch. "It's not late." And suddenly he felt a great aversion for the part he was playing. To get the baby, to make Jip safe, yes, but somehow not this pretence that he knew nothing about it. He turned on his heel and walked out. It imperiled everything, but he couldn't help it. He could not stay and go on prevaricating like this. Had that woman got clear? He went back into the drawing-room. There they were, just passing the side of the house. 5 minutes, and they would be down at the turning. He stood at the window, waiting. If only that fellow did not come in. Through the partition wall he could hear him still tramping up and down the dining-room. What a long time a minute was. 3 had gone when he heard the dining-room door opened, and Fjordson crossing the hall to the front door. What was he after, standing there as if listening? And suddenly he heard him sigh. It was just such a sound as many times in the long past days had escaped himself, waiting, listening for footsteps, in parched and sickening anxiety. Did this fellow then really love, almost as he had loved?
and in revolt at spying on him like this, he advanced and said, "Well, I won't wait any longer." Dawson started. He had evidently supposed himself alone. And Winton thought, "By Jove, he does look bad." "Good-bye," he said, but the words, "Give my love to Gyp," perished on their way up to his lips. "Good-bye," Dawson echoed, and Winton went out under the trellis, conscious of that forlorn figure still standing at the half-opened door. Betty was nowhere in sight. She must have reached the turning. His mission had succeeded, but he felt no elation. Round the corner he picked up his convoy, and with the perambulator hoisted onto the taxi, journeyed on at speed. He'd said he would explain in the cab, but the only remark he made was, "You'll all go down to Mildenham tomorrow." And Betty, who had feared him ever since their encounter so many years ago, eyed his profile without daring to ask questions. Before he reached home, Winton stopped at a post office and sent this telegram: "Gyp and the baby are with me. Letter follows. Winton." It salved a conscience on which that fellow's figure in the doorway weighed. Besides, it was necessary lest Thjosson should go to the police. The rest must wait till he had talked with Gyp. There was much to do, and it was late before they dined, and not till Marky had withdrawn could they begin their talk. Close to the open windows where Marky had placed 2 hydrangea plants, just bought on his own responsibility in token of silent satisfaction, Gyp began. She kept nothing back, recounting the whole miserable fiasco of her marriage. When she came to Daphne Wing and her discovery in the music-room, she could see the glowing end of her father's cigar move convulsively. That insult to his adored one seemed to Winton so inconceivable that for a moment he stopped her recital by getting up to pace the room. In her own house! Her own house! And after that she had gone on with him! He came back to his chair and did not interrupt again, but his stillness almost frightened her. Coming to the incidents of the day itself, she hesitated. Must she tell him too of Rosek? Was it wise or necessary? The all-or-nothing candour that was part of her nature prevailed, and she went straight on, and, save for the feverish jerking of his evening shoe, Winton made no sign. When she had finished, he got up and slowly extinguished the end of his cigar against the window-sill. Then, looking at her lying back in her chair as if exhausted, he said, "By God!" turned his face away to the window. At that hour, before the theatres rose, a lull brooded in the London streets. In this quiet, narrow one, the town's hum was only broken by the clack of a half-drunken woman bickering at her man as they lurched along for home, and the strains of a street musician's fiddle trying to make up for a blank day. The sound vaguely irritated Winton, reminding him of those 2 damnable foreigners by whom she had been so treated. To have them at the point of a sword or pistol to teach them a lesson. He heard her say, "Dad, I should like you to pay his debts. Then things would be as they were when I married him." He emitted an exasperated sound. He did not believe in heaping coals of fire. "I want to make sure, too, that the girl is all right till she's over her trouble. Perhaps I could use some of that other money, if mine is all tied up." It was sheer anger, not disapproval of her impulse, that made him hesitate. Money and revenge would never be associated in his mind. Gyp went on, "I want to feel as if I'd never let him marry me. Perhaps his debts are all part of that. Who knows? Please." Winton looked at her. How like when she said that, "Please." How like! Her figure sunk back in the old chair, and the face lifted in shadow. A sort of exultation came to him. He had got her back. Had got her back. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Beyond by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 18. Thjossen's bedroom was, as the maid would remark, a proper pigsty, until he was out of it and could be renovated each day. He had a talent for disorder, so that the room looked as if 3 men instead of 1 had gone to bed in it. Clothes and shoes, brushes, water, tumblers, breakfast tray, newspapers, French novels, and cigarette ends. None were ever where they should have been, and the stale fumes from the many cigarettes he smoked before getting up incommoded anyone whose duty it was to take him tea and shaving water. When, on that first real summer day, the maid had brought Rosick up to him, he had been lying a long time on his back, dreamily watching the smoke from his cigarette and 4 flies waltzing in the sunlight that filtered through the green sunblinds. This hour before he rose was his creative moment, when he could best see the form of music and feel inspiration for its rendering. Of late he had been stale and wretched, all that side of him dull. But this morning he felt again the delicious stir of fancy, that vibrating, half-dreamy state when emotions seem so easily to find shape and the mind pierces through to new expression. Hearing the maid's knock and her murmured, "Count Rosick to see you, sir," he thought, "What the devil does he want?" A larger nature, drifting without control, in contact with a smaller one, who knows his own mind exactly, would instinctively be irritable, though he may fail to grasp what his friend is after. And, pushing the cigarette-box towards Rosick, he turned away his head. It would be money he had come about, or that girl. That girl! He wished she was dead. Soft, clinging creature. That baby. God! What a fool he had been. What a fool! Such absurdity. Unheard of. First Jip, then her. He had tried to shake the girl off. As well try to shake off a burr. How she clung! He had been patient. Oh yes, patient and kind. But how go on when one was tired of her, and wanting only Jip, only his own wife? That was a funny thing. And now, when for an hour or two he had shaken free of worry, had been feeling happy, yes, happy, this fellow must come and stand there with his face of a sphinx. And he said pettishly, "Well, Paul, sit down. What troubles have you brought?" Rosick lit a cigarette, but did not sit down. He struck even Fjorson by his unsmiling pallor. "You had better look out for Mr. Wagg, Gustav. He came to see me yesterday. He has no music in his soul." Fjorson sat up. "Satan take Mr. Wagg. What can he do?" "I'm not a lawyer, but I imagine he can be unpleasant. The girl is young." Fjorson glared at him and said, "Why did you throw me that cursed girl?" Rosick answered a little too steadily, "I did not, my friend." "What? You did? What was your game? You never do anything without a game. You know you did. Come, what was your game?" "You like pleasure, I believe." Fjorson said violently, "Look here, I have done with your friendship. You are no friend to me. I have never really known you, and I should not wish to. It is finished. Leave me in peace." Rosick smiled. "My dear, that is all very well, but friendships are not finished like that. Moreover, you owe me £1,000. "Well, I will pay it." Rosick's eyebrows mounted. "I will. Jip will lend it to me." "Oh, is Jip so fond of you as that? I thought she only loved her music lessons." Crouching forward with his knees drawn up, Fjorson hissed out, "Don't talk of Jip. Get out of this. I will pay you your £1,000. Rosick, still smiling, answered, "Gustav, don't be a fool. With a violin to your shoulder you are a man. Without, you are a child. Lie quiet, my friend, and think of Mr. Wagg. But you'd better come and talk it over with me. Good-bye for the moment. Calm yourself." And, flipping the ash off his cigarette onto the tray by Fjorson's elbow, he nodded and went. Fjorson, who had leaped out of bed, put his hand to his head. "The cursed fellow! Cursed be every one of them, the father and the girl, Rosick and all the other sharks." He went out onto the landing. The house was quite still below. Rosick had gone. Good riddance. He called, "Jip!" No answer. He went into her room. Its superlative daintiness struck his fancy. A scent of cyclamen. He looked out into the garden. There was the baby at the end, and that fat woman. No Jip. Never in when she was wanted. Wag. He shivered, and going back into his bedroom took a brandy bottle from a locked cupboard and drank some. It steadied him. He locked up the cupboard again and dressed. Going out to the music-room, he stopped under the trees to make passes with his fingers at the baby. Sometimes he felt that it was an adorable little creature, with its big, dark eyes so like Jip's. Sometimes it excited his disgust, a discoloured brat. This morning, while looking at it, he thought suddenly of the other that was coming, and grimaced. Catching Betty's stare of horrified amazement at the face he was making at her darling, he burst into a laugh and turned away into the music-room. While he was keying up his violin, Jip's conduct in never having come there for so long struck him as bitterly unjust. The girl! Who cared about the wretched girl, as if she had made any real difference? It was all so much deeper than that. Jip had never loved him, never given him what he wanted, never quenched his thirst of her. That was the heart of it. No other woman he had ever had to do with had been like that, kept his thirst unquenched. No, he had already tired of them before they tired of him. She gave him nothing, really. Nothing. Had she no heart, or did she give it elsewhere? What was that Paul had said about her music lessons? Suddenly it struck him that he knew nothing, absolutely nothing, of where she went or what she did. She never told him anything. Music lessons? Every day nearly she went out, was away for hours. The thought that she might go to the arms of another man made him put down his violin with a feeling of actual sickness. Why not? That deep and fearful whipping of the sexual instinct which makes the ache of jealousy so truly terrible was at its full in such a nature as Fiorson's. He drew a long breath and shuddered. The remembrance of her fastidious pride, her candour, above all her passivity, cut in across his fear. No, not Jip. He went to a little table whereon stood a tantalus, tumblers, and a siphon, and, pouring out some brandy, drank. It steadied him, and he began to practise. He took a passage from Brahms' violin concerto and began to play it over and over. Suddenly he found he was repeating the same flaws each time. He was not attending. The fingering of that thing was ghastly. Music lessons! Why did she take them? Waste of time and money. She would never be anything but an amateur. Ah! Unconsciously he had stopped playing. Had she gone there today? It was past lunchtime. Perhaps she had come in. He put down his violin and went back to the house. No sign of her. The maid came to ask if he would lunch. No. Was the mistress to be in? She had not said. He went into the dining-room, ate a biscuit, and drank a brandy and soda. It steadied him. Lighting a cigarette, he came back to the drawing-room and sat down at Jip's bureau. How tidy! On the little calendar a pencil cross was set against today, Wednesday, another against Friday. What for? Music lessons. He reached to a pigeonhole and took out her address book. H. Harmost, 305A, Marylebone Road. And against it the words in pencil, 3 p.m. 3 o'clock. So that was her hour. His eyes rested idly on a little old coloured print of a bacchante with flowing green scarf, shaking a tambourine at a naked Cupid, who, with a baby bow and arrow in his hands, was gazing up at her. He turned it over. On the back was written in a pointed, scriggly hand, "To my little friend, E. H." Fiorsson drew smoke deep down into his lungs, expelled it slowly, and went to the piano. He opened it and began to play, staring vacantly before him. The cigarette burned nearly to his lips. He went on, scarcely knowing what he played. At last he stopped, and sat dejected. A great artist? Often nowadays he did not care if he never touched a violin again. Tired of standing up before a sea of dull faces, seeing the blockheads knock their silly hands one against the other. Sick of the sameness of it all. Besides, were his powers beginning to fail? What was happening to him of late? He got up, went into the dining-room, and drank some brandy. Jip could not bear his drinking. Well, she shouldn't be out so much, taking music lessons. Music lessons! Nearly 3 o'clock. If he went for once and saw what she really did, went and offered her his escort home, an attention, it might please her. Better anyway than waiting here until she chose to come in with her face all closed up. He drank a little more brandy, ever so little, took his hat, and went. Not far to walk, but the sun was hot, and he reached the house feeling rather dizzy. A maidservant opened the door to him. "I am Mr. Fiorsson. Mrs. Fiorsson here?" "Yes, sir. Would you wait?" Did she look at him like that? Ugly girl! How hateful ugly people were! When she was gone, he reopened the door of the waiting room and listened. Chopin. The Polonaise in A flat. Good. Could that be Jip? Very good. He moved out down the passage, drawn on by her playing, and softly turned the handle. The music stopped. He went in. When Winton had left him an hour and a half later that afternoon, Thorson continued to stand at the front door, swaying his body to and fro. The brandy-nurtured burst of jealousy which had made him insult his wife and old Monsieur Armust had died suddenly when Jip turned on him in the street and spoke in that icy voice. Since then he had felt fear, increasing every minute. Would she forgive? The one who always acted on the impulse of the moment, so that he really knew afterward exactly what he had done or whom hurt. Jip's self-control had ever been mysterious and a little frightening. Where had she gone? Why did she not come in? Anxiety is like a ball that rolls downhill, gathering momentum. Suppose she did not come back? But she must. There was the baby, their baby. For the first time, the thought of it gave him unalloyed satisfaction. He left the door, and, after drinking a glass to steady him, flung himself down on the sofa in the drawing-room. While he lay there, the brandy warm within him, he thought, I will turn over a new leaf, give up drink, give up everything, send the baby into the country, take Jip to Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Rome, anywhere out of this England, anywhere, away from that father of hers and all these stiff, dull folk. She would like that. She loves travelling. Yes, they would be happy. Delicious nights, delicious days, air that did not weigh you down and make you feel that you must drink. Real inspiration, real music. The acrid wood-smoke scent of parish streets, the glistening cleanness of the Tiergarten, a serenading song in a Florence back street, fireflies in the summer dusk at Sorrento. He had intoxicating memories of them all. Slowly the warmth of the brandy died away, and, despite the heat, he felt chill and shuddery. He shut his eyes, thinking to sleep till she came in. But very soon he opened them, because, a thing unusual with him of late, he saw such ugly things, faces, vivid, changing as he looked, growing ugly and uglier, becoming all holes, horrible holes, corruption, matted, twisted, dark, human tree roots of faces, horrible. He opened his eyes, for when he did that, they always went. It was very silent, no sign from above, no sound of the dogs. He would go up and see the baby. While he was crossing the hall, there came a ring. He opened the door himself. A telegram. He tore the envelope. Jip and the baby are with me. Letter follows. Winton. He gave a short laugh, shut the door in the boy's face, and ran upstairs. Why, heaven knew! There was nobody there now. Nobody. Did he mean that she had really left him? Was not coming back? He stopped by the side of Jip's bed, and, flinging himself forward, lay across it, burying his face, and he sobbed, as men will, unmanned by drink. Had he lost her? Never to see her eyes closing and press his lips against them? Never to soak his senses in her loveliness? He leaped up, with the tears still wet on his face. Lost her? Absurd! That calm, prim, devilish Englishman, her father, he was to blame. He had worked it all, stealing the baby. He went downstairs and drank some brandy. It steadied him a little. What should he do? Letter follows. Drink and wait? Go to Berry Street? No. Drink. Enjoy himself. He laughed, and, catching up his hat, went out, walking furiously at first, then slower and slower, for his head began to whirl, and, taking a cab, was driven to a restaurant in Soho. He had eaten nothing but a biscuit since his breakfast, always a small matter, and ordered soup and a flask of their best Chianti. Solids he could not face. More than 2 hours he sat, white and silent, perspiration on his forehead, now and then grinning and flourishing his fingers, to the amusement, sometimes the alarm, of those sitting near. But for being known there, he would have been regarded with suspicion. About 9:30, there being no more wine, he got up, put a piece of gold on the table, and went out without waiting for his change. In the streets the lamps were lighted, but daylight was not quite gone.
He walked unsteadily towards Piccadilly. A girl of the town passed and looked up at him. Staring hard, he hooked his arm in hers without a word. It steadied him, and they walked on thus together. Suddenly he said, "Well, girl, are you happy?" The girl stopped and tried to disengage her arm. A rather frightened look had come into her dark-eyed, powdered face. Dawson laughed and held it firm. "When the unhappy meet, they walk together. Come on, you're just a little like my wife. Will you have a drink?" The girl shook her head, and with a sudden movement slipped her arm out of this madman's and dived away like a swallow through the pavement traffic. Dawson stood still and laughed with his head thrown back. The second time today. She had slipped from his grasp. Passers looked at him, amazed. The ugly devils! With a grimace he turned out of Piccadilly, past St. James's Church, making for Berry Street. They wouldn't let him in, of course, not they. But he would look at the windows. They had flower boxes. Flower boxes! And suddenly he groaned aloud. He thought of Jip's figure busy among the flowers at home. Missing the right turning, he came in at the bottom of the street. A fiddler in the gutter was scraping away on an old violin. Dawson stopped to listen. Poor devil. Pagliacci. Going up to the man, dark, lame, very shabby, he took out some silver and put his other hand on the man's shoulder. "Brother," he said, "lend me your fiddle. Here's money for you. Come, lend it to me. I am a great violinist." "Vraiment, monsieur?" "Ah, vraiment. Voyons. Donnez un instant, pour vous verrez." The fiddler, doubting but hypnotized, handed him the fiddle. His dark face changed when he saw this stranger fling it up to his shoulder, and the ways of his fingers with bow and strings. Dawson had begun to walk up the street, his eyes searching for the flower boxes. He saw them, stopped, and began playing "Che farò." He played it wonderfully on that poor fiddle. And the fiddler, who had followed at his elbow, stood watching him, uneasy, envious, but a little entranced. Sapristi! This tall, pale monsieur with this strange face and the eyes that looked drunk and the hollow chest played like an angel. But it was not so easy as all that to make money in the streets of this sacred town. He might play like 40 angels and not a copper. He began another tune, like little plucking into your heart. Très joli. Tu as fait encore. Ah, there it was. A monsieur, as usual, closing the window, drawing the curtains, always the same thing. The violin and the bow were thrust back into his hands, and the tall, strange monsieur was off, as if devils were after him. Not badly drunk, that one, and not a sou thrown down. With an uneasy feeling that he had been involved in something that he did not understand, the lame, dark fiddler limped his way round to the nearest corner, and for 2 streets at least did not stop. Then, counting the silver Dawson had put into his hand, and carefully examining his fiddle, he used the word "bigre" and started for home. End of Part 2, Chapter 18.